This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. The strength and prosperity of our great Tang is truly a good thing. Whether they are people from the western regions or nomads beyond the frontier, they all have to consider our national power and seek the favor of our great Tang. In that case, from now on, our primary goal is to ensure that our Tang army in the western regions has enough auxiliary troops to dispatch and enough logistical supplies. Securing these 2 things is what we must do. Wang Yanchao's words made all the ministers present nod in agreement. They all naturally believed that the reason the people of the kingdom of Gao Chong welcomed Tang officials so warmly was because of the strong military deterrence of the Tang army. At this moment, the Tang officials who had stayed behind in the kingdom of Gao Chong came to hand over duties to Wang Yanchao, as usual, and gave him detailed records of the city's households, currency, grain, and other supplies. Only this much? Wang Yanchao frowned. The capital city has only just over 200,000 people, and this little grain? Lord Wang, the land in the western regions has always been barren, and the population is sparse with insufficient labor. What we have now is already the result of 2 years of recuperation and recovery. They knew very well that when Ching Xio conquered the entire kingdom of Gao Chong, the food reserves were not even half of what they were now. Even in the capital, many people went hungry. Wang Yanchao flipped through the documents casually, his expression growing increasingly grim. Before departure, the Duke of Qing had given him strict orders to ensure that the city was stocked with enough grain and fodder to await the arrival of the main army. The army must not be burdened by shortages. But the current supplies in the city could last the troops and horses at most 3 months, far below Ching Xio's expectations. The Duke of Qing ordered us to have supplies ready. Now, I'm afraid we'll have to use some means to gather food. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yanchao picked up a brush and quickly wrote out a series of plans. We'll follow this method to gather food. We will definitely have enough provisions to last a whole year before the army arrives. At first, everyone thought he had come up with some brilliant strategy. But once they looked closely, the contents made all of them gasp. Tripling taxes, taxing in advance, that was the lightest part. He even forcibly conscripted 1/3 of the able-bodied young men in the city to go to other towns in the kingdom of Gao Chong and transport all reserve grain back to the capital. At the same time, countless kinds of forced labor were imposed for military service. If this law had been implemented in the Central Plains, any supervising inspector would have immediately dismissed Wang Yanchao from office and brought him to trial. This must be wrong, Lord Wang? The officials were puzzled. Wang Yanchao had always been a competent official. Why did he suddenly lose his mind here in the kingdom of Gao Chong? It's written in black and white. How could it be wrong? The stationed officials tried to persuade him, "My lord, this land has always been poor and the people struggling. They cannot bear such heavy taxes and forced labor." Even the Duke of Qing back then. I was personally appointed by the Duke of Qing. I am now officially made governor of Gao Chong. This means the Duke of Qing fully trusts me. I have full authority to make decisions. Wang Yanchao made the decision on the spot. Don't you understand by now? The reason we can control Gao Chong is through military strength. Ensuring our army has adequate logistics is the top priority. The crowd was shocked, but they had no choice but to carry out his orders. Still, many of them believed that it wouldn't be long before a rebellion broke out in Gao Chong. They could only hope the Tang army would arrive quickly to use military might to suppress the unrest. 10 days later, Suding Fongs returned after defeating the Tibetan forces at the Western Sea. The battle report was brief. A complete victory. The fight was so easy that even Suding Fongs felt there was no challenge at all. The Tibetan forces panicked and fled the moment they saw the Tang army approaching. As a result, the Tang army pursued and slaughtered them all the way, only withdrawing after the Tibetans had fled completely back to the highlands. On the march back, Suding Fongs chatted happily with Sheru Gue and others. You really have no idea how cowardly those Tibetans were. As soon as our fire guns fired, their entire formation broke apart. Many were trampled to death by their own men. Everyone laughed from time to time, including Ching Xio. It was clear that the Tibetans had developed a fear of the Tang. If this continues, one day General Shui might really march under Kunlun Mountain and drink the snow from its peak. As they were chatting and laughing, a messenger came galloping from the front, claiming he had urgent intelligence that must be reported directly to the Duke of Qing. What could possibly be so urgent here in the western regions? Ching Xio didn't think much of it at first. But when he opened the letter and read its contents, his expression immediately changed. A rebellion had broken out in Gao Chong. Most cities across the region had replaced the Tang army's banners and re-established the kingdom of Gao Chong. Not only that, all the officials he had stationed there were arrested. Only a few escaped in the chaos, and now their whereabouts were unknown. The reason behind this made Ching Xio furious. Wang Yanchao's outrageous, infuriating policies to gather food had gone so far that even the royal family of the old Zhu clan couldn't compare. There had always been remnants of the old Gao Chong nobility trying to restore the kingdom. But because Ching Xio treated the people well and improved their lives, the masses were loyal to Tang and those would-be rebels never had a chance. Now Wang Yanchao's extreme policies left the people with no way to live, naturally giving the rebels their opportunity. That bastard! Ching Xio immediately threw the intelligence to the ground and cursed loudly. I personally tested and appointed Wang Yanchao. He acted like a decent person for 2 years, but now that he's in the far-off western regions, beyond the emperor's reach, he's finally shown his true face. Suding Fongs tried to advise, Wang Yanchao only wanted to gather supplies for the army. What nonsense! And you're defending him? Ching Xio frowned. Even if he wanted to gather food, he could have borrowed from neighboring countries in the name of the Tang, or bought from merchants. Any of that would have been better. Even if he failed to gather anything, I wouldn't have punished him. But this was entirely his own doing. He wanted to take credit and ruthlessly exploited the people of Gao Chong. Damn it! I had explicitly ordered that the people of Gao Chong be treated equally. Ching Xio took a deep breath, then rode his horse to the front of the army, shouting angrily. Wang Yanchao pushed the people of Gao Chong into rebellion. His death is well deserved. We are not marching to avenge him or rescue him, we are marching to punish those who surrendered and betrayed us. Any former Gao Chong nobles or rebels who resist the Tang army, kill them all without mercy. Ching Xio raised his blade, his voice fierce and commanding. The entire army responded in unison, at your command. Immediately, march at full speed. The slow-moving main force instantly shifted to a forced march. Everyone spurred their horses forward, rushing to reach the city of Gao Chong as quickly as possible. At the same time, in Gao Chong City, which had already been reoccupied by the rebel army, the flag of the former royal Zhu family was now flying high. Apart from those old nobles of Gao Chong who were swaggering through the palace, celebrating with joy, all the civilians and soldiers in the city were full of unease. The rebellion was not originally meant to restore the Zhu royal family. It was because Wang Yanchao had enraged the entire population of Gao Chong, leaving them no choice but to arrest him and all the Tang officials. Even so, it did not mean they intended to rebel completely. The names of those officials were still properly kept on record. They were just waiting for Duke Qing to arrive in Gao Chong City so they could explain and hope for understanding. But what no one expected was that during the chaos, Zhu Wenzheng, a former royal who had fled the region, took the opportunity to lead the remaining kingdom loyalists back into the palace and declared the restoration of the kingdom. As a result, all the people and soldiers of Gao Chong were forcibly tied to the Zhu family's war chariot. Although the Tang army usually accepted surrender, those who surrendered and rebelled again would be completely wiped out. The Great Tang would never tolerate the restoration of Gao Chong. Because of this, even if the people had no intention of rebelling, they now had no choice but to go through with it to the end. Otherwise, when the Tang army arrived, they would all be killed. Before long, a battle report came from the front. The Tang army was only about 40 li, approximate 20 kilometers, away, which frightened the entire city into panic. Zhu Wenzheng, the newly self-proclaimed king of the restored Gao Chong, was not nearly as worried. He even came up on the city wall to rally the troops, calling on everyone to prepare to fight the Tang army to the death. Our Gao Chong was originally an independent kingdom beyond the western regions, with nothing to do with the Tang. But the Tang army destroyed our nation and killed our king. This blood feud must be avenged. Today, I risk my life to rebuild our Gao Chong kingdom. I hope you all will fight alongside me to the end. Zhu Wenzheng spoke passionately, but the conscripted civilians and soldiers were dispirited and had no confidence. Many soldiers lazily wiped their weapons with their sleeves, not listening to his speech at all. Some of the drafted civilians even spat on the ground and whispered curses. This bastard just wants us to die. Who can stop the Tang army? And it's Duke Qing himself leading them. This is suicide. I don't care about anything else. When the Tang army comes, I'm surrendering. I'm not fighting them. Exactly. We never should have trusted him in the first place. Zhu Wenzheng was still delivering his emotional and self-important speech when a messenger below interrupted him bluntly. "Your Majesty, the Tang army is here." Zhu Wenjing trembled all over when he heard this and quickly turned to look east. At the edge of his vision, clouds of dust filled the sky. At the front of this rising dust, though few in number, were Tang cavalry radiating killing intent. Many on the city wall went weak in the knees just from seeing the Tang soldiers' black armor, unable to even hold their spears. Zhu Wenjing's face froze, turning pale. It was only now, seeing the Tang army up close, that he realized how terrifying they truly were. If it weren't for the city wall they could barely rely on, if they had to fight the Tang in open ground, he would have already mounted a horse and fled. "Don't be afraid, everyone. We have enough grain and supplies in the city. The Tang army has only a few thousand cavalry, they won't be able to break through." Though Zhu Wenjing continued to rally, his voice was clearly panicked. And it wasn't just him, everyone was trembling under the Tang army's pressure. Fighting them was out of the question. "Everyone must defend the city. I will personally oversee the command. We will surely win this battle." As he spoke, Zhu Wenjing hurried down the tower, forcing himself to appear calm. Soon, the dust clouds approached, and more than 5,000 Tang soldiers arrived at the gates, full of momentum. Zhu Wenjing originally wanted to sneak back into the palace, but the morale among the troops was visibly collapsing. If it weren't for his presence, they might have scattered like birds. At the same time, countless eyes were fixed on him. Zhu Wenjing broke out in a cold sweat. It felt as if the moment he turned and ran, everyone would immediately move to capture him and open the gates in surrender. With no choice, Zhu Wenjing had to return to the tower under everyone's gaze. But the moment he looked down, his body trembled with fear. He didn't speak for a long time. But from below, Ching Xio began speaking, addressing the soldiers and civilians of Gao Chong. "I have always treated you well, regarding you as citizens of the Tang, even more so than your own king ever did. Today, I understand you have suffered under harsh taxes and exploitation, and that your arrest of Tang officials may have been justified. But why now, under the instigation of these remnants of the former dynasty, do you raise up the long-rotten Zhu royal family once more? Have you forgotten how they exploited you in the past?" Ching Xio's fierce rebuke left the people speechless, many bowing their heads in shame. Seeing the people waver at Ching Xio's words, Zhu Wenjing quickly tried to stir them up again. "Don't be fooled by him. You are people of Gao Chong. In the eyes of the Tang, you're just the conquered. Don't let them buy you off with a few cheap favors." The moment he spoke, Ching Xio was visibly annoyed, not because his words were particularly persuasive, but because his stupidity was unbearable. Back when Ching Xio had purged the Gao Chong nobility, the job hadn't been done thoroughly. But who could have guessed that these fools still hadn't given up? "Xueren Gue, are you really going to let him keep talking?" Ching Xio, impatient, gave the order. Xueren Gue immediately shouted in reply, reached behind him from horseback, drew his bow, aimed at the sky, and fired. The bowstring cracked like thunder, and the arrow shot through the air. Zhu Wenjing, still ranting on the city wall, hadn't even noticed. There were more than 200 paces between the two sides. How could anyone shoot so accurately? Unless... Thud. Zhu Wenjing's body suddenly stiffened. His mouth opened, but no words came out, only blood gushed out. He struggled to lower his head, and saw that an arrow had pierced straight through his chest. This. He didn't even have time to feel fear. Instinctively, he tried to pull the arrow out, but lost his balance and fell off the wall, bang, hitting the ground. A vanguard officer immediately rode up, dragged his body back forcefully, and not a single arrow came down from the wall in response. "Duke Qing, for your inspection." The man quickly dragged the body to Ching Xio's feet. The latter approached, and saw that Zhu Wenjing was still barely alive, his chest faintly rising and falling. "If you had stayed in exile out west, I might not have caught you, wouldn't even have bothered. But why did you insist on coming here to die?" Ching Xio looked down at him mockingly. Zhu Wenjing coughed painfully a few times. When he opened his mouth, it wasn't clear if he wanted to beg for mercy or speak out in unwillingness. But Ching Xio had already completely lost his patience with him. "Chop off his head, hang it on a horse lance, and let the people and soldiers of Gao Chong see it clearly." The head of the newly proclaimed king was skewered and raised high on a horse lance, placed where no one could miss it. This scene completely broke the psychological defenses of the defending soldiers. They had never wanted to defend the city or fight the Tang army. Now that Zhu Wenjing was dead, they had even less reason to continue fighting. "Duke Qing, don't attack the city, we surrender right now. We won't fight anymore. Please, when you enter the city, don't start a massacre. We were forced into this. Duke Qing, forgive us. We'll open the gates now." Not long after, the city gates slowly opened. The defending soldiers and civilians knelt obediently on both sides of the road, respectfully welcoming the royal army into the city. Ching Xio rode at the front of the group, his expression cold and stern. Wherever his gaze swept, people immediately lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. "Welcome, Duke Qing! Welcome, Duke Qing!" Someone shouted first, and soon the whole crowd followed, voices echoing to the skies. "If you had only detained the officials, I wouldn't have held you accountable. But now that you've taken part in the restoration of Gao Chong, how should I judge that crime?" At that moment, an elderly soldier nearest to Ching Xio's horse carefully crawled forward, respectfully cowed out a few times, then said bitterly, "We originally planned to explain everything and release the officials once you arrived. But that dog Zhu Wensheng took the chance to restore the Zhu royal family and told us that we would be executed by Duke Qing for treason. We had no choice but to cooperate with Zhu Wensheng. It was really against our will. Please show mercy, Duke Qing." His words drew agreement from many others. Everyone was afraid Ching Xio might order a massacre to purge the city. Ching Xio frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly reached out and caught something in midair, so fast that only a shadow remained. When the crowd looked closely, they realized that Ching Xio was holding an arrow that had just been shot at him. He caught it. Whether Gaochang locals or accompanying Tang soldiers, all were shocked that Ching Xio could react so fast as to catch an arrow from the air. That was absurd. But the soldiers immediately realized something was wrong. They snapped out of it and rushed to surround Ching Xio, shaken with fear. If not for his quick reflexes, that arrow might have taken him down. And they, the guards, had been completely useless. Who dares attack instead of surrendering? The soldiers raised their fire guns and fired into nearby houses. Screams burst out from different places. Only then did they realize that many assassins had been hiding in the surrounding homes. Sheru Gui was so furious he nearly cursed. He immediately ordered, "I'll go search now. Any assassin hiding in any house, kill them all, leave no survivors." Then Sheru Gui dismounted and went to Ching Xio for orders. "These Gaochang people are treacherous. Even after surrendering, they still hide assassins in homes. We can't be lenient." The Gaochang people were completely hopeless, kneeling and not daring to move. These assassins, of course, had nothing to do with them. They were remnants of the Zhu royal clan. But those bastards' crimes would surely bring disaster down on them too. Ching Xio threw away the arrow and said flatly, "Most of these assassins have nothing to do with civilians. First, sweep the entire city, especially the royal palace." Sheru Gui received the order. He turned and gave the surrendering officials and civilians a cold glare, which made them tremble. "First, detain all the surrendered. We'll deal with the remnants later." There were still quite a few remnants in the city. Under the army's sweeping operation, they were like mantises blocking a cart, completely powerless, quickly destroyed. Only around 1,000 stubborn fighters held out and hid in the royal palace, clearly determined to fight to the death. Ching Xio wasn't in a rush. He ordered the army to surround the palace and slowly attack using fire guns and crossbows. Outside, they also burned special smoke weapons to suffocate the palace. Who knows how many enemies died from the smoke? Ching Xio didn't even need to supervise in person. But he did order all the surrendered civilians and soldiers to be brought over, so they could see with their own eyes how the remnants of the former dynasty were being exterminated step by step. When the remnants realized the palace couldn't hold much longer, they made a desperate move. They brought out Wang Yao, who had been imprisoned in the palace, and used him as a hostage to force the Tang army to stop attacking. "You Tang people, if you don't stop, we'll kill him right now." They tied Wang Yao to a pole and raised it atop the palace so everyone could see. The attack was about to succeed. Seeing this, Sheru Gui hesitated slightly, then ordered the soldiers to stop and wait for Duke Qing's command. Wang Yao looked weak and panic-stricken. He had never seen real war before, and now he found himself right in the middle of it, in the worst possible way. Gone was the confident official from before. He now looked like a pitiful man awaiting execution. Ching Xio became interested in the scene and came to the front line. Just as he arrived, one of the rebel leaders held a crossbow and pointed it at Wang Yao. "Ching Xio, I know this man holds a high rank. If you don't back off, I'll shoot him now. Let's die together. How will you explain this to the court?" The rebel leader looked fierce, as if sure Ching Xio would be forced to retreat. Ching Xio looked back and saw countless surrendered soldiers and civilians watching. When they saw Wang Yao tied up, their faces were full of anger. Clearly, they were wishing the rebel would just shoot Wang Yao. Ching Xio shouted loudly, "When this campaign began, I told the soldiers, we are only here to suppress rebellion. Wang Yao committed grave crimes. His tyranny led to rebellion. He deserves death. We don't need you to kill him. Even if we rescued him alive, he'd still be executed by my hand." The rebel leader looked like he had lost his mind. Ching Xio cared even less about the hostage than he did. Bring the crossbow? No, never mind. Ching Xio pulled a small pistol from his sleeve. Without saying another word, he aimed at Wang Yanchao's head, and fired. Bang! With a thunderous gunshot, a bloody hole appeared in Wang Yanchao's forehead. His face still showed fear and confusion at the moment of death. The rebel leader was dumbfounded, holding his crossbow like a clown, frozen in place. Ching Xio calmly cleaned his pistol and gave a cold order: continue the assault. Take no prisoners. Kill them all. At this moment, the remnants hiding in the royal palace were finally truly terrified. They never imagined that Ching Xio's methods would be so ruthless and swift, that he would kill the hostage before they could act. If even the hostage could be killed just like that, what chance did they, the remaining rebels, have? Kill! With a single command from Xueran Gue, the soldiers used divine-grade cannons to blast open the palace gates. The army charged in without any more obstacles, slaughtering like tigers among sheep until the last enemy was eliminated. In the aftermath of the search, they found other bound and imprisoned civil officials in the underground palace. Without even untying their ropes, they were dragged before Ching Xio. Ching Xio was merciless with them, immediately questioning why they hadn't stopped Wang Yanchao's oppressive rule, but instead helped him incite rebellion throughout Gao Chong. Do you know how many were killed in the cleanup of Gao Chong City? 17 of our Tang soldiers died, because of you. The officials looked at one another, none daring to speak. It was true that the orders had come from Wang Yanchao, and they had foreseen the harsh consequences. But they were greedy for success, hoping to benefit alongside Wang Yanchao, so they simply went along with his governance, and ended up in this situation. We acknowledge our guilt. If Duke Qing deems us worthy of death, be it beheading or flaying, we have no complaints. One of the kneeling officials lowered his head, too ashamed to look Ching Xio in the eyes. Ching Xio immediately recognized him. His name was Zhang Kungsu, and he had also been selected through Ching Xio's own civil service exam. You have truly disappointed me. I thought those I personally selected would become the pillars of the state, yet you couldn't even govern a single city properly. Ching Xio sighed with regret. What made him angrier was that Wang Yanchao's performance back then had been one he was most satisfied with. Wang Yanchao is already dead, but his reckoning isn't over. His crimes cannot be washed away by mere death. Seize all his family property in Chang'an. Hang his corpse at the city gate for 3 days and nights, no one is allowed to claim the body. Ching Xio was not speaking out for the people of Gao Chong, but for the soldiers who had died because of Wang Yanchao. Those hot-blooded young men should have had proper battlefields. Even if they had to die, their deaths should have had value. But now, due to Wang Yanchao, many had died in a battle that could have been avoided. Ching Xio felt bitter every time he thought of it. Even just for the sake of those soldiers, Wang Yanchao had to be punished like this. As for the rest of you, all wages are revoked. You'll remain here as officials, serving under punishment. If any of you make another mistake, no matter how small, you'll be executed immediately. The officials had thought they were sure to die. They hadn't expected Ching Xio to show mercy. Though the other punishments were heavy, at least they would live. Ching Xio also felt helpless. These men were all talented individuals. Killing them all would be too wasteful. They needed time to grow. Ching Xio pulled out a pistol and said sternly, I'm sparing your lives today so you can serve the nation in the future. If there's ever another Wang Yanchao, I'll personally use this pistol to execute every person involved. If that day comes, we won't wait for your hand, we'll end ourselves first, the officials responded in unison. And they truly meant it. Ching Xio put away the pistol with a blank expression. The matter had come to an end, no more words were needed. Although the rebellion in Gao Chong sounded serious, after Ching Xio captured the capital with barely any bloodshed, the entire region quickly abolished the name Kingdom of Gao Chong and re-raised the flag of the Tang dynasty. After all, most of them had been coerced by the Zhu royal family into rebellion. Now that Ching Xio was offering them a way out, there was no reason to hesitate, better to surrender early. Ching Xio treated the people with relative leniency. Their previous rebellion would not be pursued, but the grain that Wang Yanchao had extorted from them would not be returned. Upon hearing this, the officials and civilians in all regions breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were short on food due to Wang Yanchao's exploitation, with Duke Qing now in charge, there was hope for survival. Originally, Suding Fongs was moving along, accepting cities that had already surrendered. But when he approached the final city, Sheru City, he found that it was still stubbornly flying the Zhu royal banner. From top to bottom, they declared their determination to resist to the end. Suding Fongs came personally to the city walls, looking up at the Gao Chong flag fluttering in the wind. He sneered. Back then, Duke Qing clearly said that any city that surrendered again after rebelling would be forgiven for everything. But these bastards refuse to surrender, thinking they can get away with it. They're openly defying Duke Qing's word. Pass on my order, in half an hour, we attack the city. If they haven't surrendered by then, once the city falls, not a single living thing shall remain, not man, woman, old, or young. A deputy beside him couldn't help but say, won't Duke Qing be displeased? He ordered us not to slaughter recklessly. I'll explain to Duke Qing myself, you don't need to worry. If I say kill, then kill. Suding Fongs seemed to disregard Ching Xio's instructions, but in truth, he understood perfectly well. Ching Xio surely knew this city hadn't surrendered. Yet he still sent Suding Fongs, not civil officials with peaceful negotiation orders. That meant Ching Xio had already decided to eliminate all the fence-sitters in this city. Otherwise, one day these people would rebel again when opportunity arose. When Suding Fongs' order was passed, the defending soldiers and civilians inside the city truly began to fear. The reason they hadn't surrendered yet was because they were hoping the Tang army would offer terms, give them a way out. In other words, they were trying to use this stubborn stance to bargain for a better outcome. But now, seeing there would be no bargaining, and that the Tang army was ready to kill, they began to waver. Didn't they say Duke Qing doesn't like mass killings? Why now does it sound like if we don't surrender, everyone will die? I say we just surrender. Better that than losing our heads. Yeah, I think so too. As this discussion went on, 15 minutes quickly passed. Dingfong grew impatient, regretting giving them so much time to think. Bring me my bow. Unwilling to waste more time, Dingfong took the bow, aimed at the Gao Chong banner on the city wall, and loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The banner pole snapped, the flag fell. The soldiers on the wall panicked and scrambled, visibly shaken. To hit a banner pole at that distance, this general's archery was extraordinary. You bastards up there, listen well. I've changed my mind. Half an hour is too long, you now have only 1 incense stick's time. If you don't surrender by then, we attack immediately. At that point, no one, no matter who, will be spared. Suding Fongs' archery had already shocked everyone into a state of terror. Now no one dared to have any wishful thinking. Even if they all fought to the death, the Tang army would definitely breach the city today. Before the soldiers on the city walls could even raise a flag to surrender, the soldiers guarding the city gate below had already taken the lead in opening the gate. One by one, they threw down their weapons and knelt on either side of the road to surrender. We are willing to surrender. General, please don't kill us. Their quick actions made the people on the city wall curse aloud, but they also hurried to follow suit, fearing that if they were a moment too late, the Tang army's blades would land on their heads. Enter the city. Dingfong waved his hand and gave the order without hesitation. Anyone in the city who still dares to carry a weapon, no need to speak, kill them on the spot. The soldiers and civilians in the city surrendered without resistance. The Jew family stationed there also realized that the situation was hopeless and could only try to flee as quickly as possible. The common people could survive, but as remnants of the previous dynasty, the Jew family had no chance of living. They had barely stepped out of their residence when someone shouted to seize them. Everyone, don't let them escape. Capture them and turn them into the Tang army for a reward. The Jew family cursed on the spot. They drew their blades and fought desperately, breaking through the encirclement of soldiers and civilians by force. These people had only wanted a reward, but seeing how hard it was to get the money, and even risking their lives, they gave up the chase. By the time Dingfong arrived, only a few Jew family women and children who hadn't managed to escape were captured. Dingfong wasn't surprised. After all, those who escaped posed no threat. Just as Dingfong was preparing to withdraw the troops, a young man in a hurry ran out of the crowd and shouted to him directly, General. General. Please hear me out. Dingfong glanced at him casually and signaled him to speak quickly. Seeing Dingfong's permission, the man was overjoyed and said, I'm a servant responsible for looking after the Jew family. When they tried to escape just now, they planned to flee to the kingdom of Lulan and hide there. This surprised Dingfong. What kind of joke is this? Would the kingdom of Lulan dare to shelter them? Aren't they afraid of the Tang army? General, although the whole world knows that the Tang army is invincible and divine, the king of Lulan has always been arrogant and conceited. If the Jew family offers him enough benefits, he might still take them in. Dingfong didn't know the situation in Lulan very well, but seeing that the young man seemed to have some knowledge of the western regions, he didn't dismiss his words. Give him some silver and send him home. The deputy general immediately took out some silver and tossed it to the man, but unexpectedly, the man didn't even look at it and shouted loudly. Please let me join the Tang army. Even if I can only serve tea and water for the general, it would be an honor. Don't judge me just because I'm from Gao Chong. My father is a pure Han Chinese, and I am wholeheartedly loyal to the Tang. As he spoke, he knelt and knocked his head several times toward Suding Fong. Please accept me, General. Your Han? Suding Fong pulled on his reins and looked the man over again. Indeed, he didn't look like a local from the western regions, but more like someone from the Central Plains. I don't mind having one more errand boy here, but if you come, you may not be put to good use. Seeing Suding Fong was willing, the man was overjoyed and said, for the general to take me in is already a great fortune. How could I dare ask for more? The man's kneeling posture reminded Suding Fong of his own days in Chang'an, when he was just an unknown guard. Very well, let's give him a chance. Suding Fong ordered that the man be taken into the army and assigned to the front lines to fight alongside the other soldiers. Suding Fong personally asked his name. He was called Chen Wuxiu. Suding Fong still doubted his words, but what he didn't know was that the Zhu family really did receive shelter from the king of Lulan later on. And the reason was absurd. They promised the king of Lulan that once the Tang army withdrew and they regained control of Gao Chong, they would restore their kingdom. By then, they would cede half of Gao Chong's territory to Lulan in exchange for protection. When Suding Fong's army returned to Gao Chong City, he originally intended to inform Ching Xio of the intelligence that the kingdom of Lulan might shelter the Zhu family. Unexpectedly, when he got back, Ching Xio had already taken the entire army and marched toward Lulan. He then realized that Ching Xio's information was even faster than his. He had already heard from traveling merchants that Lulan and the Zhu family had been secretly colluding. While Suding Fong was still hurrying back to Gao Chong, Ching Xio had already led his troops to Lulan. Along the way, he had sent a final ultimatum to the king of Lulan, ordering him to hand over all the Zhu family before the army arrived, or face total destruction. Originally, the king of Lulan thought the Tang army wouldn't bother attacking him over the Zhu family. But when he received the letter, King Wanulo finally realized the trouble he was in. He paced back and forth holding the letter, and eventually summoned the Zhu family to ask how to resolve the matter. Didn't you say the Tang army wouldn't go to war just to capture you? But now Ching Xio is coming with 5,000 elite cavalry, we can't stop them. King Wanulo pointed at the letter and roared angrily at Zhu Wenyu and his followers, you've really dragged me into disaster. Zhu Wenyu was not flustered. He exchanged a glance with his subordinates, then calmly bowed to the king of Lulan. Your Majesty, things have come to this. The royal family of Gao Chong and Lulan are now bound together. If one suffers, so does the other. We should think of a way to defeat the Tang army instead of being angry. Wanulo snorted coldly. I'm not bound together with you. If I hand you over now, I still have a way out. If that's the case, why haven't you handed us over already? Why summon us to discuss it? Wanulo raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp as he stared at Zhu Wenyu. But Zhu Wenyu remained calm. He had already seen through Wanulo's true thoughts. Gentlemen, please don't do this. Right now, our common enemy is the Tang army. How can we fall into disorder before even fighting? Seeing the tension escalating, the Prime Minister stepped out to smooth things over. With someone giving him a way out, Wanulo immediately acted as if he was just pretending to be angry. I summoned you because I honor my word. I won't break my promise just because the Tang army is powerful. Nice words, but everyone present knew very well that he couldn't let go of the promise Zhu Wenyu had made about giving up territory. This man feared the Tang army, yes, but he was also greedy, especially when he thought about the promise of land. He became blinded by profit. In the end, Your Majesty is just afraid you can't defeat the Tang army. But this is not without a solution. Zhu Wenyu acted extremely confident. Zhu Wenyu talked on and on in front of Wanulo, saying a whole lot, all about the flaws of the Tang army. Things like how the Tang army came from afar, their logistics were insufficient, the soldiers lacked the will to fight due to the long expedition, Lulan's cities were strong and hard to attack, and so on. By the end, he was just short of saying the Tang army would collapse at the first blow, like they were a soft persimmon that could be crushed with ease, nothing to fear at all. That idiot Wanulo actually believed everything he said, completely forgetting how this man had fled from Gao Chong in such a sorry state. So, you're saying if our army just holds the city, the Tang army will have to retreat due to lack of supplies? Absolutely. Zhu Wenyu answered firmly, as if he already knew the outcome. These two buffoons really were a perfect match, one daring to ask, the other daring to answer. Good, good. Wanulo rubbed his hands in excitement, as if he already saw himself taking half of the Gao Chong kingdom. The Empress, who was the only clear-headed person present, vaguely felt something was wrong. Just for a bit of territory, provoking such a powerful enemy, how could that be worth it? Your Majesty, should you perhaps reconsider? This is the Tang army, and Duke Qing is leading it himself. Wanulo waved his hand, you women know nothing. I have my own plans and strategies, no need for you to worry. The empress had no choice but to lower her head and step back, not daring to speak further. Although Wanulo was determined to protect the Zhu royal clan, he still hoped to avoid fighting the Tang army. After all, he'd heard many stories of their power. He then ordered the national treasury to bring out rare treasures, and even brought the Tang emperor's edict that had once conferred legitimacy on him, hoping to use these things to win the Tang army's mercy. Your Majesty is wise. It's indeed right to use various methods when dealing with Duke Qing. If peace can be made, even better. Zhu Wenyu immediately praised Wanulo. Only the empress sighed to herself. As if someone like Duke Qing could be persuaded by such cheap tricks. Although Ching Xio said he was going to punish Lulan and force them to hand over the Zhu clan, his army didn't march quickly. Instead, they slowly advanced, even trading with merchants along the way. Ching Xio didn't take Lulan seriously at all. That tiny kingdom had even less strength than Gao Chong. If war broke out, it would collapse instantly. By the time he reached the Lulan border with his army, many merchants had already gathered, eager to trade with him. He had brought many cotton garments, which were now luxury items in the western regions, comparable to silk and porcelain. People scrambled to buy, even at prices higher than gold. The merchants weren't just after goods, they all wanted a chance to meet Ching Xio personally, to build some connections. But Ching Xio had no interest in these people. He stationed his troops at the Lulan border, ready to attack at any moment. The heavenly army is here. They'll probably surrender before we even fight. Duke Qing is mighty. The merchants all scrambled to flatter Ching Xio, but he didn't respond at all. What did the Lulan people say? The envoy returned, and Ching Xio asked immediately. This is a letter sent a few days ago by their king from the capital, asking you to read it. Also, those. He pointed to several large boxes on the border. There were also many Lulan officials waiting to meet Ching Xio, all smiling and bowing humbly. Let them in, Ching Xio said. He wanted to see what kind of excuse the king of Lulan would come up with. The officials were delighted and quickly had laborers carry the boxes forward. This is a small gift from our king. Please accept it, Duke Qing. They opened the boxes in person. Inside were piles of gold, silver, and jewels, along with various Western region crafts, jade, agate stones, and more. Although these things looked dazzling, to the incredibly wealthy Ching Xio, they meant nothing. But considering Lulan's poverty, this must have emptied half their treasury. What's the meaning of this? Ching Xio drew his sword and pointed at the boxes. Is this money meant to reward my troops so they'll fight harder against you? Duke Qing, you jest. These treasures are just a greeting gift from our king. Please don't think them too small. The official smiled flatteringly and personally presented a tray to Ching Xio. On the tray was a jade seal and a sealed imperial edict. Ching Xio didn't even need to look. He knew they were the seal and decree given to Lulan by Emperor Gaozu of Tang when the kingdom was first established, officially recognizing them as a vassal state. You bring these out to use the retired emperor to pressure me? Ching Xio gave them a meaningful look. We wouldn't dare. The envoys trembled, quickly bowing. Our king means only to ask that you consider Lulan's long history of loyalty to Tang and our regular tributes. Please withdraw your army in peace. War is worse than peace. If we can avoid loss for both sides and keep the people safe, wouldn't that be better? In truth, the king of Lulan just wanted to use meaningless gold and silver to keep the Zhu clan safe. Ching Xio didn't wait for the man to finish. He waved his hand and shouted, enough chatter. I'll just ask, where are the Zhu family? I already warned Wanulo, hand over the Zhu clan, and he remains a vassal of Tang. The envoy fell silent. The others exchanged glances, unable to respond. Wanulo would rather go to war than hand over the Zhu clan. There was no way these envoys could agree to this. One glance, and Ching Xio understood exactly what they were thinking. Men. With one wave of his hand, soldiers stepped forward and surrounded the envoys. Duke Qing, what is the meaning of this? The envoys panicked. But Ching Xio gave no explanation. He immediately ordered them all executed. The bottom line for peace is handing over the Zhu family. Now that the king of Lulan refuses, I'll take my army to Lulan city and capture him and the Zhu clan myself. Killing envoys meant no more room for negotiation. This battle would not end until Lulan was destroyed. The envoys still begged for mercy in panic, but they were dragged to the city wall and beheaded in full view of the guards. If you do not surrender, this will be your fate too. Ching Xio ordered all the gold and silver treasures sent by the king of Lulan to be dumped onto the ground like garbage, and the imperial edict and jade seal from Lulan to be completely destroyed. This meant that from that moment on, Lulan would no longer be a vassal state of the Great Tang. It had become a mortal enemy, to be fought to the death. The entire army immediately took out the components of the Shinji cannons and began orderly assembly. The Lulan soldiers on the city walls still didn't know how terrifying the Shinji cannons were, lining up in formation on the walls as if ready for a fierce, last-stand battle. They had no idea the Tang army had no intention of giving them that chance. Very soon, dozens of fully assembled Shinji cannons were aimed directly at the earthen city walls. Ching Xio reached into his coat to take out his pistol, preparing to give the order to fire, but suddenly sensed something was off. Before the cannons could even fire, the Lulan soldiers on the walls were already in complete chaos. They fled back into the city in panic, abandoning the walls entirely. In just a short moment, not a single soldier remained on the wall. What's going on? Did they surrender? Shui Rengue raised his telescope to look, completely confused. Even if they were surrendering, they should at least open the gates and come out to show their intentions. Why wasn't anyone there at all? Ching Xio felt the situation was very strange. He ordered Shui Rengue to take a squad of elite soldiers and follow him to the city gate. He then ordered the Shinji cannons to blow the gate open. The cannons fired, and the gates shattered. Shui Rengue charged in at the head of the group, fully prepared for a bloody fight. But once inside, he found that the city's soldiers and civilians were already in complete disarray, and some soldiers were rushing to the west side of the city. They clearly had no time or energy to deal with the Tang army breaking through. This is ridiculous. Shui Rengue didn't rush the attack. He first ordered the soldiers to secure the walls and was about to send scouts ahead when he saw a group of Lulan soldiers, already defeated, fleeing toward them in a panic. It's obvious, someone else attacked from the west and already broke through the city. These guys are patching leaks, completely powerless. Shui Rengue then noticed that Ching Xio had, at some point, followed him into the city. He immediately asked, "Boss, what do we do with these people?" He pointed ahead at the Lulan soldiers fleeing from the west. "We are willing to surrender to the heavenly army of Great Tang. Please, General, allow us to submit. General, please show mercy and accept our surrender." Ching Xio found it laughable. Before the battle, these men had wanted to fight to the death. Now, the city had been breached from the other side by some unknown force, and they were begging the Tang army to spare them, to avoid being slaughtered by whoever had really broken through. Have the brothers fire arrows. Save the gunpowder, Ching Xio said flatly. Shui Rengue took the lead, pulling out his bow and shooting an arrow straight through the head of the lead soldier. Then the soldiers unleashed a rain of arrows, killing all the fleeing soldiers on the spot. At this point, the city was in total chaos. Ching Xio didn't know who else was attacking the city, but the most important thing now was to take control of it first. He was about to order the army to enter the city when suddenly, a group of heavily armored cavalry charged straight toward them. These riders wore armor different from that of the Central Plains, more like that of the Dashi, Arab, people. Their armor even covered their faces, and their tall, burly builds made them quite intimidating. Shui Rengue was about to order a second volley of arrows, but Ching Xio stopped him immediately. They're within bow range, but they're not preparing to shoot. These people have no intention of fighting us. But it's unclear who they are. We can't tell if they're friend or foe. If we let them get too close, there could be losses. Ching Xio hesitated for a few seconds, but still ordered Shui Rengue not to shoot. He personally stepped to the front of the formation and shouted loudly, "Halt! If you come any closer, we will consider it an attack and fire immediately." The loud shout worked. The riders stopped their horses at once, and their leader dismounted and came forward to salute Ching Xio. This move confused Ching Xio and the Tang soldiers. And when the man removed his helmet, Ching Xio was shocked. Shui Rengue couldn't help laughing and cursing on the spot. "So it's you? Haha, you little rascal." Under the helmet was Chen Rong, the house guard whom Ching Xio had once sent to the western regions to take charge of the mercenaries. "Master, it's been more than a year since we parted. I never thought we'd meet again here." Chen Rong was full of emotion. "You've really given me a huge surprise." Ching Xio dismounted and looked Chen Rong over. His face now showed more wear than before, and his eyes carried a sharper killing intent. Clearly, he had seen plenty of battle in the western regions. "I was leading my men as hired escorts for merchant caravans. When I heard you were marching on Lulan, I figured I'd take this border city as a welcome gift for your arrival." Chen Rong then barked an order to his men, who dismounted and removed their helmets, kneeling before Ching Xio. "This is Duke Qing, your master now. From today, your lives are in his hands. If he says die, you die, no talking back." Hearing that this was Ching Xio, they immediately dismounted and knelt, showing respect. Ching Xio now saw that these soldiers were not of Western European race, and many had the dark skin of Kunlun slaves. "We are willing to die for our master," they declared in extremely broken Chinese. "Master, just lead your brothers out of the city and wait. There's no need for you to lift a hand, we'll handle this city ourselves." Chen Rong put his helmet back on and led his mixed-race mercenaries back into the city to hunt down the remaining Lulan soldiers. Gue scratched his head. This guy's doing pretty well, even these barbarians are following his orders like trained troops. Ching Xio decided to give Chen Rong a chance. He led the entire army out of the city and waited for him to finish clearing out the enemy. The battle had started at noon and continued into the night without pause. By nightfall, flames raged inside the city. Besides the sounds of fighting, there were also intermittent, miserable cries and screams. Everyone realized something unusual was happening. Chen Rong was probably not just killing soldiers, he was likely massacring many Lulan civilians as well. But Ching Xio, hearing the screams, remained unmoved. He sent no one to stop Chen Rong. Lulan had dared to rebel. Even the commoners in the city had been ready to fight to the death. Clearly, they didn't understand the might of the Tang army, or the price of resisting. In that case, let Chen Rong teach them a lesson, cleanse the city of any remaining rebellious elements, so there would be no trouble in the future. Until midnight, the shouting in the city gradually subsided. Only then did Chen Rong lead his group of mercenaries, composed of black and white men, out of the city. These soldiers were almost all covered in blood-stained armor, with large amounts of goods and silver on their horses. They were also dragging many captured men and women with ropes, pulling them like livestock. Clearly, these captives were also part of the spoils of war from this battle. Stay outside the city and wait. Without the order of the Duke of Qing, no one is allowed to enter the city, anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Chen Rong had his mercenaries camp on the spot, then immediately went to report to Ching Xio. As you can see, the city has been conquered. All 10,000 soldiers in the city have been executed, not a single one left alive. And we've also looted all the houses. Those who refused the rule of the king have been executed. A large number of young men and women have been taken as captives. He truly fought this battle as an act of ethnic cleansing, killing the old and young, and keeping the able-bodied as slaves. In the chaotic western regions, this was common. Only Ching Xio aimed to completely occupy and integrate the territory, to operate the cities. Otherwise, most people acted like bandits, plundering and destroying the city before leaving ruins behind, without considering long-term occupation. Looking at the captured young men and women, kneeling, shivering, and covered in wounds, Ching Xio felt pity. Just this morning, they were standing on the city wall, shouting alongside the soldiers, vowing to fight the Tang army to the death. If we encounter cities that resist like this again, we can let Chen Rong and his mercenaries attack first. It will intimidate the enemy and spare us from being labeled as bloodthirsty, Ching Xio thought. Seeing the boastful and joyful mercenaries, an idea came to Ching Xio's mind. Bring them over. I want to reward them. Chen Rong immediately called for them. Some of the mercenaries looked terrified at just hearing his voice and quickly came to bow before Ching Xio. Greetings to the Duke of Qing. They all knelt before him with perfect manners, not daring to lift their heads to look. At first, Ching Xio was surprised. This was their first meeting, why were they so afraid? But seeing Chen Rong beside him, he started to understand. You've all worked hard in this siege. Later, each of you can collect your reward from the army. The mercenaries were happy to hear this, but a single angry shout from Chen Rong made them immediately lower their heads. What are you so happy about? Winning battles is your job. The Duke of Qing wants to reward you, and you actually dare to feel deserving? Don't forget, your lives belong to him. As he spoke, Chen Rong knocked his saber scabbard, and the men flinched in fear again, not daring to speak. Ching Xio was surprised. These people feared Chen Rong this much? You sure have a unique way of managing soldiers, taming these barbarians to such a degree, Ching Xio remarked. Chen Rong gave a bitter smile, then removed his armor to show a long scar from his left shoulder down to his right waist, gruesome and horrifying. Ching Xio knew that if the blade had gone a bit deeper, Chen Rong would not be alive today. Clearly, his time in the western regions had been hard and bloody. I was lucky to survive. After that, I understood, you have to treat these Kunlun and Roman slaves like pigs and dogs if you want to tame them. Back then, Chen Rong brought Ching Xio's orders to take charge of over 3,000 Kunlun slaves gifted by the prince of the Jueluo kingdom. He wanted to send word for further instructions, but due to constant war and chaos, even sending a letter was nearly impossible. Soon, his funds ran out, and he had no choice but to become a mercenary with his slaves, guarding merchant caravans to earn money. The hardships were unspeakable. His slaves died in battle, ran away, or even conspired with bandits to rebel, nearly costing him his life. Under such pressure, he had to gather desperate men and cruelly tame them into obedience. He couldn't even count how many of his own men he had personally killed to maintain control. To this day, his mercenaries fear him to their very bones. And yet, they still follow him without question, because he had real ability. He could make them money, and when they attacked cities, he let them burn, kill, and loot freely. Everything they took was theirs. With this mix of fear and reward, even though he treated them inhumanely, these black and white mercenaries still followed him loyally. Ching Xio was deeply moved and felt somewhat guilty toward Chen Rong. You were just a house guard in Chang'an. Now you're risking your life out here in this desolate land. This goes far beyond your duties. Chen Rong laughed. Master, what are you saying? If it's for you, dying is worth it. Besides, your kindness is deeper than the sea. Ching Xio said no more, just patted his shoulder silently. Since these men are yours, I won't command them directly. Then, seeing the kneeling, vacant-eyed civilian captives, he asked, what do you plan to do with them? That depends on them. Usually, we sell the younger men, keep some older ones and women as slaves, and drive them ahead during the next siege to absorb the arrows. He spoke casually, without a hint of shame. That was how they took this city, forcing earlier captives to charge first and absorb the arrows and logs, then trampling over their corpses to continue the assault. Though cruel, in the western regions, without overwhelming force, mercy meant death. Ching Xio looked at the young captives with pity, not because he felt sorry, but because they were productive people, and using them as slaves was a huge waste. Now that all the rebels in the city were dead, the remaining submissive ones could be resettled. If you're going to sell them anyway, why not sell them all to me? He proposed to the mercenaries, would you mind selling them all to me? Of course not, they quickly replied. But Chen Rong immediately drew his scabbard and slapped the loudest one across the face. If the Duke of Qing wants them, you should feel honored to give them for free. How dare you mention money? Ungrateful dog. A white mercenary couldn't help but mutter softly, it's not that we want money, it's Lord Qing who wants to buy. Before he could finish his sentence, the scabbard Chen Rong threw had already smashed into the man's nose, immediately causing blood to flow profusely. But the white man didn't even dare to wipe it. He just quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Enough. Why blame them for something like this? Ching Xio took the red-face role with a gentle tone. Brothers just risked their lives to take the city. Don't talk about buying, even if I don't want their slaves, giving money for nothing would still be deserved. Chen Rong said angrily, Master, these people cannot be allowed to grow arrogant. Listen to me. I'll take all these slaves, no matter the market price, I'll add a piece of cloth on top. Ching Xio offered such a generous price that the mercenaries were immediately moved to tears and thanked him repeatedly. You lucky bastards, get up. Tonight, set up camp outside the city. Without my order, whoever touches the city wall will be executed on the spot. Chen Rong still cursed nonstop, making Shui Rengui's face twitch. He couldn't imagine who could dare to manage soldiers like this in the army. Otherwise, during battle, the soldiers behind would surely turn their weapons on their own commander. Don't mind Chen Rong's way. He understands better than anyone, for such wild wolves and tigers, without harsh methods, you can't intimidate them. Ching Xio explained with a smile to Shui Rengui. Even though most of the civilians in the city had already been slaughtered by the mercenaries, there were still more than 10,000 young men and women left. These people didn't know the relationship between the Tang army and the mercenaries. They only knew that Ching Xio spent a large sum of money to buy them from the mercenaries, and they were extremely grateful. Ching Xio ordered his soldiers to untie their ropes and shackles. Everyone immediately knelt and thanked him for saving their lives. Today, I originally only intended to capture the city and then pacify the people. But unfortunately, your king made too many enemies, and someone else attacked and broke the city first, leading to the slaughter and enslavement of the city's people. If you had chosen to surrender early on, how would today's tragedy have occurred? Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in regret and cried sorrowfully. Before the battle, they had foolishly thought they could fight the Tang army for a year here. In the end, they all became slaves, and their lives no longer belonged to themselves. Seeing the timing was right, Ching Xio generously gestured for everyone to rise and stop kneeling. I ask you, do you want to stay in this city and live as free people? We would certainly like that, but now, sigh. We have now fallen into slavery. Everything depends on Lord Qing's arrangements. We only hope you'll spare our lives. Ching Xio said calmly, from now on, do you still dare to go against our great Tang? Will you help foreign enemies rebel in times of crisis? How could we dare? As long as Lord Qing spares our lives, it is already a great mercy. Everyone spoke fearfully to show their loyalty. In that case, I will free all of you. You are no longer slaves. Everyone was utterly shocked and looked up at Ching Xio in disbelief. They thought they had misheard. Lord Qing had spent so much money to buy them, only to give them freedom. Our great Tang is benevolent. In the eyes of the Holy Emperor, all under heaven are treated with equal kindness. Since you have sincerely submitted, I naturally must restore your freedom, so you can wholeheartedly serve our Tang Empire. Ching Xio's tone was calm, but it moved the people to tears. They had never imagined that there was such a magnanimous and kind leader in the world. In comparison, thinking back to the unruly Western soldiers who looted and burned cities, and the tyrannical king of Lulan, Ching Xio was like a refreshing stream. Lord Ching is righteous and kind. How could we not serve you with all our lives? Everyone kowtowed to Ching Xio repeatedly, filled with emotion. From that moment on, none of them ever harbored blind loyalty toward the Lulan kingdom. Their lives were now fully devoted to Lord Ching. Ching Xio, of course, kept his promise. He not only freed these people but also distributed all the unclaimed land in the city to them for farming. However, Ching Xio was no fool. He required these Lulan civilians to hand over 60% of their harvest from the first 3 years as repayment for their redemption. This tax was carefully calculated by Ching Xio, leaving them just enough money for daily expenses while ensuring he could recoup every bit of the money he had spent, plus interest. Even with such a heavy tax, no one objected. They agreed on the spot. Being able to survive and keep their freedom was already fortune within misfortune. How could they dare ask for more? And in fact, Ching Xio's move not only won him the hearts of these 10,000 people. Soon, the news that he ransomed and distributed land to Lulan civilians spread throughout the kingdom. From commoners to officials, no one wasn't amazed by Ching Xio's generosity and strategy. They had often heard that Ching Xio treated the people like his own children, was lenient and compassionate, and thought it was just rumors. But now, such a vivid example was right before their eyes. How could anyone doubt it? This shock to Lulan was even more terrifying than 1,000,000 soldiers. Civilians even started doubting the rumors their king had spread about the Tang army. Some even escaped under the cover of night, heading toward Ching Xio upon hearing that taxes in Tang-occupied cities were lower than in their own country. This unrest in the civilian population gave the Lulan king a huge headache. He had to issue a nationwide order forbidding defection and executed nearly 100 escapees to barely stabilize the situation, but it was already too late. After only a short rest, Ching Xio once again led his army westward to attack more cities. This time, Ching Xio didn't rely solely on force. He cleverly used tactics, ordering Chen Rong to lead his mercenaries like wolves and tigers to assault the city, publicly declaring that when the city fell, all its civilians would be slaughtered. Then Ching Xio followed closely with the Tang army and generously promised that if the city surrendered, everything would remain unchanged and not a single civilian would be harmed. This good cop, bad cop routine worked perfectly. Wherever they went, Lulan's officials and civilians surrendered without resistance. The Tang army swept forward like a song. In just 7 or 8 days, they had taken more than half of Lulan's territory and were now threatening the capital. One day, Ching Xio once again led his army steadily toward Xiaonan City. This city was Lulan's last stronghold in the east. Once it fell, the capital would be completely exposed to Tang's army, with no protection. This time, Ching Xio still used his old trick. He ordered Chen Rong and his mercenaries to assault the city first. When the timing was right, he would personally arrive. He was resting with his army at an oasis, planning to depart after noon, when suddenly a battlefield report from Chen Rong arrived from the front lines. Previously, just before attacking the city, the officers inside suddenly requested to negotiate with Ching Xio, asking the mercenaries to pause their assault and inviting Lord Ching to come in person. At first, Chen Rong didn't take their words seriously and still decided to continue the siege. But when he found out who the negotiator was, he immediately sent a letter to Ching Xio to ask whether he wanted to negotiate. The one inviting Ching Xio to negotiate was none other than a member of the royal Zhu family, whom Ching Xio had been chasing all the way to Lulan. After reading the letter, Ching Xio gave a cold laugh. The Zhu family is trying to play tricks with me. Sheru and Gui also saw through their ploy. They keep saying they want to negotiate with you personally, but insist that you enter the city with only a few attendants and no army. Their intentions are clearly malicious. Whether this person truly wanted to negotiate or planned to pull something sneaky, once Ching Xio entered the city, they would have complete control. Officers from all sides of the army gave their suggestions. If the Zhu family is really in Xiaonan City, then Chen Rong should immediately seal off all exits and coordinate with our army to attack. Leave them no way to escape. We are willing to take the lead and personally enter the city to capture the Zhu family members, dead or alive. We will complete the mission. Everyone volunteered and even said they were willing to accept military punishment if they failed. But Ching Xio thought for a long time and then directly rejected their suggestions. Sheru and Gui, pick a dozen elite soldiers. You will accompany me into the city later. The entire army was in an uproar. You must not. This is obviously a trap. Lord Ching must not fall for it. Please reconsider, Lord Qing. You must not let anything happen to you. Who will govern the western region if something goes wrong? All officers unanimously opposed the decision, except Shui Rengue, who remained silent. General Shui, won't you persuade Lord Qing? Everyone tried to get Shui Rengue to join them in dissuading Ching Xio. But unexpectedly, Shui Rengue stood up and began selecting brave elite soldiers from the army. He understood Ching Xio better than anyone. Once Ching Xio made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would change it. Moreover, he must have weighed the risks and was confident in his plan. I know everyone is worried, but this matter is not as simple as it looks. I estimate that I will be gone for no more than a day. I will return to meet the army then, no need to worry about me. Ching Xio mounted his horse and galloped toward Xiaonan City. Go! Shui Rengue no longer spoke and immediately led the soldiers to follow. Those who were ordered to stay behind were restless, but Ching Xio's military orders were absolute. No one dared disobey. They could only watch helplessly as Ching Xio left. Lord Qing won't really meet some misfortune, right? Even if he's unmatched in martial arts, there are 20,000 Lulan soldiers in Xiaonan City. How could he possibly escape? The officers shook their heads and sighed. On the road, Shui Rengue was unusually silent, not saying a word. Ching Xio knew him best. When he acted like this, it meant he had resolved to fight to the death. He had already prepared for the worst, to fight side by side with Lord Qing and a dozen men, slashing their way out of thousands of enemy soldiers. Why don't you ask me why I'm doing this? Ching Xio suddenly asked. Shui Rengue shook his head. I don't want to waste words. Since you've already made your decision, I'll just follow it. You wouldn't listen to me anyway. Haha. Ching Xio couldn't help but laugh. Shui Rengue really understood him. Let me tell you, once we enter the city, they will definitely trap us and make outrageous demands. If we refuse, they'll surround and capture us. Then why are you still going to negotiate with them? Ching Xio looked extremely confident, because they can't do anything to me. As long as you lead these elite soldiers to fight with me to the death, those tens of thousands of Lulan troops are nothing but grass. As long as I go to this negotiation, everyone in the western region will see that we fear no army, we go boldly to negotiations, and it's the Lulan people who are treacherous, breaking the agreement and capturing our envoys. From every angle, it was a deal with no downside. Of course Ching Xio had to go. Others didn't understand, but Ching Xio was certain, those tens of thousands of soldiers could not stop them. Shui Rengue was momentarily stunned by Ching Xio's heroic spirit. He himself was ready to die, but Ching Xio acted like he was going on a casual trip, without the slightest fear. He really couldn't imagine how Lord Qing could have such a strong heart. Boss, no matter what happens, I'm going with you. Live or die, I don't care. Shui Rengue said with a laugh. Die my ass. Ching Xio said casually, not only will neither of us die, but none of the brothers who go with us will die either. At the same time, beneath Xiaonan City. For the first time, the mercenaries, usually like wolves and tigers, stood in disciplined formation at every city gate. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi paced nervously inside the city, thinking about how to escape. He never intended to negotiate with Ching Xio. Promising the king of Lulan to come here for negotiations was just a ruse to find an opportunity to flee. Everyone in the western region could already see that it was only a matter of time before the Tang army conquered Lulan. He had to escape before the capital fell. Otherwise, if caught by Ching Xio, his entire clan would be doomed. Now he had used this excuse to come here, but before he could escape, the city was surrounded by mercenaries. There was no way out. Ching Xio will never agree to negotiations. War is inevitable. With Lulan's useless army, how can they stop the mercenaries? After the city falls, who knows if I'll get a chance to flee? He paced nervously, sweat rolling down his forehead. Report. Just then, a messenger rushed over with urgent news. They've started attacking the city? Zhu Yi immediately panicked. No. The front line just received word, Ching Xio has agreed to negotiate and is already galloping here. Zhu Yi was stunned for a long time, thinking he had misheard. After confirming the report several times, he finally believed it. And our conditions? He agreed. Yes, Ching Xio agreed to enter the city with fewer than 20 attendants, and he is coming personally to negotiate. Zhu Yi was overjoyed on the spot. Gee. He clapped his hands excitedly, even getting carried away with pride. When he first set the condition and invited Ching Xio to negotiate, he had absolutely no expectations. With such conditions, no one would agree. But Ching Xio actually agreed, and even promised one more condition. As long as he entered the city, then the place would be heavily surrounded by troops. No matter what conditions he raised, whether to kill or flay, it would all be up to him. Even if Ching Xio brought over 20 followers, each capable of fighting 100, it would still be impossible to break out of the city. Everyone says Ching Xio is a brilliant strategist and a hero. Why is he so foolish today, personally walking into such an obvious trap? Zhu Wenyi's deep worries vanished instantly. He had never felt such joy. When Ching Xio enters the city shortly, make sure to examine him carefully, and confirm that it's really Ching Xio himself, not someone impersonating him. Zhu Wenyi gave strict orders again and again. At last, he saw hope of a breakthrough. Just thinking of capturing Ching Xio alive, such an achievement, made him tremble with excitement. Perhaps the fallen state of Gao Chong might really be reborn through him. An hour later, Ching Xio and his people finally arrived under Shaonan City. As soon as they arrived, Chen Rong came forward and said, "Master, you must not enter the city. Let me go in your place instead." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You don't understand, these Westerners have no sense of honor. What they promise with words means nothing. If you go in, you will surely die." Chen Rong even grabbed Ching Xio's horse by the head and refused to let go, insisting he not enter the city. "Old Chen, the boss already made his decision. Besides, I'm going with him. What are you afraid of?" Shui Mogu said. "What kind of follower are you saying something like that?" Chen Rong flew into a rage. "You've received many favors from the master, and you're just going to watch him walk to his death without trying to stop him? The boss doesn't intend to die." "Nonsense." Ching Xio could no longer stand their bickering and ordered both of them to shut up. "Chen Rong, stand down. This is a military order. Disobey and I will execute you." Ching Xio's expression changed, no longer calm and gentle. "Even if you kill me, you're not going in." Chen Rong stayed stubborn. Ching Xio didn't waste another word. He ordered the soldiers to pull Chen Rong aside and tightly tie him up. Chen Rong could only cry out in despair, helplessly watching as Ching Xio entered the city gates. "Damn it! You bastards just going to stand there? Untie me, now!" Chen Rong cursed furiously. Only after Ching Xio had gone far did the mercenaries dare come and untie him. Once Ching Xio had entered, the Lulan people quickly closed and double-locked the gates. Even a fool could see their intentions. Chen Rong's face was gloomy. Then he gave a new order. "Seal off this city. If anyone lets a single person out, I'll kill him myself. And tell the Lulan people, if Duke Qing comes out with even a single mark missing, when we take the city, not even chickens or dogs will be spared. If one person survives, I'll consider it a defeat." Seeing Ching Xio really enter the city alone, Zhu Wenyi thought he was hallucinating. But once he confirmed it was indeed Ching Xio, he was overcome with joy. "No matter how powerful you are in the Tang dynasty, today I want you dead, you'll die," he thought proudly. But Ching Xio acted like he didn't care about him at all, swaggering through the army with a dozen men, more majestic than a military parade. Zhu Wenyi tried to greet him ceremoniously, but Ching Xio didn't even look, walking straight past. For a moment, Zhu Wenyi felt like it wasn't Ching Xio caught in enemy territory, but himself. Ching Xio didn't wait for arrangements, simply walked into the banquet hall and sat at the main seat. Shui Mogu sat second. The soldiers stood silently by, giving off a suffocating pressure. Even the Lulan people, who thought it would be easy to capture them, found it hard to look down on Ching Xio now. With such confidence, everyone wondered, does Ching Xio really have something up his sleeve? Zhu Wenyi grew anxious. He immediately brought in over 40 heavily armored soldiers to stand around him. Still feeling unsafe, he had more men block Ching Xio's group from behind. The talks hadn't even begun, and his fear was already obvious, making Ching Xio look down on him even more. "Duke Qing, we are gathered here today." Before he could finish, Shui Mogu shouted sharply. "Watch your tongue. Why haven't you bowed to Duke Qing? Who gave you permission to sit down?" Zhu Wenyi was stunned. He didn't expect Shui Mogu to flip the script. "Who's really trapped here, Ching Xio or himself?" Ching Xio said calmly, "Even the king of Lulan kneels before me. Who do you think you are?" His overwhelming presence left Zhu Wenyi unable to move. Then all of Ching Xio's men took a step forward in unison. The sound of iron armor clanking made hearts tremble. Zhu Wenyi glanced back at his own soldiers. They didn't even dare face off against the Tang soldiers. Useless fools. Zhu Wenyi cursed them in his heart. Despite looking down on them, he knelt fast enough himself, performing a proper bow to Ching Xio. "No need for formality, take your seat." Ching Xio waved casually. "Speak plainly. If there's nothing important, we'll leave now." Zhu Wenyi's face flickered with uncertainty. After a while, he said, "Duke Qing, your recent attacks on Lulan, isn't it all to capture my Zhu family?" "Exactly. You've saved me a lot of effort by walking into the city yourself." "No, it's not like that." Zhu Wenyi quickly said, "The Gao Chong kingdom is gone. We only seek a place to live now, and no longer dare to compete with Tang for Gao Chong's land. Why won't you spare us? Ching Xio laughed aloud. His soldiers followed with hearty laughter, like they had heard the greatest joke ever. Wenyi didn't understand what Ching Xio was laughing at. He couldn't speak or smile, only sit there awkwardly like a clown. Ching Xio stopped laughing and asked coldly. You hid in Lulan and promised Wanulo that when Lulan is restored, you'll cede most of the land. Isn't that to resist my Tang? Wenyi's face flushed red on the spot. Now, in front of the ministers and soldiers of Lulan, he couldn't possibly claim that those words were just a temporary expedient. Otherwise, what would they think? That was in the past. I propose that the Tang army withdraw, restore Lulan's original borders, and let the king continue bowing to the Tang Empire. How about that? Wenyi finally spoke with some rare firmness. His tone didn't sound like a negotiation, it was more like a final ultimatum. Absolutely impossible. I've said from the beginning, one of the key conditions for a ceasefire is handing over all members of the Zhu family. As for the land already conquered, how could it be returned? That's territory our Tang Empire has already claimed. What a joke, it's as if one could seize land back from Ching Xio. Wenyi was dumbfounded on the spot. He never imagined that even now, while surrounded, Ching Xio would still dare to speak so boldly. I'd like to ask you, Duke Qing, after you capture me again, what will you do? Wenyi gritted his teeth and asked. Depending on the circumstances, beheading or imprisonment, Ching Xio replied calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. But judging by the crimes of your family, almost all of you will be executed. Then how can you expect me to willingly surrender to you now? Wenyi could no longer sit still. He stood up on the spot and even drew his sword from his waist, stabbing it into the table. At this moment, arrogance completely overcame his fear of Ching Xio. He dared to speak to him so rudely. Sheru raised an eyebrow and was about to draw his sword, but Ching Xio stopped him. You can choose not to surrender yourself. Worst case, when the city falls, I'll have you all skinned and executed, every last one of you. You'll die far worse than now. What a joke. Right now, I have the upper hand, even your life is in my hands. Wenyi completely lost control and tore off all pretense. He was about to order the soldiers to arrest Ching Xio, but unexpectedly, Ching Xio suddenly stood up, pulled a throwing dagger from his sleeve, and flung it through the air. Whiz! In an instant, the blade flew through the air and struck Wenyi right in the forehead. His face still held a stunned expression. The hand he had raised had not yet come down before he collapsed to the floor, limbs splayed. The armored guards who had been preparing to act stood there in shock. They never imagined Ching Xio would take out Wenyi in an instant. Before the negotiations, Wenyi had even discussed with them, as soon as he gave the order, they would seize Ching Xio immediately. But unexpectedly, Ching Xio struck first and directly killed Wenyi. Everyone froze in place, not knowing what to do. You aided a traitor and opposed the Tang Empire. And now, you even dared to try and arrest me? You clearly don't value your lives. Ching Xio kicked the banquet table aside and stood up, pulling a pistol from his cloak. Quick as lightning, he shot and killed the leader of the armored guards. The iron armor couldn't withstand the powerful bullet. The man didn't even make a sound before falling dead. Sheru. At Ching Xio's shout, Shui immediately drew his long saber and, with a loud roar, charged the guards. The guards never expected Sheru to charge at them alone. Flustered, they tried to raise their weapons, but Shui rushed in and, with one stab, pierced a man clean through, armor and all. Tang's weaponry was far superior to that of the western regions. Now, with Ching Xio's upgrades, cutting through their armor was like slicing through paper. The Lulan ministers quickly scrambled to the side and ordered dozens of guards to surround and kill Ching Xio's group. Ching Xio stepped forward onto Wenyi's body, pulled out the dagger, and casually dodged a sword that slashed at him from behind. With a light flick of the wrist, he stabbed behind him. Thud! The blade pierced the attacker's chest. His armor might as well have been paper. With a back kick, Ching Xio sent the body flying, then dashed into the guards with his dagger, slaughtering alongside his comrades. Though they were only about a dozen men, they drove back over 40 fully armed guards with ease, completely unstoppable. Out of the way! Sheru wielded dual blades, charging like a god of war, cutting a path through the enemy and kicking open the mansion gates. Outside the gate, nearly 1,000 soldiers were waiting in formation. But instead of the guards they expected, a Tang general came bursting out. They stared in disbelief. What happened to their side? Wenyi is dead. Surrender now or face the same fate. Sheru gave them no time to respond. He pulled a grenade from his chest and threw it into the crowd. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, many soldiers hadn't even realized what had happened before being blown to pieces. The smoke and blast sent the Lulan formation into chaos. They panicked, realizing that something had gone wrong with the negotiation, and immediately surged into the mansion, shouting and killing as they went. Meanwhile, Ching Xio decapitated the last of the guards. Seeing the tide of over 1,000 soldiers approaching, he showed no fear. Today's hard work won't go unrewarded, brothers. When we return, each of you gets a triple promotion and bonus pay. Ching Xio wiped the blood from his blade, calm and collected. Ha ha! If Duke Qing fears nothing, why should we? We'll fight to the death if we must. These bastards can't kill us. They fall like flies. The soldiers laughed loudly, not backing down an inch, and raised their blades to meet the oncoming army head-on. Luckily, the mansion's main gate was narrow. Though the enemy had numbers, they could only attack in waves, making it hard to use their advantage. And as the bodies piled up, Ching Xio's troops grew fiercer, like gods of war, their momentum unstoppable. The corpses nearly blocked the gate. The noise eventually alerted the Lulan army outside. Despite the Tang forces outside the city, they all rushed to the mansion, just to eliminate a few dozen men. The city hadn't even fallen, but over 10,000 soldiers had their formation thrown into chaos by Ching Xio's attack. Even as enemy numbers grew, Ching Xio remained calm. He ordered his men to stack the corpses as barricades, creating trenches that blocked the enemy's movements, making it hard for them to charge. Ching Xio led the charge, killing a man with every swing of his blade, like a god of death reaping souls. The others were even more inspired, throwing themselves into the fight without regard for death, killing enemies until their blades were soaked in blood. Even if their weapons broke, they would immediately pick up another weapon from the ground and keep fighting. There was no strategy or plan at all, it was purely the courage of Ching Xio that boosted everyone's morale, driving them to keep killing until every enemy was dead. The Lulan people couldn't imagine that anyone could be so fierce and fearless on the battlefield. They were shocked to the core and didn't dare to face them in combat. After leaving behind piles of corpses, thousands of men were forced to retreat by just a few dozen. No one dared to step forward to fight them again. The corpses of the fallen nearly covered the entire path, rivers of blood flowed, this scene looked like hell itself. When the fighting finally stopped, the soldiers realized they were all injured, but during the bloodbath, the intense excitement and fury had kept them from even noticing. You there. If you don't want to die, surrender now. Ching Xio took off his blood-soaked outer robe without a care. It was all enemy blood. He himself hadn't suffered a single scratch. He threw the bloody robe to the ground and pointed his blood-dripping saber at the thousands of Lulan troops. That shout, along with the overwhelming sense of pressure from him, nearly made them drop their weapons in fear. It was as if Ching Xio had the advantage in numbers, not them. Are you all useless? Thousands of men and you can't even take down a dozen? Some ministers who had barely escaped were furious and cursed loudly after seeing the long battle achieve nothing. But deep inside, they too were terribly afraid of Ching Xio. Seeing how strong Ching Xio's group was, and realizing a head-on assault was impossible, some people came to a decision after a quick discussion. Let's set a fire. We can't win in a direct fight. If we don't burn them out, who knows how many more of our brothers will die? A military officer suggested this, and everyone quickly agreed. But several civil officials were stunned when they heard this and immediately tried to stop them. No. That's Ching Xio. If we capture him alive, not only can we end this war, but we could even use him to force Tang to give up Gao Chong's lands in negotiations. We must take him alive. Even though this man shouted desperately, no one paid attention to him. Instead, they rushed off to prepare fire arrows and oil. Everyone knew the value of capturing Ching Xio alive. But in this situation, who had the life to go up and do it? Not to mention that Tang forces were still outside the city, watching like hungry tigers, ready to attack at any moment. Ching Xio saw what they were preparing and immediately understood what the Lulan people intended. Everyone, if the Lulan army uses fire, staying here means burning to death. We must risk everything, break through, and fight our way out. There aren't many of us, we must stay organized. Cover each other and get out together. Ching Xio wiped the blood from his blade and smiled, but don't die, okay? Ha 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 ha. We're still waiting to go home and drink. Who's dying today? If I die to a real hero, fine, but to be killed by these pigs and dogs? That'd be a disgrace. Everyone burst into laughter. Even though they laughed, nearly all of them had already prepared to die in battle. But they agreed, before dying, they had to help Ching Xio break out. No matter what, Duke Qing must not die here. Ching Xio was the first to step across the trench of corpses, and the others followed closely behind, their armor dripping with blood. They looked like gods of slaughter. The Tang troops no longer relied on cover, they came out to fight head-on. The Lulan soldiers' first reaction was to retreat in unison, no one dared to stop them. Quick! Fire arrows! Oil! Bring it now! They shouted as they retreated, ordering the fire attack to begin. Kill! Ching Xio wanted to take advantage of their lack of preparation and charge the enemy ranks before they could launch the fire attack. But suddenly, from beyond the battlefield, cannon fire erupted, rumbling loudly. Everyone was already stretched to their mental limit, utterly hopeless about the outcome. But now that they heard cannon fire from outside, it meant the Tang army had begun storming the city. At the speed the Tang army attacked, they would break through in less than half an hour. When that happened, they'd all be dead. They instantly forgot about fighting or fire attacks. At the sound of the cannon, they scattered like birds and beasts, each trying to escape. Many were even trampled to death in the chaos. Looks like the people outside heard the grenades and realized something had happened. That's why they started storming the city, said Sheru with satisfaction. He dropped his twin sabers and sat down, finally realizing he had reached his limit. If not for the adrenaline of battle, he would have collapsed long ago. After all, they had held off nearly 100 times their number. It had already exceeded Ching Xio's expectations. But now it was over. The Tang army, which had hidden its strength after entering Lulan, now revealed its true force, like a storm sweeping across the desert. Using heavy artillery, they blasted open the city gates and charged in on horseback, cutting down Lulan soldiers like wheat. They moved like a hurricane, no one even had time to run before being slaughtered. Corpses littered the streets. Chen Rong's mercenaries were slightly weaker, but still far beyond anything the Lulan people could handle. Inside the city, they began an indiscriminate massacre. Whether soldier or not, if it was alive, they killed it. They even burned every building they passed. The civilians had no time to think, couldn't even grab their belongings. They fled the city just to escape the mercenaries. If they ran into disciplined Tang troops, they might have lived. But if the ones who found them were those mixed-race mercenaries, death was guaranteed. Chen Rong, worried about Ching Xio's safety, whipped his men with a horsewhip and ordered them to stop looting and help search for Duke Qing. Stop grabbing worthless junk. If anyone finds Duke Qing, I'll give them 50 taels of gold. Hearing that, the desperate mercenaries' eyes lit up green with greed. They immediately rode through the chaos searching. When facing the Lulan soldiers, they suddenly acted like they had the strength of 10 men. Ching Xio personally searched the residence and confirmed there were no Zhu family members left. When he arrived earlier, he had seen Zhu Wenyi with a few family members, but they were clearly just minor relatives, small fry. From what he knew, most of the Zhu family still remained in Lulan's capital city, so losing these small fry didn't matter. By the way, Ching Xio muttered, I think the brothers fought so hard earlier, they accidentally killed some Lulan officials without realizing it. In the pile of corpses, Ching Xio found a body dressed very differently. Looking closely, he realized it was Lulan's prime minister. This man really believed that Zhu Wenyi could actually persuade Ching Xio's army to retreat, but ended up dying here with him. Boss, our troops should have already broken into the city. How about I personally lead a group to scout around and see if we can capture a few more Lulan officials? Shui Mogu stood up again, picked a few sabers from the corpses on the ground, and asked Ching Xio for permission. Go ahead, just be careful. Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves rang out outside the residence. The exhausted soldiers immediately stood up, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to fight again. Everyone, no need to panic. Ching Xio laughed loudly and waved his hand, signaling everyone to lower their weapons. Then he personally went to open the main gate of the courtyard. As soon as he opened it, they saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Roman mercenary just getting off his horse, ready to search the residence. When he saw Ching Xio, he was overjoyed and immediately knelt down to pay respects. Salutations, Duke Qing. No need for formality. Ching Xio told him to rise, but the man's face remained filled with uncontrollable joy, which puzzled Ching Xio. This wasn't the first time he'd met him. Why was he so excited? Of course, what Ching Xio didn't know was that, to this man, he was worth 50 taels of gold. Not long after, Tang troops linked up with Chen Rong and finally arrived here. By then, the entire city had completely fallen into Tang's hands. Forgive our delay, my lord. Are you all right? Chen Rong rushed to greet Ching Xio, and seeing him covered in blood, thought he was badly injured. No worries, this is all the blood of those thieves, Ching Xio replied cheerfully. The Roman soldier immediately ran up and waved at Chen Rong, shouting clumsily, Gold. Gold? I know, you damn dog. You'll get your share. When have I ever gone back on a promise? Chen Rong scolded and playfully hit his helmet with a whip. Only then did Ching Xio realize why this man had been guarding him so closely all along. You really went all out, 50 taels of gold. Ching Xio didn't know how much wealth Chen Rong had, but he was familiar with mercenary prices in the western regions. Handing out such a reward probably meant that most of Chen Rusong's years of savings were now gone. But Chen Rusong didn't care, it's just 50 taels of gold. If anything had happened to you in that chaos, even 10,000 taels wouldn't bring you back. Ching Xio was deeply moved by these words. Chen Rusong had been fighting in the western regions for so many years, and Ching Xio had never even sent him a single letter. Yet here he was, still loyal, even spending his fortune to find him amid the chaos. Truly, a storm reveals strong grass, chaos shows true loyalty. When we return to Tang, I will make sure you're given a military post in court so you can serve in the army officially. Thank you, my lord. But Chen Rusong didn't really care about the reward Ching Xio promised. To him, completing the task Ching Xio gave and ensuring his safety out of the western regions was enough. After Tang troops took control of the gates, the remaining Lulan soldiers, realizing they had no way out, surrendered one after another. From over 10,000 soldiers, less than 1,000 remained after the chaos. Shui Mogu had initially wanted to execute them all, as a warning to the western regions never to challenge the might of Tang. But Ching Xio had a different view. These were all strong, able-bodied men. Even sending them to dig trenches on the front lines was better than killing them for nothing. Do you now admit your crimes? Yes. We know we're guilty. Please, Duke Qing, spare our lives. We were just following orders, we had no choice. These soldiers all knelt on the ground, banging their heads, crying and begging Ching Xio to spare them. Ching Xio was about to speak when he noticed a few unfamiliar faces among the surrendering soldiers. Take off their helmets. He immediately ordered soldiers to pull those men out. Once the helmets were removed, sure enough, they were Lulan officials. These men had somehow escaped in the earlier chaos, disguised themselves as soldiers, and blended in, hoping to flee. But they never expected Ching Xio would recognize them. Even they couldn't believe he remembered their faces. We. The officials trembled like leaves, unable to even form a complete plea for mercy. They were used to bossing around Lulan civilians. This was the first time someone held a blade to their heads. Kill them! Ching Xio felt not a shred of mercy for them. At his command, they were immediately beheaded. Their heads fell to the ground, and the remaining Lulan soldiers became even more terrified, kowtowing harder, desperately begging for their lives. Since you surrendered willingly, I will spare your lives. But you must swear absolute loyalty to the Tang Empire from now on, even if it means walking through fire or death, you must obey. Only then can you atone for your crimes. Hearing they could live, they immediately thanked him repeatedly. Now, even being sent to the battlefield or made slaves for life, they didn't care. Better than death. After calming the surrendering troops, Ching Xio ordered Shui Rengue to place them at the front lines in the next attack on the capital. Boss, no offense, but these cowards? Once they see boulders and arrows from the city walls, they'll run screaming. No problem. You guys in the rear can just watch the show. Ching Xio smiled at Shui Rengue. If they don't move forward, just give them a little push with your weapons, it's easy enough. Haha. Boss, you're brilliant. Shui Rengue's eyes lit up, and everyone laughed heartily. Ching Xio had wanted to ask how many civilians were left in the city, but after entering and seeing the corpses everywhere, he realized nearly every building had been burned down. After the mercenaries entered the city, they had slaughtered and burned as they went, killing every living person they saw. Even worse, they set a massive fire. With the wind's help, it spread fast and burned most of the city. Many civilians had been hiding in their homes, but when the fire came, none of them survived. Well then, one less thing to worry about. Ching Xio's biggest headache wasn't taking cities, it was how to deal with surrendered civilians. If you rule too harshly, they'll rebel in the rear sooner or later. But if you're too soft. He came to the western regions to conquer for the Tang Empire, to win land and living space for the Han people, not to improve the lives of these locals. Although brutal massacres during city conquests are very common in the western regions, where an entire city can be wiped out after a war, Ching Xio did not want to carry out a massacre. For a military commander, this is a very taboo act. Moreover, excessive killing would easily provoke the common people into resisting to the death and refusing to surrender. Now that the mercenaries had turned the city into a living hell, with no survivors left, it did save him quite a bit of trouble. Of course, not every city should be wiped out. At least some civilians capable of farming should be spared to restore order and productivity. Chen Rusong, when we attack the capital later, keep these people under control. Don't let them carry out another massacre, understand? Otherwise, that land will go to waste, and no one will farm it. Wouldn't that be a loss? Chen Rusong immediately agreed, then suggested, Boss, since our army's momentum is strong, and our logistics are well supplied, we should take this opportunity to launch an attack on the capital. The strength of our army must have struck fear into the hearts of the Lulan people. If we attack now, they might surrender the entire city. Even if they don't, their fighting spirit will be greatly reduced. Chen Rusong's suggestion was indeed reasonable. In fact, Ching Xio had thought the same when the city fell. He was just thinking whether to rest the army for 2 days before attacking, when he suddenly received news that a large number of merchant caravans had come to congratulate him after the war ended. Why do these people always show up at a time like this? Tell them to leave, I have no time to deal with them now. Ching Xio didn't even look up and immediately rejected the merchant envoy. The envoy said with a smile, Duke Qing, please don't rush to reject us. The Lord sent me here with a great amount of gold and silver to pay tribute to you. Didn't you hear me say leave? Ching Xio frowned, clearly annoyed. Please go, Duke Qing is being polite. If I send you out instead, it won't be so nice. Chen Rusong stepped forward, speaking coldly. Please wait, Duke Qing. The envoy quickly said, many important figures are here this time, including top merchants who control trade in the western regions and even the Abbasid Prince Gluoc. Chen Rusong was just about to drive the man out when Ching Xio suddenly stopped him. You said Prince Gluoc? Yes, that's him. The envoy immediately confirmed upon seeing Ching Xio respond. Prince Gluoc, he's someone worth meeting. Ching Xio signaled to Chen Rusong not to act rashly. This man has ties to you too. The formation of this mercenary group was thanks to him. Chen Rusong was slightly surprised and lowered his hand. Back when he first set out, his goal was to go to the western regions to join the mercenaries and, together with the Prince of Shul Kingdom, return to their homeland and restore the exiled king. But the prince had just returned to the western regions when he fell ill and died. Fortunately, the mercenary group was strong enough for Chen to temporarily establish a foothold. He knew better than anyone that Prince Gluoc had gone to great lengths to help Ching Xio form this mercenary force, carefully selecting strong slaves. It was not something that could be done just with money. All right, go inform them. Let them enter the city tomorrow, and invite Prince Gluoc to come as well. Ching Xio readily agreed. It had been years since he last saw Prince Gluoc. Thank you, Duke Qing. The envoy was overjoyed and thanked him profusely before leaving. Before coming, the merchants had promised him a reward of gold and silver if he could convince Ching Xio to meet them. Now, the money was his. As the man left, Chen Rusong seemed to want to speak but held back. You're worried this meeting will delay the army's advance? No, I wouldn't dare. I just think speed is key in war, but I trust you'll make the right decision, my lord. Ching Xio laughed loudly. Relax. Even if we gave the Lulan people another year to prepare, they still wouldn't win this war. Besides, this gives our soldiers a chance to rest. They're not your mercenaries to be worked like slaves. Chen Rusong looked a bit ashamed. Yes, sir. Still, he felt that someone like Ching Xio didn't need to give attention to a mere prince. He didn't know just how broad Ching Xio's vision was. The Tang army would not stop its advance in the western regions. The western regions may be vast, but there would come a day when they'd reach the end of expansion. At that time, the Tang Empire would eventually border the mighty Abbasid Caliphate. The earlier they started building contact, the earlier they could understand them and prepare for the future. Ching Xio looked toward the west. His ambition went far beyond the western regions. The next day, the merchants who had received permission entered the city, which still bore the marks of battle. Even though the corpses had been buried and collected, the dried bloodstains on the ground still made their hearts tremble. They could easily imagine what a horrific battle had taken place here. Even in the chaos, Ching Xio had specially cleared out a house to host them. Though simple, they knew this was the best hospitality possible during wartime. Did you hear? Yesterday, Duke Qing came here with less than 20 men to negotiate. The Lulan people turned on him and tried to capture him with their overwhelming numbers, more than 10,000 men. And then what happened? What happened? You won't believe it. An Abbasid merchant spoke animatedly. Seeing that many people were drawn in by his story, he got even more excited and dramatic. Duke Qing stood alone, holding only a staff saber, just like this long weapon here, charged into the enemy army and killed over 1,000 men himself. The Tang soldiers with him were so inspired by his bravery that they went all in, fighting to the death alongside him. It was utter chaos and carnage. The merchants were shocked. Was it really possible for someone to be so incredibly brave? I've heard Duke Qing is unmatched in martial skill, but I didn't know he was this powerful. Go on, what happened next? What happened next? Hee. The merchant cleared his throat. My mouth's a little dry. I've heard Tang tea is great, it really soothes the throat. Everyone nearly cursed out loud. In this desolate place, where would they find Tang tea? We don't have tea, but I've got some rice wine from the Tang. How about that? Just don't keep us hanging. The man's eyes lit up. Rice wine works too. Say, could I get a bit of honey in it? You old rascal, now you're getting picky. Everyone laughed and teased him, then watched eagerly as he drank the wine in one go. The man cleared his throat again. Where was I? You said Duke Ching and his men charged into the enemy army. Right, and then? Just at that moment, Ching Xio arrived at the residence. After greeting the guards at the door, he entered and happened to hear someone speaking boastfully about his past deeds. Duke Ching alone held off thousands of men, his blade swinging through the air, dozens of heads fell in an instant. His sword aura was so cold that no one dared to get close. At first, Ching Xio thought this person was telling some ghost story or myth, but upon listening carefully, he realized the man was actually talking about him. And it was the glorious story of how he and a few dozen men resisted over 1,000 enemies in Xiaonan City. However, the man added so much exaggeration that Ching Xio almost thought it was a fantasy novel. The audience, on the other hand, didn't doubt the story at all. They clapped excitedly and praised the speaker. Not bad, great storytelling. With your skill, you could earn a few drinks a night telling stories in Tang. Ching Xio clapped too. But there's no need to make it sound so mythical, right? As soon as he spoke, everyone turned their eyes toward him. When they saw Duke Ching himself had come, they were startled and hurriedly came forward to pay their respects. We didn't know Duke Ching was coming. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. The storyteller turned bright red, completely at a loss. He had, indeed, exaggerated quite a lot. If he'd known Ching Xio would hear it, he never would have told the story that way. Duke Ching, I just heard some storytelling back in Tang. I thought it was interesting and repeated a few lines, not meant to mock you. He stood up, and even his hands were visibly trembling. Haha. No problem. I'll just treat it as me getting a taste of being a deity in your story. Ching Xio walked forward and patted him on the shoulder with a laugh. If you enjoy telling stories, say a few more lines. Just don't overdo it, too much exaggeration makes it sound fake. The man quickly replied, not fake, not at all. You really did fight your way out from a sea of enemy soldiers. Well, let's not talk about that anymore. Everyone, have a seat. Ching Xio changed the subject. Once everyone was seated, he realized someone was missing, Prince Gluoc. A servant nervously approached with a letter. Duke Ching, please forgive us. My prince has been seriously ill and has remained inside his carriage to recover. He can't even get up, so he's unable to meet you. Seriously ill? Ching Xio casually took the letter, quickly scanning through the formalities. What illness? Malaria. He's had a high fever for several days that won't go down. And recently, it's only been getting worse. The servant grew more uncertain as he spoke. In fact, he had already downplayed the situation. Since falling ill, Prince Gluoc had worsened by the day. Yesterday, he couldn't even eat. Many doctors had been invited. None of them could do anything, even those who claimed to have Roman remedies. Nothing had worked so far. After asking a few more questions, Ching Xio found the situation suspicious. This wasn't a minor illness. He knew the level of medical knowledge in the western regions. It wasn't even as good as folk remedies in some Tang villages. There was no doubt, if treatment continued like this, Prince Gluoc was not far from death. Take me to see Prince Gluoc. I know a bit of medicine, maybe I can help. Maybe, better not. Many doctors have already caught the illness. Even we servants don't dare go near. You. I said, take me. Seeing Duke Ching insist, the servant dared not refuse and quickly led the way. Ching Xio wasn't unprepared. He ordered a piece of silk cloth soaked in high-concentration alcohol carried by the army, then used it as a makeshift mask. He had heard it was a carriage, but upon seeing it, he was stunned. This wasn't a carriage, it was a mobile palace. It had over a dozen wheels underneath and required 10 horses to pull it. Incredibly grand. Tang dukes could ride in such luxurious carriages too, some even grander. But Emperor Li Air promoted frugality, and even his own carriage was simple. Naturally, no official dared use a more lavish one. But the Abbasid Empire loved grandeur, and extravagance had become a habit. For a prince to use such a carriage wasn't strange. At the moment, even the prince's guards didn't dare approach and stood waiting nearby. Ching Xio could clearly hear coughing from inside. The coughing was both violent and weak, as if the prince was about to cough out his lungs. This confirmed Ching Xio's suspicion. It sounded like pneumonia. In this era, there was no cure. Without penicillin, an illness like pneumonia was nearly a death sentence. How long one survived depended only on the body's endurance. Move aside. Ching Xio waved his hand, and the guards quickly made way, glad to get further away. Before he could step inside, the palace door suddenly opened, and a richly dressed Roman man stepped out. Mr. Marco. The servant quickly went to greet him and handed him a handkerchief. Marco casually wiped his hands and tossed it aside. The prince is already getting better. In at most 3 days, he'll recover and stop coughing. Don't be fooled by the worsening symptoms. Actually, the root of the illness has already been removed. Rest assured. The servant smiled nervously, not daring to question him. Then, perhaps it's still best if you check on the prince again these days, just in case. What for? I said he's already cured. Marco glared. You don't trust me? Even your master treats me as a guest of honor. Who are you to question me? No, not at all. The servant quickly bowed. A weak voice came from inside. Be polite to Dr. Marco. Thank you, Your Highness. Marco removed his hat and bowed toward the carriage. Then he glanced at the servant with a smirk, clearly expecting something. The servant didn't delay. He gave the signal, and a tray of gold was immediately brought out. Don't worry. I'll stay in the city a few more days. If anything urgent comes up, I'll help right away. Just as he was about to take the gold, Ching Xio suddenly stepped forward and took the tray first. Hey! Marco's eyes widened in anger on the spot. What are you doing? That gold is mine. Relax. I just want to see if you're even qualified to receive it. I don't care about this little bit of gold. I'm not going to steal from you, Ching Xio said calmly. What did you say? Marco was about to lash out when the servant quickly stepped forward to stop him. Please calm down. This is Duke Qing. So what if he's Duke Qing? Back in Rome, even the emperor had to treat me with respect. Those dukes, I ordered them around like servants. Wait, did you say he's Duke Qing? Marco's arrogant expression froze instantly. He stared blankly at Ching Xio again. You are. I am Ching Xio, the latter replied, confirming. Marco's head buzzed, and then his legs gave out. He fell straight over. If not for the guards rushing up to catch him, he would have hit the ground hard. I didn't mean to offend you, Duke. Duke Qing, you're not going to hold it against me, right? Marco shivered, unable to speak clearly. By now, everyone in the western regions had heard of Ching Xio's fame. Even those notorious mercenaries under Chen Rong bowed to him without resistance. To speak rudely in front of him, wasn't that a death sentence? Don't be afraid. I'm just curious about your medical skills. Prince Luosi is my friend, and I also know a bit of medicine. I want to see how you're treating him. Ching Xio grabbed Marco by the wrist. The latter had neither the strength nor the courage to resist and was dragged directly into the palace hall. When he heard that Ching Xio knew medicine, Marco grew even more uneasy. Tang's medical knowledge was highly advanced, its diagnostic methods and prescriptions far exceeded those of the Abbasid and Roman empires. Compared to Tang's physicians, their own techniques were nothing. That's why he became increasingly afraid that Ching Xio would see through his tricks. When he entered the hall, he finally saw what state Prince Luosi was in. Back when they met in Chang'an, the prince had been vibrant and about the same age as Ching Xio. Now, lying on the sickbed, he was nothing but skin and bones. Every cough made his whole body tremble. Even someone with no medical knowledge could tell this man was near death. This is outrageous. Ching Xio was even more certain that the prince had pneumonia. It probably hadn't been that serious at first, but because no one could treat it properly, it had dragged on until it became this bad. Duke Qing? The extremely weak Prince Luosi forced his eyes open, and actually recognized him. But Ching Xio had no time for catching up. How are you treating the prince? He asked Marco. I'm using pills passed down in my family. Show me. That might not be appropriate. My father told me never to let anyone see these pills. Marco noticed a sharp glint in Ching Xio's eyes and shivered. He immediately took out a cloth pouch and handed it over with both hands. Ching Xio opened it. Inside were a few white, round pills. He sniffed them lightly and immediately knew this wasn't medicine. There wasn't even a trace of medicinal substance inside. Talcum powder? Ching Xio crushed one of the pills. It's mixed with some flour, nothing else. And you call this medicine? Marco never expected Ching Xio to see through it with just a glance. He was so shocked he couldn't respond. You're feeding this garbage to a man on the verge of death? And you've got the nerve to ask for gold? Ching Xio frowned deeply. Marco trembled uncontrollably. I swear this is a miracle drug that works instantly. I don't know why it didn't help the prince. I never meant to deceive him. This man had never truly learned medicine. He'd been looked down on in Rome, knew he lacked talent, and had gone to the Abbasid Empire to try his luck in business. But he was so stupid that within half a year, he lost all his capital, even travel money. While wandering among the people, he discovered that some villagers with dysentery would stop their diarrhea after swallowing talcum powder, and it worked well. He started copying this method and found that it did help with diarrhea. Selling these pills, he made a fortune. He never understood the principle. just believed talcum powder was some kind of miracle cure for all illnesses. He ended up in the western regions, where he heard Prince Guosi was seriously ill and looking for a doctor. Without thinking, he showed up with talcum powder. He'd gained a bit of reputation as a children's doctor in the West, and the desperate prince had no choice but to believe him. I thought a few days of pills would fix him. But when the prince only got worse, I panicked and figured I'd grab the gold and run. Marco stammered through the explanation. Ching Xio just shook his head. Talcum powder could be part of anti-diarrheal formulas. That was its only use. But Guosi never had diarrhea, yet he took a large amount of talcum powder, causing his intestines to become blocked, which made it impossible for him to eat. That's how his condition became this severe. Guards! Ching Xio called out. The guards outside hesitated, they were afraid of catching the illness. Hurry up and get in here. What are you waiting for? He shouted again impatiently. Only then did the guards rush inside. What are your orders, Duke Qing? Ching Xio pointed at Marco and said coldly, lock up this fool. When the prince recovers, let him deal with him personally. And don't bring in any more quack doctors. Your prince was nearly killed by one. The guards were surprised. The prince's personal servant immediately began shouting, I knew this guy was a fraud. If Duke Qing hadn't come, who knows how long he would have fooled us. Take him away and give him a few dozen lashes. Leave him alive so the prince can decide his fate. Marco's head spun. Before he could even beg for mercy, the guards dragged him out. Soon after, the sound of harsh whipping and Marco's screams could be heard outside the carriage. Ching Xio noticed a smile flash across the servant's face. Although he quickly looked away, Ching Xio caught it. Looks like you've got some personal grievances with him? The servant quickly explained, no, not really. But this man harmed our prince terribly. He must be punished properly. Like you said, our prince nearly died because of him. Enough, no more nonsense. Ching Xio told him to pass on a message outside, ordering Sheru to bring his penicillin. Sheru found it strange upon hearing this, what kind of person was worth using penicillin to save? Back then, many foreign merchants and nobles had offered huge sums of money for even a single dose of penicillin, but Ching Xio wouldn't even let them see it. Sheru didn't feel comfortable handing it over, so he personally brought it to the outside of the carriage and handed it to Ching Xio himself. Boss, is this person really worth it? Sheru was a bit reluctant. We don't have much penicillin left in the army. Using a dose on this person feels like a waste. He once helped me. Just one dose of penicillin is nothing. Ching Xio motioned for Sheru and the servant to leave, then personally administered the penicillin. During this, the drowsy Prince Guosi woke slightly and mumbled to Ching Xio. I can't die yet, can I? While I'm here, who can let you die? Ching Xio replied with a faint smile. Whether the prince was comforted by his words or not, he soon fell into a deep sleep again. Luckily, the prince wasn't allergic to penicillin, or Ching Xio really wouldn't have been able to save him. After the injection, Prince Guosi completely fell asleep. Only then did Ching Xio put away the syringe and leave the room. As soon as he opened the door of the palace carriage, the guards who had been eavesdropping scattered immediately. You all better take good care of your master. If anything unusual happens, report to me immediately. Until then, don't let any doctors near him. If he dies, it'll be your fault. Ching Xio's words made everyone tremble. They quickly stepped aside and dared not speak. Then he ordered someone to dismiss the merchants and told them to return another day, once the prince recovered. The merchants weren't surprised by this. They all knew Ching Xio only agreed to meet them for the prince's sake. But they were curious, was Ching Xio really confident he could cure the prince? I heard the prince's illness is lung sickness. He's taken medicine from every country, and none worked. Lung sickness? I've never heard of anyone surviving that. They say Qing Guogong is also a famous doctor in the Tang Empire. Maybe he has some Chinese remedy that can cure it. The prince already saw several Chinese doctors. Most of them said there was nothing they could do. Everyone sighed. They felt Ching Xio's reputation as a miracle doctor might soon end here. Before, many so-called miracle doctors had refused to even treat the prince, afraid it would ruin their name. Each merchant went back with the same thought, the prince likely wouldn't live past 2 more days. But before midnight, shouts and movement came from the prince's palace carriage outside the city. Even the city's soldiers were alarmed. Many merchants got up to investigate, and the news shocked them. Prince Guosi was recovering. Not just slightly, he could even get out of bed and move. He no longer looked weak. Some merchants couldn't believe it. They crept near the carriage and saw the prince being helped out by a servant, even laughing and talking. Just as dawn was breaking, the news had spread among the merchants. Everyone was amazed, Qing Guogong really was a miracle doctor. So many doctors had tried everything and failed. Yet Ching Xio cured him in less than an hour. Soon, discussions shifted to the medicine Ching Xio used. Some sharp-eyed merchants recalled that Ching Xio used a strange medicine they had never seen before. Qin Guogong didn't let anyone in during the treatment, but the guards saw him holding a long tube with a sharp tip. How can you treat an illness with something like that? Who knows? The guards couldn't make anything out either, even after listening for a long time. It must be a divine medicine, to cure even lung sickness. Everyone's attention turned to that mysterious syringe. Some even searched trash piles at dawn, hoping to find the discarded syringe, but found nothing and were disappointed. After this, all the merchants began to think the same thing. We must find a way to buy that medicine from Qin Guogong. They didn't believe anything in the world couldn't be bought with money. And if it couldn't, it only meant they hadn't offered enough. A few days later, after a few more injections of penicillin, Prince Gialuosi's pneumonia had mostly cleared up. His appetite returned, and he began to recover. Fortunately, antibiotics were not overused in this era, so the bacteria had low resistance. The effect was immediate. To show gratitude, the prince ordered his servants and cooks to buy ingredients for a grand feast to thank Ching Xio. Although the war had made food prices skyrocket, grain costing 10 times more than usual, he still spared no expense. Besides Ching Xio, the merchants were also invited to the banquet. These merchants, usually eating dry rations on the road, were amazed by the delicious dishes. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, it was that they had no chance to eat like this. Most of the time, they were traveling through the deserts of the western regions or Heshi corridor, where even a blade of grass was rare. Thank you, Qin Guogong. Prince Gialuosi wanted to raise a cup personally, but his body was too weak. He could only sit and lift his cup to Ching Xio. If not for you, I wouldn't be alive today. You saved my life, I owe you everything. Ching Xio smiled calmly. It's also your good luck that you held on long enough for me to treat you. Otherwise, I couldn't have helped either. The prince was filled with gratitude. He lifted his cup several times, choking with emotion and unable to speak. As you Chinese say, we met by chance. For you to use such precious medicine to treat me, how could I ever repay this kindness? It wasn't just chance. You helped me before, assembling a useful mercenary force in the western regions. I'm simply repaying the favor. The merchants perked up, eager to hear more about the medicine. Prince Gialuosi didn't waste time. He signaled his servant, who immediately understood and called out toward the door. Hurry up! Before long, the sound of hooves approached, and several attendants came forward to report, he has been brought. Please take a look. Duke Qing, may I trouble you to come see with me? This is a small token of my gratitude. Though it's not much, it's all I brought on this trip. Even though Prince Gialuosi was still weak and struggling to speak, he had his servant help him to the door to personally greet Ching Xio. The curious merchants followed closely behind. They were eager to see what kind of gift the famously wealthy Prince Gialuosi would give in return. Outside, a large cart was seen carrying several chests so heavy that even 2 horses were struggling to pull it. This can't be. Ching Xio was just about to ask when the prince stepped forward and personally opened one of the chests. Instantly, a golden glow radiated from inside. The chest was filled to the brim with dinar gold coins, and several even spilled out as the lid was opened. Whoa! The merchants were stunned, their mouths agape. Even if they worked their whole lives, they might never see so much gold. And judging by the material, these were top-grade Roman coins, worth more in the western regions than gold of equal weight. I originally planned to take this money to Tang to buy cotton clothes, but I fell seriously ill on the way. After that, I realized, what's the use of mountains of gold and silver if you don't live to spend it? Prince Gialuosi sighed deeply. All this gold is for Duke Qing, as a small token of my appreciation. Please, do not refuse. Ching Xio had seen great wealth before. Though the sight was impressive, it didn't overwhelm him. He casually picked up a coin and examined it. In his mind, he estimated this was probably half of Prince Gialuosi's entire fortune. The prince likely didn't come to Tang just for cotton clothing. He must have realized that cotton, in the western regions and the Arab Empire, was even more valuable than he expected. It was likely to become a luxury item, even more prized than silk. Cotton itself wasn't rare, but Ching Xio alone possessed the weaving techniques and world-class clothing designs to turn it into such a sought-after good. Compared to the gold, the information the prince inadvertently gave Ching Xio was even more valuable. In that case, I won't be polite. Ching Xio accepted the gift without hesitation. He knew he was worthy of such a reward. The surrounding merchants swallowed hard. If that gold were theirs, they'd be able to buy estates, marry many wives, and live in luxury for the rest of their lives. Even the battle-hardened black-armored mercenaries guarding the area stared wide-eyed at the chest of gold. They had fought, plundered, and killed their whole lives, yet never seen this much. But since it belonged to Ching Xio, no one dared to even think about it, let alone look at it too long. Now that Duke Qing has accepted it, I can rest easy. Prince Gluoc patted his chest with relief. According to his religion, if someone does you a favor and you don't repay it, or if your repayment is refused, you'll suffer misfortune. The prince then publicly declared, even with all this gold, it's still not enough to repay even a fraction of Duke Qing's kindness. I ask all present to bear witness. As long as I live, if Duke Qing asks anything of me, even if I must spend all my wealth, I must do it. Otherwise, I would be an ungrateful villain. Ching Xio hadn't expected this man to be so honorable. He had thought the prince was just another calculating merchant. He now saw him in a new light. In that case, if I ever need help, I won't hesitate to ask the prince. Your words shame me. I only fear you won't ask me for help. The two laughed and returned to the banquet, while the stunned merchants slowly followed and took their seats again. Duke Qing is really amazing. Just one little dose of medicine, and he gets all that gold. No matter how rich the prince is, he still needed Duke Qing to cure him. If only we had that kind of skill. They sighed with envy. They just didn't have that kind of ability. After some polite conversation, Ching Xio called in a vice-general and ordered him to fetch a specially made cotton robe from his personal collection. Since the prince came to Tang for cotton clothing, I happen to have a fine robe. I was saving it for myself, but today I'll give it to the prince as a gift. Prince Gluoc's eyes lit up. Many thanks, Duke Qing. When the robe was brought and displayed at the banquet, the prince instantly fell in love with it. He even knocked over a wine cup without noticing, his eyes fixed on every detail of the garment. The robe was black, white, and silver. The patterns and design were carefully crafted by Ching Xio, with silver thread used in the embroidery. The cloud and bird motifs were vivid, as if they might fly off the fabric with a blink. With such design and the smooth, special cotton texture, the robe looked like it was made for immortals. This is really for me? Prince Gluoc's hands trembled. He would have traded a chest of gold for the robe without hesitation. A gentleman never goes back on his word. If I weren't giving it to you, why would I show it off just to tease you? Ching Xio laughed. The prince's servant carefully took the robe from the soldier and presented it with both hands. The prince snapped out of his trance. He was about to receive it, but paused, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean, and only then carefully accepted the robe. Ching Xio couldn't help but shake his head. It's just a robe. Isn't that a bit much? Many merchants craned their necks to get a look, but the prince held it so tightly that they couldn't even see it clearly. This was a Tang cotton robe. They had truly seen something extraordinary today. They were thrilled, but also filled with regret. Such a treasure, they could only look at it, not touch it, let alone wear it themselves. The prince gently stroked the robe, intoxicated by its unique feel, so different from silk. It was another level of luxury. After a long while, his servant cautiously asked, "Would you like to try it on?" Try it on." Prince Gluoc was so excited that he almost forgot how weak he still was. After several failed attempts to get up, he had his servants help him put on the robe. The cotton robe was unexpectedly light, weighing about half as much as a similarly sized silk garment. Wearing it felt like having nothing on at all, there was no sense of heaviness. And the part of the garment in direct contact with the skin felt soft and smooth, without the slightest discomfort. On the contrary, it was an addictive feeling. When the prince wore the robe, its elegant cut made him look far more refined. Even though he still appeared ill, his spirit and presence were greatly improved. Without a doubt, wherever he went in this outfit, he would be the most dazzling person in the room. As they say, a man needs clothes like a Buddha needs gold. This robe was a ceremonial outfit Ching Xio had tailored for himself, originally meant to be worn on formal occasions. But ever since arriving in the western regions, he had constantly been on military campaigns, always dressed in armor. So he gradually changed his mind. To intimidate the wild and fierce people of the western regions, one couldn't rely on elegant attire. Fierce military garb was more effective. That's why he decided to give this robe to Prince Gluoc as a favor. With the robe on, the prince looks like a divine being descended to earth. The clothing of the Tang dynasty is truly on another level. Our clothes are like rags in comparison. Next time I go to Tang, I must find a way to get a few cotton garments. The merchants were no longer focused on the banquet. They kept praising the robe, one after another. Although some of it was flattery, most of it was genuine. The robe was simply too exquisite. Prince Gluoc was elated by all the compliments. He was overwhelmed with joy. He waved his hand grandly and said, "If you like the robe, feel free to come closer and observe, just don't touch it and get it dirty." As soon as he spoke, the merchants stood up almost in unison and gathered around the prince to examine the robe closely. Seeing it up close, they were even more awed by the detail and craftsmanship of Tang clothing. Even the royal robes they had seen in the Arab world couldn't compare to even a tenth of this. Someone couldn't resist and tried to reach out to touch the robe. But before the servant could stop him, other merchants slapped his hand away. Is that something you can touch? What if you get it dirty? Don't you have any sense? Prince Gluoc was thoroughly enjoying the attention. Though he often received praise due to his royal status, this time it wasn't because he was a prince, it was for the robe alone. It felt absolutely wonderful. Everyone, step back. The prince is still recovering and can't stand too long. Seeing the time was right, a servant asked the merchants to leave, even though many were reluctant. The prince had gotten his fill. He carefully took off the robe and didn't even want to fold it. He ordered several attendants to hold it up and carry it carefully. Make sure there's not a single wrinkle on it. Prince Gluoc still looked uneasy. Ching Xio, who had been watching silently, couldn't help but comment, "No need to be so extreme, it's just a robe. If the prince really likes it, I have many more styles back in Chang'an." This made Prince Gluoc even more eager, and many merchants' eyes lit up. If Duke Qing could produce cotton robes in large numbers and various styles, didn't that mean they had a chance to buy and resell them? If they could get just one and bring it to the Arab world or sell it in the western regions, the profits would be at least tenfold. "Duke Qing, may I ask something, if I may be so bold?" One merchant finally couldn't hold it in and asked carefully. "Speak freely." Even before the man spoke, Ching Xio already guessed what he wanted to ask. The merchant became excited. "I wanted to ask, would you be willing to sell these cotton clothes in the western regions, or even to the Arab world? I promise we could sell them at a price that would greatly satisfy you." Ching Xio smiled and said, "No matter how much I sell them for, wouldn't you still make at least 10 times the profit by reselling them?" "Haha, you're a businessman. We're talking business here. After all, we go through a lot of trouble to transport the goods, of course, we need to make some money. And you don't have to run around on trade routes, you get plenty of gold and silver just like that. Isn't that good too?" It was a fair point. In fact, not only the merchants, but even Prince Gluoc wanted to get involved in the cotton trade. The profits were clearly enormous. Ching Xio saw their interest was piqued and knew his plan had worked. Letting the robe be seen so publicly, wasn't that precisely to open up the market? He pretended to hesitate and said, "Gentlemen, it's not that I don't want to make money. As you know, producing cotton fabric is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even an acre of cotton barely yields one robe, the cost is frighteningly high. If I sell to you at the original price, people will say I'm hoarding and driving up prices. I really don't want to ruin my reputation." The merchants became anxious. "Don't say that. No matter the cost, just name your price. These goods will sell well in the western regions no matter what." "That's right, I guarantee nobles in the Arab world would fight to get them. You mustn't miss this opportunity." They were afraid Ching Xio would change his mind, so they tried to persuade him from every angle. Once Ching Xio felt the atmosphere was just right, he sighed and said, "Very well. I've already lost a fortune on growing cotton and making clothes. If you're willing to help me share some of the costs, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Duke Qing is wise, this is exactly what you should do." At Ching Xio's signal, soldiers brought a cart of goods to the door. Inside the cart were neatly stacked cotton garments, not something else. These robes weren't the same as the one for Prince Gluoc. They were made for Tang soldiers to survive the winter in this region. Since these merchants wanted to buy, Ching Xio didn't mind selling them now. He could always bring more from Chang'an later. "All of these are cotton robes?" Nearly 100 robes were laid out in front of them, and the merchants gasped in amazement. Though their craftsmanship and design couldn't compare with the prince's ceremonial robe, they were still genuine cotton garments. Selling these in the West or the Arab world would still yield massive profits. "Everyone, just look. If every piece of clothing were made with the craftsmanship of the robe worn by the prince, the cost would be shockingly high, and it wouldn't be possible to produce in large quantities. This is the most common style, plain and simple." Ching Xio casually took one out for everyone to pass around. Now they could finally touch and feel the texture of the cotton product. It really is. It feels even better than silk. I heard that in winter, just wearing one layer of this inside, and casually putting on a robe outside, you won't feel cold the entire winter. If this product is shipped to the Abbasid Caliphate, it would definitely sell at a high price. Ching Xio added fuel to the fire for these extremely excited merchants. "I'm not limited to just making these Central Plain-style clothes. If there's demand and a sufficient deposit is paid, I can also custom make specific styles as needed. It's not impossible." These words truly made everyone's eyes light up. If so, the market for cotton clothing could become even wider. Although the clothing style of the Tang dynasty was already popular in the western regions, Arabia, and even Rome, if the style could be tailored to fit local preferences, naturally the sales would be broader. Well then, how much do you plan to sell this cotton robe for? Finally, someone asked the most crucial question. This, indeed, needed Ching Xio to carefully consider. In the Tang dynasty, Ching Xio made cotton clothing to be affordable daily wear for common people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have massively reclaimed farmland to grow it, or asked Emperorly heir to allocate a tenth of the land. But for foreign markets, he had no such compassion for all living beings. This item must become a luxurious, high-priced commodity, making nobles and royals chase after it eagerly. A single robe should rival gold in value, that's the result he wanted. These mass-produced cotton robes, although not finely handcrafted, still use real materials. So for each robe, I'll only charge the cost of the materials. After some thought, Ching Xio said, I'll set the price according to the Tang dynasty's market, 10 strings of cash per robe. If you want to custom order cotton cloth, then one bolt costs 20 strings of cash. But I need to ship the cotton cloth from the interior, so you'll have to wait a while. The price made everyone present gasp. It was definitely not cheap. In the Tang capital, a bolt of silk only cost 3 strings. Yet this cotton cloth cost far more than silk. If you all think it's too expensive, just forget what I said earlier. Everyone can go back and drink, it's no problem. Ching Xio waved his hand. The soldiers understood immediately, and started closing the boxes to leave. Wait a minute. Everyone quickly rushed forward to stop them, afraid Ching Xio would really get angry and not sell. That's not what we meant. Although it's expensive, the quality matches the price, we're all willing to accept it. To prevent Ching Xio from taking the goods away, someone even slipped a silver piece into a soldier's hand and whispered, "Brother, go drink somewhere else first. Lord Qing was just joking earlier." The man rolled his eyes. He knew better than anyone this was all part of Ching Xio's act, but still shamelessly pocketed the silver. Why don't we talk about this more? Can we discuss how much stock you currently have? Someone tried to smooth things over and politely gestured to Ching Xio to return to the banquet table for further discussion. Prince Gluoc also chimed in, Lord Qing, look, everyone is sincerely trying to buy. Why not have a proper talk? He appeared to be helping the merchants, but was actually preparing for his own future, as he also wanted to make a fortune from cotton trade. If not for Prince Gluoc's sake, I really wouldn't want to sell these things. Ching Xio looked displeased but returned to the table, while everyone quickly tried to calm him down with kind words. Please tell us how much cotton clothing you're willing to sell. And if there's cotton cloth, that's even better. We might buy everything you have. No one dared to bargain further. They simply decided to buy all of Ching Xio's stock in one go. Though they didn't have that much cash individually, it was common for merchants to pool money together to buy goods. Ching Xio didn't hold back, he had long planned how to fleece these people. How could he ignore sheep willingly walking into his den? So, the drinking table became filled with back-and-forth discussions until late at night. Even Prince Gluoc, exhausted, had to leave the table early. But in the end, the deal was made. Ching Xio sold all his cotton cloth stock to them and also sold half of the cotton robes. The deposit alone was shockingly high. Once the deal was sealed, almost everyone had a smile of satisfaction. They had finally closed the deal. Hopefully, we can continue doing business with Lord Qing in the future. If you ever have any goods to sell abroad, come to us, we'll definitely give you a good price. Someone eagerly made a promise to Ching Xio, but he only smiled without confirming anything. To be honest, I also have my own trade caravan in Chang'an. The biggest black pepper trade in the western regions is handled by my people. These words instantly shut everyone up. They lowered their heads and dared not speak further. Seeing the deal was done, some people couldn't help but start scheming again. Speaking of which, Lord Qing truly is a divine doctor. Many famous doctors in the western regions couldn't cure this serious illness, yet you healed it with just your medicine. That was tuberculosis. Ching Xio's expression changed immediately when he heard this. He put down his wine cup and stood up. Everyone, it's getting late. Let's all head back. Tomorrow we'll get straight to business and properly discuss matters related to the cotton cloth. Without another word, he left the room. The soldiers outside then entered and began ushering the merchants out without ceremony. Everyone, please. The merchants looked at each other in shock, then turned angry gazes toward the one who brought up the matter. That person felt his scalp go numb and cried injustice in his heart. I only said what you all were thinking. Next time, watch your mouth. Don't say everything out loud. The group grumbled and prepared to leave. But before they could exit, Ching Xio suddenly returned, pushing open the door. Gentlemen, I just thought of something. Since we've closed this deal today, could I trouble you all with a small favor? Lord Qing, what are you saying? If you have anything that needs doing, just tell us, we'll do our best. Of course, no one dared refuse. Each one quickly and respectfully responded. Actually, it's not really a troublesome matter. A few days later, after preparations were complete, the army was resupplied and their armor replaced. They immediately marched westward, aiming to capture Lulan city, completely destroy the state, and capture and kill its king. Before departure, Ching Xio specially gave a mobilization speech to the troops. He hadn't prepared many words. After saying just 2 short sentences, he ordered people to open several boxes in front of everyone. When the boxes were opened, everyone's eyes widened instantly, all gleaming with a golden light. Inside were high-quality gold coins. Everyone knows, recently I've done some trade with Western region merchants and made a little money. But this isn't just my personal achievement. In the end, it's thanks to all of you soldiers. If it weren't for all of you fighting fearlessly, how could I have even come to this place and done business with these merchants? For the first time, the soldiers selectively ignored Ching Xio's speech. Right now, they were just staring tightly at those boxes of gold coins. They couldn't help it, no one could resist this much gold right in front of them. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Ching Xio generously waved his hand and declared on the spot. These gold coins, I won't keep a single one. I'm giving them all to you soldiers as a reward for the hard battles over these days. As soon as he said this, the whole scene was shocked. Everyone's expressions turned utterly stunned. Some even suspected there was something wrong with their hearing. Even though they were used to Ching Xio's generosity, they never expected him to be this generous today. Those were real, solid gold coins. Don't any of you want these gold coins? Seeing everyone remain silent, Ching Xio joked. Yes. The soldiers immediately snapped out of it and couldn't wait to respond. Who wouldn't want gold? Only a fool. Good, that's more like it. These are rewards you all deserve, no need to be polite. He ordered the gold coins to be distributed among the soldiers right then and there, not keeping a single one. In addition, he even pulled out more gold bars from his own stash as special rewards for the soldiers who had stood with him during the bloodbath in the city against tens of thousands. When this pile of gold coins was distributed, everyone was smiling brightly, and their morale soared. They had only reached this point in the campaign, and Lord Qing had already given out more than a lifetime's worth of military pay. If they managed to conquer the entire western regions, wouldn't they be flying to heaven? The black-skinned mercenaries watching from the sidelines looked on enviously at the Tang army receiving gold coins. But envy was all they dared to feel. They didn't dare even think about taking any, knowing full well they were very different from the elite troops. Brothers, next up we're attacking the Lulan capital. We better give it all we've got. If we slack off, Lord Qing won't give us a cent. But if we fight well, maybe there'll be rewards. Think we could get gold coins like the Tang army? You damn fool, what are you dreaming? You think you can compare to the Tang army? The group laughed and joked. Just then, Chen Rong came over with a horsewhip, and they quickly shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. What were you just saying? Chen Rong stared at them coldly. Everyone lowered their heads immediately, afraid one wrong word would get them in trouble. Chen snorted and said, Don't even think about those things. If Lord Qing didn't have a use for you, you'd all be dead in the desert already. And you still dare think about gold? But that said, if you fight well, maybe Lord Qing will get happy and reward you with something. That's not impossible. These words once again ignited their motivation, and they became even more eager to attack Lulan city and earn some rewards. Move out. Ching Xio got on his horse, and the army set off, shouting as they began the march. Sheru also suggested to Ching Xio that he lead an elite cavalry unit ahead of the main force, to swiftly strike the outskirts of Lulan city and wipe out all the outer defenders, forcing them back into the city. That way, they wouldn't be able to buy food from outside, and once the siege began, the defenders would face even more severe shortages. I already planned for that. Don't worry. Right now, they can't buy a single grain of food from outside. Ching Xio smiled calmly. Why rush to advance? Let's just stroll along and enjoy the scenery. Throughout history, Ching Xio might be the only person to march on the western regions in such a leisurely way. At the same time, in Lulan city, King Wanulo had already relocated all food and population from outside into the city as soon as the Tang army captured Xiaonan city, ready at any moment for a siege. Even though the Tang army had already reached the capital, he still held unrealistic fantasies, believing that the capital was strong enough that the Tang army could never take it. After completing the scorched earth policy, he thought he could rest easy, spending his days strolling and playing in the palace as if it were peacetime. He lived in luxury for a few days, until one day while dining with a concubine in the palace, a guard rushed in with a report. Your Highness, the Tang army is here. They're less than 30 li from the city. What's there to fear? My city is easy to defend and hard to attack. Even if they all die and pile up their bodies, they couldn't scale my walls. Wanulo didn't care at all and teased his concubine, saying, besides, the food in my city can last 2 years. With the Tang army's logistics, they won't last a few months. Just then, another urgent report came in. The Prime Minister rushed in, panting. Your Highness, it's an emergency. I know already. The Tang army is here. What's the panic? Wanulo slammed the table in anger. These two barging in without notice already annoyed him. The Prime Minister anxiously said, it's not just the Tang army. All the civilians outside have been moved into the city. The food supply isn't enough to sustain consumption. Wanulo exploded with rage. Nonsense. At the start of the year, didn't we calculate that food in the city plus reserves from the countryside could last 2 years? Your Highness, to tell the truth, the supervisors in the city faked the numbers. They've been reselling grain from the treasury for years. Now the national treasury is nearly empty. We can only rely on what was just recently taken from the people. The Prime Minister was nearly speechless. Even he hadn't expected the officials of Lulan to be this corrupt. Wanulo felt like a thunderclap exploded in his brain, followed by endless ringing in his ears. Your Highness. Your Highness. The Prime Minister quickly tried to persuade him, we should consider surrendering to the Tang army. Otherwise, they won't even need to attack. They just need to blockade every gate, and in a few months, we'll all starve to death. Wanulo's face twisted in agony at the word surrender, and with a final sliver of hope, he asked, before the war began, didn't I order grain to be purchased from all directions? Hearing him bring this up, the Prime Minister's expression became even more sorrowful. Some time ago, merchants from all over suddenly cut off all trade with us. Not a single grain of rice was sold to us. In these recent days, how could there have been any food entering the storage? Wanulo, after all, could not compare to the cunning old fox Ching Xio. Long before, Ching Xio had already sent word to all the merchants in the western regions, whoever dared to sell even a grain of food to the Lulan kingdom to support their army would be considered an enemy of the Tang Empire. After dealing with the Lulan kingdom, he would go after them next. Wherever they fled, the Tang army would pursue them to the end. With such an order, who would still dare risk losing their head to sell food? It wasn't like they couldn't afford to lose business from just one kingdom. Almost overnight, Lulan was cut off from all external trade, unable to obtain any supplies. Even city-states within Lulan's territory that hadn't yet fallen realized the kingdom was doomed, and all refused to send reinforcements. Now, although Wanulo was still nominally the king of Lulan, in reality, he was just the city lord of this one city. At this point, the Prime Minister advised him to simply surrender and hand over all remaining members of the Jew family in the city in exchange for a chance to survive. Then, let's do as you say. Wanulo felt unsure. Help me draft a surrender letter. Be sure to write it sincerely, make Ching Xio understand that none of this was my idea, it was the Jew family who deceived me. Yes. The Prime Minister responded and quickly got up to begin preparations. Sigh, fine. After all, even after surrendering, I'll still be a former ruler of a nation. Just losing some face. Besides, it was the Tang army who defeated me, it's not really that shameful. Wanulo continued to console himself. Not long after, the army arrived at the city gates. Ching Xio stood with 5,000 Tang troops at the main gate, and 2,000 more surrounded the city from all sides. And at the front of the Tang military formation, Ching Xio had deliberately placed all the surrendered Lulan soldiers. They would lead the charge when the assault began. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. The main army was already preparing the Shinji cannons and installing hot air balloons when suddenly, the city gates of Lulan opened. The Prime Minister, accompanied by several soldiers, cautiously approached the Tang army. Lord Qing, please show mercy. Do not attack the city. We are willing to surrender. The Prime Minister even lowered himself further, kneeling on the ground with both hands offering the letter of surrender. Ching Xio didn't even glance at the man, he simply ordered a soldier to bring him the letter. Please be magnanimous, Lord Qing. Our king was deceived by the Jew family, which is why we fought the Tang army. As long as you give the word, we will immediately welcome your army into the city. Before the Prime Minister could finish speaking, Ching Xio crumpled the letter and threw it to the ground. This is all the sincerity you have in surrendering? The so-called surrender letter merely expressed willingness to once again become a vassal state of the Tang, and didn't even agree to cede the cities already conquered by the Tang army. This Lulan king was beyond foolish. The war had reached this point, and his life or death depended entirely on Ching Xio's patience, yet he still dreamt of remaining king. Why you think it's not enough? the Prime Minister was briefly stunned, then quickly ordered a few words to the soldiers. A signal arrow was immediately fired into the sky. It had no tip, just a whistling head, producing a sharp sound as it flew upward. Seeing the signal arrow from the city wall, the soldiers immediately dragged a group of unarmed people to the wall. Among them were men and women, elderly and children. No matter how they begged for mercy, the soldiers still efficiently beheaded them one by one and threw their heads down the city walls. These people are the remaining members of the Zhu family. From now on, their bloodline is completely wiped out. The Tang Empire need not worry about them anymore. How do you feel about our sincerity? The Prime Minister said with a forced smile. What a joke. A few pathetic cowards like that, how could they ever be a threat to my Tang Empire? What future concern are you even talking about? Ching Xio couldn't help but laugh, and the soldiers beside him all burst into laughter too. The Prime Minister felt uneasy and looked nervously at Ching Xio, who then shouted loudly. There is only one condition for negotiations. Your king must come out immediately. From now on, his entire clan is reduced to commoners. No one can ever again be king. He will be escorted to Chang'an and never allowed to return to the western regions. Then, I will personally select a new king of Lulan from the people inside the city. All land already taken by the Tang army shall be officially incorporated into Tang territory. Only then will we stop fighting. The Prime Minister was shocked. Ching Xio's conditions were basically no different from fully annexing the Lulan kingdom. Even the royal family would be sent to Chang'an as captives. Knowing Wanulo's personality, he would rather die than accept such terms. Of course, that's because Wanulo didn't yet realize he really was about to die. These terms, the king probably won't agree. The Prime Minister didn't even dare look Ching Xio in the eye, stammering. I know. I never expected him to agree. Ching Xio sneered. He had long seen that Wanulo was the kind of person who wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin, so there was no way he would show any mercy. He gave the order, and the soldiers immediately moved in to take action. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. These Lulan soldiers were quick to recognize the situation. Facing several times their number, they immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. The Prime Minister was tightly tied up on the spot and personally dragged by Sheru to the foot of the city wall. Before the soldiers on the wall could react, he shouted angrily. You Lulan people are treacherous and untrustworthy. As a vassal of the Tang Empire, you colluded with traitors and repeatedly raised arms against our heavenly army. Since you now wish to surrender, then your king and his entire clan must be demoted to commoners. Only when Lord Qing appoints a new king can surrender be accepted. Otherwise, this is the consequence you will face. As he spoke, he immediately drew his sword from his waist and chopped off the Prime Minister's head, performing an execution as a warning to all. Everyone on the wall, civilians and officers alike, were stunned. Was the Tang army always this domineering? Killing the messenger and then demanding surrender, perhaps only the Tang army could do such a thing. No one on the wall even dared draw a bow to shoot Sheru. He sneered, threw the headless body on the ground, and calmly returned to the army with his men. Lord Qing gives you half an hour to decide. If we don't see your king kneeling outside the gate after that, we will attack immediately. On the day the city falls, anyone wearing armor or holding a weapon will be killed without mercy. Everyone watched as Sheru walked away casually. It took them quite a while to come back to their senses, and they quickly reported everything to Wanulo. Most of them hoped the king would surrender quickly, at least that way, they might survive. As for the Tang side, although Ching Xio said they had half an hour to decide, the soldiers continued preparing the Shinji cannons without slowing down. At this moment, Wanulo was anxiously waiting for news from the Prime Minister, but what he didn't expect was that the final result turned out to be, the Prime Minister had already been beheaded. Is it absolutely true? How could we dare lie to you, Your Highness? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. The Prime Minister was directly decapitated, and that Tang general also said he's only giving half an hour. The messenger spoke bitterly, Your Highness, you know well, the Tang army is incredibly fierce at attacking cities. We can't possibly hold them off. If they really breach the city, none of us will survive. It would be better to just get out. Wanulo was already annoyed, and this man still kept on nagging about surrender, which made him so angry that he drew his sword and threw it at him. That man quickly dodged. Although he wasn't struck by the sword, he was scared out of his wits and fled in panic. Wanulo didn't dare go to war with the Tang army, but if he surrendered now, he not only wouldn't be king anymore, he'd be dragged thousands of miles to Chang'an as a captive. How could he possibly accept such a downfall? Even if Ching Xio had allowed him to be a small city lord, he might have wavered. Tell all the soldiers in the city, absolutely no surrender. We fight the Tang army to the death. How could we allow the Tang army to look down on us like this? Wanulo put on a brave face, but inside he was full of fear. The reason he wanted to fight to the end was only to show the Tang army that the city wasn't easy to take, hoping to stall until the Tang army ran out of food and had to retreat. Then he could negotiate better surrender terms with Ching Xio. Now that he had been pushed into this situation, he hated Wanulo to the bone. That bastard has caused me so much trouble. If he's still in the city, I'll have him skinned alive. Even now, he didn't understand what really went wrong. He stubbornly believed it was the Jew family that ruined him. Just then, a personal guard stepped forward and suggested, "Your Highness, morale among the soldiers is extremely low right now. If we ask them to fight the Tang army to the death, I'm afraid it won't work. Why not open the national treasury and hand out all the gold and silver to boost morale?" His suggestion came just in time. Otherwise, judging by the current morale, once the Tang army attacked, the whole army would likely open the gates and surrender. The king of Lulan even hesitated for a moment, looking somewhat conflicted. If he handed out everything from the treasury now, after the war he'd be completely broke. "Your Highness, now is not the time to hesitate. If the city falls, you won't even have your life. What use is money then?" The personal guard pleaded sincerely. Finally, Wanulo was reluctantly persuaded. "Fine." Wanulo forced himself to suppress the heartache. "Open the treasury and distribute it to the soldiers. They must fight for me with all their strength. This isn't just for me, it's for themselves too." Although Wanulo gave everything from the treasury, due to years of corruption and embezzlement, with countless people lining their own pockets, and his own poor governance, very little was left. What each soldier received was laughably small, just a few taels of silver, and a few small pouches of millet. Just at this moment, Ching Xio was leading the Tang army outside the city in a swearing ceremony. "We will not return without defeating Lulan." He even promised that once they captured the city, each Tang soldier would receive 50 strings of cash and 3 bolts of cotton cloth. So these Lulan soldiers, holding their meager battle pay, had to face Tang soldiers who could earn a fortune just by storming the city. The half-hour deadline passed, and there was no sign of surrender. Ching Xio wasn't surprised. He had already set up Shinji cannons outside the city. The soldiers on the walls looked in despair at the dark barrels of the cannons. All they could do was place thin wooden planks on the walls, hoping to block the cannon fire. "Fire!" Ching Xio personally raised the flag and gave the command. Dozens of Shinji cannons roared at once, firing shells with great power. The projectiles arced through the air and smashed down hard on Lulan's pitiful city walls. Boom! The cannonballs landed instantly. Their terrifying power shredded the planks on the walls, then exploded on the ground, blasting apart every soldier caught in the blast. With just the first wave of fire, most of the elite soldiers on the wall were dead. At that moment, they fully experienced the crushing power of hot weaponry. After the first strike, no one dared stay on the wall. Not even officers ordered the soldiers to return, they all withdrew below the walls. No matter how much the generals cursed, no one dared climb back up. "His Highness ordered us to defend the wall to the death. You cowards, are you not ashamed? Don't forget, before the battle started, the king even gave you rewards." Mentioning that only made things worse. A few bags of food weren't enough to make people risk their lives. They didn't surrender on the spot, already out of respect for the king. "Damn it, I'll take you up there myself." Seeing no one move, the officer cursed in anger and picked up a shield, ready to charge up the wall with the guards. Just as he was ranting, a cannonball suddenly flew through the air. Before anyone could react, it landed directly on top of the commander's head. Boom! A single shot exploded into a cloud of smoke and a mist of blood. The commander didn't even have time to scream. He and his expensive armor were blown to pieces. This scene terrified the soldiers even more. How could they still have the courage to defend the walls? If not for officers ordering everyone to retreat to the inner citadel, they might have fled completely. After 7 or 8 waves of cannon fire, no living soul could be seen on the walls. At this point, even climbing the walls would face no resistance. Ching Xio ordered someone to ascend in a hot air balloon to scout the situation. They saw that all Lulan soldiers had huddled inside the inner citadel. Even now, they planned to fight the Tang army in street combat after the wall was breached. Their fighting spirit truly exceeded Ching Xio's expectations. Based on his past knowledge of these soldiers, even a small defeat should have made them surrender, let alone a full breach. Fighting to the bitter end like this, Ching Xio had only seen that among troops in the Central Plains and the northern frontiers. This was not typical of Western region soldiers. These people have lived in Lulan for generations. They feel more attached to this country than anyone. Besides, the past few kings of Lulan treated the people fairly well. Even if they don't want to fight, as long as the king decides to resist to the end, they won't surrender. Shui Rengue had interrogated captured soldiers and uncovered the truth. So Wanulo is benefiting from the legacy of the previous kings. Ching Xio was surprised. He hadn't expected such deep-rooted loyalty to the crown even in a remote backwater like this. Since these people intend to fight to the end, then let's keep playing with them. Anyway, they are all soldiers holding weapons. Ching Xio no longer held the slightest pity for these people. He wasn't in a rush to order his soldiers to storm the city. If these people insisted on defending the city and engaging in street battles, it would only cause heavy casualties among his own troops. Even exchanging 10,000 Lulan soldiers for a single son of the Central Plains, Ching Xio thought it wasn't worth it. He ordered the soldiers to ride hot air balloons into the sky, carrying large quantities of Wanrendis, 10,000 man-killers, to give these people a little surprise from above. At the same time, the soldiers hiding in the inner citadel heard the cannon fire stop and thought the Tang army had paused their siege. They cautiously stepped out from the inner citadel, only to see that the city walls had been blasted into ruins. The higher towers had all collapsed. Arrow towers and watchtowers were reduced to rubble. To call it a wall was no longer accurate, it was more like a pile of debris. Even so, they still didn't see the Tang army attacking the city, which struck them as strange. Could it be, they're not attacking anymore? With this illusion in mind, many walked out of the inner citadel, completely unaware of the hot air balloons floating right above their heads. Spotted Lulan troops, drop them. Once they saw the enemy appear, the soldiers in the balloons lit the fuses of the Wanrendis, then dropped them from the sky. These explosives were relatively light, some even hit Lulan soldiers on landing, but they weren't injured. What's this? They stared at the burning fuses nearing the end, not realizing disaster was about to strike. One officer looked at a fuse almost burned through and suddenly remembered, when the Tang army fired cannons, they lit similar fuses. A sense of danger flooded his heart. He immediately threw the Wanrendi away, and in that moment, it exploded in midair, engulfing him and the soldiers behind him in flames. Countless Wanrendis ignited at once, and roaring flames instantly turned the inner citadel into a living hell. The soldiers crowded together only fueled the fire. Some tried to escape before the flames reached them, hoping to open the gates and flee, but in despair, they discovered the gate was already sealed by collapsed stones. There was no way out. The over 10,000 soldiers could only jump and run inside the sea of flames, merely delaying their death by fire. Ching Xio didn't see this hellish scene himself, he could only see thick black smoke rising from the citadel, and faintly hear the screams of agony. Let the brothers rest a while, then continue the bombardment. Ching Xio was as cold as a machine, as if what was burning there were tens of thousands of cockroaches. Yes. When Wanulo received the battle report, though he had already prepared for the worst, the truth still nearly made him faint. So, the Tang army is now just one step away from entering the city? The messenger knelt on the ground, trembling. His face still bore marks from smoke and fire. He had just witnessed hell with his own eyes, tens of thousands burned alive. Escaping from that was nothing short of a miracle. Your Majesty, please surrender. We can't win, the messenger pleaded bitterly. Even if you don't surrender, by tomorrow people will secretly go to Ching Xio themselves. When the Tang army enters, won't the result be the same? Wanulo collapsed onto the throne, looking at the ministers before him, none of them spoke, all avoiding his gaze. Weakly, he asked, tell me, if I surrender now, do you think I can still live? The moment he said this, all the ministers dropped to their knees, but no one answered. Wanulo understood. In this situation, even if he surrendered, he wouldn't be spared, he'd still be humiliated before death. And besides, Ching Xio obviously didn't want him to surrender. Otherwise, Ching Xio would have no excuse to purge the city of resistance. If that's the case, why bother surrendering? Either way, when the city falls, I'll die. If I surrender, I'll still die. Might as well die with some value, drag someone down with me. At this point, Wanulo had no more illusions. He no longer hoped to survive, only hatred remained. Why should he be the one to die, and Ching Xio the final winner? Everyone, I've decided to surrender. Even if not for myself, we must let as many people in this city live as possible. No need for more meaningless sacrifice. Wanulo sighed deeply. Hearing these words, everyone relaxed, as if a burden had been lifted. At least now they didn't have to worry about being purged when the city fell. But if we surrender directly to Ching Xio, he won't accept it. So we must first show humility and make concessions. Otherwise, it won't just be me who dies when we surrender. Everyone agreed. The most important thing now was getting the Tang people to accept their surrender. I've decided to send the princess first, to ask Lord Qing to accept her as his concubine. She can speak on our behalf and maybe save as many of our people as possible. If she can serve Ching Xio well, maybe even I can survive. What do you all think? The method sounded humiliating, begging Ching Xio to take their princess as a concubine, and hoping a woman could win mercy for them. Even when they submitted to the Tang in the past, it never came to this. But the situation was different now. Anyway, it was the king's woman being sacrificed. If someone could live, that was good enough. Your Majesty is wise. We agree, this is the best course of action. Wanulo snorted coldly and finally declared loudly, we'll give the eldest princess to Lord Qing. You all, draft a surrender letter immediately. The humbler, the better, make sure he accepts it. These men were hopeless at leading armies or governing a country, but when it came to writing groveling, flattering letters, they were unmatched. As soon as the order was given, they crowded together to discuss how to write the surrender letter. Wanulo expressionlessly watched them, then turned and returned to the palace. The princess he had mentioned was not his daughter, but a noblewoman of high status within the royal family. He had always disliked her, but she held too high a position to touch. Now was the perfect time to let her sacrifice for the country. Moments later, the eldest princess, Wanyuzhen, arrived at the palace. As soon as she saw her royal brother, she couldn't hide her disdain. Royal brother, why did you summon me here? Princess, the Tang army is now camped outside the city. Our Lulan kingdom is in grave danger. Wanulo said with sorrow on his face. Wanyuzhen did not know the exact situation outside, she only knew that things were extremely dangerous. Women in the palace were never informed about the battle at the front lines. It wasn't until Wanulo explained everything to her in detail that she finally began to panic. The Tang army was only one step away from breaking into the city. Eldest princess, you should understand, among the Tang army are auxiliary troops, including those who came from Rome, and the Kunlun slave mercenaries. Once the city is taken, they will surely burn, kill, and plunder. Men will be enslaved, and women forced into prostitution. At that time, throughout Lulan, no one, man or woman, will live a life worth living. Wanulo's face was filled with grief. By the end of his words, he was covering his face and crying in anguish. Although Wanyuzhen had always looked down on this royal brother, seeing him cry in such a miserable state still startled her. It was her first time seeing the once high and mighty king looking so pitiful. She couldn't help but complain, but ultimately, wasn't all of this because royal brother insisted on colluding with the Zhu family, which angered the Tang and led them to send troops? Wanulo looked up at her in disbelief. His performance was so convincing, it looked as if the grief and sorrow on his face were genuine. It's one thing if others think the king was wrong, they don't know anything. But how could even you think this way? That Ching Xio, whenever he captures a city, immediately enforces Tang laws and sends officials to control it. It's obvious they had long prepared to annex Lulan. Attacking us was only a matter of time. They've even begun relocating large numbers of Central Plains people into the western regions. Do I even need to explain all this? Wanyuzhen had no access to such military information. With a half-truth, Wanulo could easily deceive her. She bit her red lip lightly, eyes filled with grief. So then, these people are no righteous army at all. Now you finally understand. Joining forces with the Zhu family was the wisest choice. It's only that Ching Xio was too cunning, and that's how we lost half of Lulan. As he said this, Wanulo suddenly knelt before Wanyuzhen, crying bitterly, Dear sister. Only you can save the people of Lulan. The king's death alone means nothing, but the countless people of Lulan. Wanyuzhen was completely shocked by the scene. After a long pause, she hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. Dear sister, if you don't agree today, I might as well die kneeling here, and perish alongside the people of the city under the Tang army's blade. Wanulo refused to get up and even reached for his sword, pretending to take his own life. Wanyuzhen was completely panicked, nearly in tears, but I am just a woman. How can I stop the Tang army? How can I save you? Wanulo wiped his tears and cautiously said, I do have a way, but it might require a sacrifice from you. It's the only chance to save the people. Wanyuzhen looked at him with confusion, waiting for a clear answer. It's like this. Wanulo quickly stood up and said solemnly, I will deceive the Tang army by saying you've been given to Ching Xio as a concubine. I've heard that he has 7 or 8 wives and concubines at home and is very lustful. With your looks, he will surely accept. Wanulo painted his plan vividly. Wanyuzhen was stunned for a long time after hearing it. But, even if that works, it's only one man. There are still tens of thousands of Tang soldiers outside. You don't understand. Those Tang soldiers only fight under Ching Xio's command. If he dies, they'll be like a mob, no way they can take the city. Once their supplies run out, they'll retreat on their own. Wanulo spoke with confidence. Seeing that Wanyuzhen still looked doubtful, he played the sympathy card again. Dear sister, can you really bear to see the people of the city suffer? If the Tang army doesn't retreat, everyone will die. Princess, please consider the greater good. Sacrificing just yourself can save countless families in Lulan. All the palace guards knelt together, pleading with the princess to agree. Wanyuzhen's expression was complicated. She never imagined such a burden would fall on her shoulders today. If she went, it would almost certainly mean death. If she didn't, and the Tang army broke through the city, as Wanulo described, she might still suffer humiliation, and the people would die too. In the end, Wanyuzhen sighed in despair. At this point, do I even have a choice? After the princess left, a close aide cautiously approached. Your Highness, you must also know, even if Ching Xio dies, the city will still fall. And the Tang army might massacre the city to avenge him. I know. Wanulo no longer had the sorrowful expression from earlier. Now his face was filled with apathy and coldness. But even so, killing him is meaningless. Bullshit. What do you mean meaningless? Wanulo kicked over a table and roared, why is it that when the city falls, I must die, but Ching Xio gets to be the victor, standing on my grave to condemn me to the world? If he wants me dead, then I'll make sure he dies with me, even if I must die, I will drag him down. He can't be the final winner. As for everything else, I don't care anymore. The close aide was so frightened he dropped to his knees, speechless. Only now did he realize what a terrifying and ugly side the seemingly weak king had when pushed to the edge. As he trembled on the ground, he didn't even notice that Wanulo had slowly drawn his sword and pointed it at his neck. SHHK. The blade fell in an instant. The close aide was caught completely off guard and was killed on the spot. Wanulo hadn't intended to kill him, but the man had just overheard his true thoughts. He couldn't risk him disrupting his plans, so he had to die here. Anyway, once the city falls, you'll die too. Might as well let me send you off now. Wanulo wiped the blood off the blade and muttered to himself. He figured he had maybe 2 hours left. But just thinking about Ching Xio possibly dying before him made him feel much better. In this world, if he could kill this undefeated, war-winning, chosen one, before dying, then even death would be worth it. Meanwhile, the surrender envoy arrived at the Tang camp. At that moment, Ching Xio was inside the command tent handling classified matters, so they were allowed in directly. Sheru originally wanted to assign bodyguards to Ching Xio, but the envoy arrogantly refused, saying there was absolutely no need. They're just a few messengers, do you really think they can harm me? Besides, if they try anything, it'll just give us an excuse. When the city falls, there'll be no need to show mercy. Ching Xio casually waved Sheru away. Back then, even over 10,000 of them couldn't do anything to us, what can a few useless ones do? Yes. Sheru no longer insisted. Once the messengers entered the command tent, he went to supervise the front line. Lord Qing, please review this. The envoy respectfully presented the surrender letter. His Majesty is extremely sincere and has shown utmost goodwill. Ching Xio originally thought this was just a stalling tactic from Wanulo and wasn't even planning to read it carefully, he was about to tear it up. But the Lulan envoys almost knelt and begged him to look at it. Only then did he casually glance through it. And upon reading it, the contents truly surprised him. In the letter, the king of Lulan debased himself to the extreme, declaring in terror that he was guilty beyond redemption. He also expressed willingness to offer the eldest princess to Ching Xio as a concubine, as a token of complete submission, hoping to appease Lord Qing's anger. More importantly, he stated that he would voluntarily give up his royal title and fully accept all the conditions Ching Xio had previously proposed. I only regret not having obeyed Lord Qing's orders earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Reading only the letter, one would think this man had been scared out of his wits and dared not resist any longer. Of course, seeing the overwhelming siege formation, who would still dare to cling to hope? What a joke. Now that I'm just one step away from taking the city, you want to surrender and save your own skins? Ching Xio tossed the letter to the ground and sneered. Once I break through, I'll still chop off your king's head. The whole city will still be mine. But, think about it, taking the city will cost time and effort. And many soldiers in the city have resolved to fight to the end. Even if we lose just one man, isn't that a waste? Besides, maybe you haven't yet heard of the beauty of our princess of Lulan. The envoy took a step back, and the person behind him, whose face had been covered with a cloak, stepped forward. She had come with the envoys, and everyone assumed she was just an attendant. No one paid her any mind. But when she removed her cloak, Ching Xio saw that she was an elegantly shaped woman. Her expression was cool and aloof. Though her appearance had an exotic Western look, her beauty was no less than that of Ching Xio's existing concubines. In fact, her unique Lulan features made her beauty even more striking. Ching Xio had rarely seen such a stunning woman from the western regions. There was no need to ask, This woman was clearly the princess, Wanyuzhen. At first, Wanyuzhen appeared cold and distant. But when she saw Ching Xio, his distinctive aura and handsome appearance, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. She had seen many noblemen with presence, but never anyone quite like Ching Xio. Based on his looks alone, she couldn't connect this man with the battlefield legend said to be like a god of war. Wanulo is that impatient? Can't even finish negotiating before sending his sister? Ching Xio's words snapped Wanyuzhen out of her daze. She had been staring too long. A faint blush crept across her pale cheeks. Previously, my royal brother offended Lord Qing. I will serve you sincerely, please calm your anger, Wanyuzhen said, her heart fluttering involuntarily. She had never felt this way about a man before, it was strange. Ching Xio was about to speak when the envoy chuckled knowingly and excused himself. Lord Qing has been working hard, princess, please take good care of him. Once he's well rested, we'll come back in. Once you've rested, perhaps you'll reconsider our offer of surrender? The envoy quickly exited the tent, leaving only Ching Xio and Wanyuzhen. Although Wanyuzhen had mentally prepared herself, she still trembled slightly. Just thinking about what was about to happen made her feel nervous and unable to calm herself. Just get it over with. She bit her lip gently and shyly removed her outer garments, leaving only close-fitting clothes. Her curvaceous figure was suddenly revealed, her full bosom making it hard to look away. Such an exotic beauty exposing herself so openly, even Ching Xio, used to beautiful women, began to feel stirred. Wanyuzhen moved hesitantly. She was just wondering how to seduce Ching Xio further when he suddenly stepped forward and reached out. She thought the moment had come and shyly closed her eyes, waiting. But Ching Xio's next move was to remove the hairpin from her hair. Without the hairpin, her long black hair fell like a waterfall down her back, reaching her waist. Ching Xio toyed with the pin, examining it in his hand. Isn't your intention a bit too obvious? I don't understand. I just wanted to serve you. Wanyuzhen, realizing the plan had been exposed, still tried to deny it. With this alone, you probably couldn't kill me in one strike. So this must be poisoned, something deadly on contact, yes? Ching Xio casually threw the hairpin to the ground and crushed it underfoot. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed by your little trick. It's an old tactic already played out in the Central Plains. I knew what you were up to from the moment you left the city. Seeing the look of disbelief on Wanyuzhen's face, he added calmly. You deliberately avoided the city soldiers when leaving, didn't you? To keep them from learning about the surrender and affecting morale? If you were really sincere about peace talks, why so sneaky? Every move you made confirmed your bad intentions. Wanyuzhen had nothing to say. In the end, she could only sigh in deep despair. It's come to this. Whether I live or die depends on you. If Lord Qing is merciful, please make my death quick. If you can't let go of my attempted assassination, do as you wish. She closed her eyes, completely resigned to her fate. But since she had dared to come today, she must have already prepared to die here. I have one question. Ching Xio didn't rush to deal with her. He asked calmly, ever since I began the war with Lulan, though there's been some bloodshed, I've mostly protected and comforted civilians, I haven't carried out massacres. So why do you all still fight to the death for such a foolish king? Do you think it's worth it? Wanyuzhen became angry and retorted, even now you're trying to deceive us? Wherever the Tang army goes, both soldiers and civilians are slaughtered, farmland and houses are reduced to ashes. Even if my royal brother is unjust, he's still not as cruel as you. Hearing this, Ching Xio laughed with disdain. So Wanulo had gone to great lengths to slander them, trying to coerce the people of the city into following him down a dead-end path. It turned out that everyone was afraid the Tang army would massacre them once they breached the city, so even in such a desperate situation, they still refused to surrender. The Tang army slaughtered civilians, destroyed farmland and houses. Did you see this with your own eyes? No, but do I need to? Everyone knows it. What nonsense is this everyone knows? Everything you know was told to you by your royal brother, wasn't it? Ching Xio sneered. A noble princess like you has probably barely ever left the palace. How would you even know what's happening outside the city? You just believe whatever others tell you. If I told you that wherever the Tang army passes, the common people actually live better than before, and all of them respect the Tang heavenly army, what would you think? Wanyuzhen immediately said, that's absolutely impossible. Ching Xio didn't argue further. He simply said, come with me. Ching Xio turned and walked ahead, signaling for Wanyuzhen to follow. He didn't assign even a single guard to accompany them, showing complete confidence. Wanyuzhen couldn't understand why. She had come here as an assassin, yet Ching Xio wasn't the least bit cautious? She followed with a complex expression. Ching Xio didn't seem guarded at all. She even noticed a jade-handled dagger at his waist. If I move fast enough, maybe I can grab the dagger and stab him in the back before he reacts. In just a short time, Wan Yuzhen thought of at least 5 ways to assassinate Ching Xio. If it were anyone else, she might have already done it. But for some reason, she hesitated with Ching Xio. She even felt reluctant to kill him. Wan Yuzhen didn't understand why she had such absurd thoughts. This man was the enemy who destroyed her homeland. I can't hesitate. For the sake of the people in the city, I must kill him today. She made up her mind. Just as she was about to reach for the dagger, Ching Xio suddenly turned around. Startled, she quickly pulled back her hand. Ching Xio remained calm, as if he hadn't noticed anything. As she silently prayed he hadn't noticed, Ching Xio said, "See for yourself." Wan Yuzhen then realized they had arrived behind the military camp, where many farmers were transporting grain and supplies. To her surprise, these workers were all Lulan people, and there were hardly any soldiers supervising them. They seemed to be helping the Tang army willingly. Wan Yuzhen was stunned. She had seen the king conscript laborers from across the country to transport goods before, but those laborers were always unwilling and worked lazily. They had to be watched and whipped constantly just to keep working. If there were no soldiers watching, they would have fled long ago. How could they be so eager? These laborers are voluntarily helping us transport supplies. Is that not obvious? Ching Xio said calmly. Wan Yuzhen still couldn't believe it. Did you threaten them with their lives? Ridiculous. If that were true, with so few guards, they would have taken up arms and rebelled already. Still suspicious, she glanced at Ching Xio. He gestured for her to ask them herself. Wan Yuzhen walked up to a laborer and asked, "Why are you helping the Tang army transport supplies?" The man looked at her briefly and was stunned by her beauty, not realizing she was a high-ranking Lulan princess. He quickly regained composure and replied, "So what if we're helping the Tang army? They pay us. They give us food, and we earn 21 a day, Tang copper coins. Where else can you find work like this?" Wan Yuzhen was shaken. She couldn't imagine that these people would help invaders for just a few dozen copper coins. Having lived in the palace her whole life, she didn't understand how much those few coins meant to the poor. That's the Tang army. Don't you know that by giving them supplies, you're helping them conquer cities and slaughter our people? The laborers were surprised by her strong reaction. They looked at her like she was a fool. What are you talking about? Every time the Tang army captures a city, as long as we commoners don't cause trouble, they never harm us. They even give us land to farm. Before, I didn't even own a single mu of land. Exactly. Some people were captured and enslaved by mercenaries, and Lord Ching Xio even paid to ransom them and gave them freedom. Life under Lord Ching Xio is way better than it was under the Lulan king. I wish he'd conquer all of Lulan so we could all live better lives. If the Tang army would let me join, I'd sign up today to fight that so-called king of ours. What a joke, making us suffer like that. The crowd laughed loudly, not taking Wan Yuzhen's words seriously. Soon they all dispersed. Only the noble princess stood there in shock, silently replaying their words in her mind. It was completely different from what was said in the palace and what her royal brother had told her. "You understand now?" Ching Xio said lightly. "Before our Tang army arrived, almost none of these commoners owned even a piece of land. They farmed the lands of the nobles and landlords. Even after a whole year, they couldn't save up 100 copper coins. Even the herders didn't own their livestock. When they died, everything they had was taken by their masters. That's the country ruled by your dear royal brother." Wan Yuzhen's expression turned complicated. She realized that Ching Xio hadn't lied at all. Back in the palace, the nobles loved to brag about how many peasants worked their land, how many people herded cattle for them. She had even thought those peasants lived decently, but the truth was nothing like she imagined. These Lulan people truly lived a life worse than death under the rule of their king. So, when my royal brother said the country was prosperous and the people were living peacefully, it was all a lie. Wan Yuzhen was extremely unsure. "Do you still need to ask me something like that at this point?" Ching Xio didn't even bother to glance at her again. He called over a soldier and ordered him to take the woman away. Send her back to Lulan City, and make a big announcement to the soldiers guarding the city. Just when they're preparing for a desperate fight to the death, their king is offering up a woman to beg for surrender. Ching Xio waved his hand, leaving Wan Yuzhen standing there, at a loss. If he had said this to her before, she probably would have welcomed it. But now that she had seen the way the Tang army handled things and how Ching Xio governed the people, her heart was wavering. She suddenly found the palace, full of lies, and the royal brother who sent her to die, utterly disgusting. "Please." The soldier stepped forward, rudely signaling for Wan Yuzhen to follow him. But she ignored him and nervously called out to Ching Xio, "I want to stay. I won't go back." Ching Xio didn't even turn his head. "Weren't you just saying we're all bloodthirsty butchers? Wan Yuzhen gritted her teeth and finally said, I didn't know before that the Tang army actually governed the people well, so I accepted the order to assassinate you. But now, she couldn't tell if her heart had been moved by the people or by Lord Ching Xio himself. In any case, all she wanted now was not to return, and if possible, to stay by Ching Xio's side. Do as you like. This city won't hold much longer. Even if you go back, you'll end up a prisoner. Ching Xio didn't care. Wan Yuzhen then stepped forward nervously and asked, if the Tang army breaks into the city, can you please spare the civilians? At least they were forced by the king to resist until now. Ching Xio replied simply, whether soldier or civilian, anyone willing to surrender will not be punished. Otherwise, they must be killed. Wan Yuzhen thought for a moment and finally made up her mind. I know a weak point in the city. If the Tang army focuses their attack there, the city will fall quickly. Meanwhile, the few surviving Lulan soldiers still holding out in the Wengqing, Barbican, suddenly noticed that the cannon fire outside had greatly weakened. After suffering from the previous 10,000 enemy bombs, no one dared to venture out again. The charred bodies of their comrades were still lying outside. But they also realized that the Tang army seemed unwilling to accept casualties and wasn't risking a full-force attack. This gave them some peace of mind. For now, they could hold on a bit longer. The news that the Tang army had stopped bombarding the city quickly reached the palace, and the nervous Wanulo suddenly became excited. The princess has succeeded. She must have killed Ching Xio, and the Tang army stopped attacking because of it. He was thrilled. He had only hoped to drag Ching Xio down with him, but now there was unexpected gain. If the Tang army retreated, maybe he could even keep his throne. He'd be the first to repel the Tang army in the western regions. Thinking this, he no longer wanted to die. Relaxing a bit, he ordered that all males over 16 in the city be gathered, armed, and prepared for battle. The Tang army is in disarray. If we strike while they retreat, we'll surely win, and maybe even take back the cities they captured. He declared this confidently to his officials, but in truth, he just wanted to make a show of force and intimidate the Tang army, who now had no commanding general. The officials didn't know what was happening outside. They thought the king's plan was ridiculous but had no choice but to obey. Just as Wanulo was dreaming of victory, he didn't know that the Tang troops left at the front lines were only a decoy. Sheru had already led the real elite troops around to the mountain behind the city and found a river running through the mountains. When he reached the mountaintop and saw the rushing river, he was amazed. It's just as that woman said. She didn't lie to us. Previously, Wan Yuzhen had told Ching Xio that the mountains behind Lulan city often flooded, destroying the western city walls, and the kings had stopped repairing that section long ago because it was hard to attack from there. From above, Sheru could see that wall was not only damaged but completely unguarded. Attacking from here would be as easy as walking in, no need to clash blades. Ching Xio handed Sheru a telescope. Look east. That large building is the palace. Once you breach the city, take it first. Do not let Wanulo escape. If he gets away, I'll cut off your head, no joke. Ching Xio issued a death order. No member of the Lulan royal family must escape. Yes. Not just Wanulo, if any royal escapes, I'll accept death and have my corpse exposed for 3 days outside the city. Sheru couldn't bear such disgrace either. He swore an oath on the spot. The troops then lined up at the mountaintop, overlooking the entire city. Release. With Sheru's command, soldiers pushed giant boulders and logs down the slope toward the city walls. Powered by gravity, the huge object smashed down with unstoppable force, whistling through the air and slamming into the already ruined wall. Boom! The first boulder hit, shaking the wall with a loud rumble. Dust filled the air, and the wall began to wobble. More projectiles followed. Soon, the base of the wall cracked and collapsed, the entire section falling down in ruins. Then, Sheru led the charge, sword in hand, charging down the slope. Seeing him take the lead, the soldiers' morale soared. They shouted and followed. They easily crossed the low rubble of the broken wall. When thousands of elite troops flooded into the streets, the Lulan people were dumbfounded. How did these tigers and wolves get in? Could the Tang army fly? When these commoners saw the Tang army, they fled in panic, turning and running into their houses, slamming the doors shut. But the Tang army had no interest in them whatsoever. They didn't even glance at the tightly shut doors of the residential houses and went straight toward the royal palace. The Tang army is here. The Tang army is here. The guards who were supposed to maintain order on the streets, upon hearing the news, didn't rush to stop them. Instead, they immediately removed their armor and fled for their lives, terrified of engaging the Tang army even for a moment. A truly absurd scene unfolded in the city. The Tang army charged forward, while the guards ahead threw away their armor and ran like madmen, almost like they were leading the way for them. Even the messengers running reports weren't as fast. By the time the Tang army reached the outer area of the royal palace, Wanulo was still instructing the palace chefs to prepare a celebration banquet. He was still immersed in the fantasy that Ching Xio had already been assassinated. But fantasies must eventually be shattered. A panicked palace guard rushed in and burst into tears as soon as he saw Wanulo. "Your Majesty, it's over. Everything is over. We're all going to die. What nonsense are you saying?" Wanulo angrily kicked the man over. "We'll be having a victory feast soon, and you're not even out patrolling for me." The guard trembled on the ground and cried out in despair, "What feast? The Tang army has already reached the palace gates, and all the ministers have surrendered." Wanulo was momentarily stunned. He thought he'd misheard. Ching Xio was already dead, the Tang army had no commander. How could they have possibly entered the city? Besides, the frontline Barbican had never been breached. What, could the Tang army fly? They seemed to have come from the rear mountain, and the patrol guards along the way couldn't stop them. Wanulo's mind buzzed as if a string had snapped. After a long pause, he cursed furiously. It's not that they couldn't stop them, it's that those useless trash didn't dare to. They collapsed at the first touch. To be fair, although he was a terrible ruler, as king he did have a good grasp of how useless his soldiers were. But wasn't Ching Xio already dead? I saw fewer soldiers on the front lines. Suddenly, Wanulo realized, the reduction in soldiers at the front lines meant they had taken the chance to circle around and attack from the rear mountain. He couldn't figure out how the Tang army had learned that the rear mountain was the city's weak point, but if what was said was true, then it was all over. He still couldn't accept the reality that his kingdom was about to fall. Even so, he clung to a final shred of hope and tried to go outside to confirm things for himself. But just as he moved, panicked cries, the clash of weapons, and the Tang army's battle shouts echoed from outside. Reality spoke louder than any words. His palace had been breached. "Your Highness, there may still be a chance. How about escaping through the palace's rear exit? The Tang army might not know there's a hidden door." The guard still held on to the last bit of hope. Wanulo seemed persuaded. He was about to escape through a back window, but when he looked outside, he saw flames blazing in the rear garden, completely cutting off his escape route. "The general has ordered, whoever helps capture Wanulo alive will receive 100 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of good farmland." The reward announcement, along with the battle cries, stirred up many Lulan people. They began moving with the Tang army, eager to capture him alive. At that moment, Wanulo's last illusion shattered. He realized with sorrow that he truly had no way out. "Your Highness," the only remaining guard stared at him, helpless. Wanulo was dazed for a long while before he ordered the guard to draw his sword. "After I die, throw my corpse into the fire and announce that I escaped. Don't let them know I died here." Wanulo looked at his reflection in the blade, his heart full of grief. Then, without another word, he stabbed the blade through his chest. Blood gushed out as he fell heavily to the ground, dead. "Your Majesty?" The guard was stunned. Only after a moment did he realize his king was truly dead. He initially intended to follow the order and throw the body into the fire, but when he was about to act, he hesitated. The Tang army had promised 100 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of land just for finding Wanulo, alive or dead. "Your Majesty, you're already dead. It's not too much for you to help me out a little now, is it?" The guard muttered to himself, then wrapped up the king's remains and rushed out the door. "No need to search anymore. I have the king's corpse. Send for the Tang general to speak." He ran out eagerly, hoping to claim the reward, but what he saw outside were palace guards looting the royal palace in the chaos. They paused when they saw him, but when they heard his shout, they immediately dropped what they were stealing and advanced on him with malicious intent. The guard panicked, backing away, his voice trembling. "I found the king first, you guys." Before he finished, a blade suddenly pierced his back, straight through his chest. "I found him first." The crowd went mad, fighting to snatch Wanulo's corpse. They even turned on each other with swords. The scene became a bloodbath. Only when the Tang army arrived, and Sheru personally killed several men to stop the madness, did the chaos subside. By then, Wanulo's body had already been hacked into dozens of pieces. Large numbers of people brought up fragments of the corpse to claim the reward. "General, look, I found the body first. These people tried to steal it from me. All I have left is an arm." "Don't believe him. I clearly had it first, they stole it from me. Why else would I be holding half a head? I found it first. General, the reward should be mine. If not for me, they wouldn't even know where the king was hiding." Everyone started arguing, demanding rewards. It almost led to another brawl, until Sheru stabbed his sword into the ground to silence them. "Anyone who speaks another word, I'll cut off their head myself. Everyone finally shut up, eyes locked on Shui Rengue, longing for the reward. Even without thinking, Shui Rengue knew that these people likely had nothing to do with Wanulo's death. But they had the body. He didn't care about that, all he needed was confirmation that Wanulo was truly dead. He had the man with the head bring it up for inspection. Everyone present confirmed it was indeed Wanulo's head. Everyone, since the accounts vary, each person holding a piece of the body will receive 1/10 of the reward promised by Lord Ching Xio. Shui Rengue made a compromise proposal. These people looked at each other, then kowtowed to express their gratitude. If the chaos continued, these Tang masters might not even fulfill the little reward they had promised. However, Shui Rengue was not finished speaking. Having followed Ching Xio for so long, he had already learned many tricks from him, how to fan the flames and incite internal conflict. Letting these people riot on their own was definitely more efficient than having the Tang army do it themselves. Shui Rengue continued, although Wanulo is dead, the remnants of the royal bloodline he left in the palace absolutely must not remain. Since everyone wants more rewards, I'll give you that chance, go into the palace and capture every single royal family member for me. I want them alive. No reward for the dead. At these words, everyone's eyes gleamed green. They saw another chance to get rich. General, forgive me for asking, how much reward for capturing one person? And when can we claim it? It's not that I don't trust the heavenly army, it's just... Stop talking nonsense. Shui Rengue waved his hand and promised, each living member of the royal family can be exchanged for 50 taels of silver and 10 acres of land. Shui Rengue had no way to deliver these rewards, especially the land promise. After the war, every inch of this place would be allocated by Ching Xio, he had no say in it. But based on his understanding of Ching Xio, the latter would likely be happy to pay that price to eliminate the royal family. As expected, no one could sit still when rewards were involved. They immediately scattered and charged into the palace, searching for the royal nobles. They had served these pampered aristocrats daily, suffered their arrogance, and long harbored resentment. Now, not only could they vent their anger, but also earn money. What was there to hesitate about? Seeing the crowd disperse, Shui Rengue ordered his men to rest and stop searching. After all, others were doing the work for them. General, won't some of them use this chance to help the royal family escape? If they get out of the city, we'll have no way to explain to Duke Qing, the deputy general warned with concern. No worries, these people would never let money slip through their fingers, trust me. Shui Rengue was full of confidence. If he hadn't insisted on bringing them back alive for a reward, they might not even have found a single living royal. The palace was breached, ministers surrendered one after another, and the soldiers still resisting on the front lines collapsed mentally. Even the king was gone, what were they still fighting for? Before the Tang army outside could attack, they raised white flags and surrendered, welcoming the imperial army into the city. Ching Xio personally led the troops, and everywhere he passed, surrendering soldiers knelt in rows. Civilians shut their doors tightly and dared not step outside. Their impression of Ching Xio still came from Wanulo's demonizing propaganda. They thought that once the city was taken, the Tang army would begin a massacre. Of course, Ching Xio had no intention of slaughtering the city. According to Wanyuzhen, there were nearly 800,000 civilians in Lulan city. That was a massive source of productivity. Wanyuzhen looked at the desolate streets with a complex expression. She didn't know if helping the Tang army breach the city was the right thing to do, but the consequences were already set, she had no way to regret it now. Don't think our army is that bad. See this area? Ching Xio pointed with his horsewhip to a street they just passed. When Shui Rengue led his troops into the city, this was the road he took. He didn't harm a single civilian along the way, nor damage a single home. Our goal from the start was purely to go after Wanulo. Ching Xio wasn't lying. Wanyuzhen could clearly see the residences were intact, and there were no signs of civilians being harassed or massacred. Compared to other Western region armies, such discipline was truly rare. I heard the palace has been breached. What does Duke Qing plan to do with the royal nobles inside? Wanyuzhen asked the question she was most concerned about. Those royals were her blood relatives. If possible, she wanted to save some from the Tang army. As for Wanulo, there was no need to think. He was certainly dead. Ching Xio gave a direct answer, if they know how to adapt, they'll be escorted to Chang'an and placed under the emperor's control. If they insist on being like your royal brother, hesitant, or even dare to resist the Tang army, then I'll have no choice. Wanyuzhen bit her lip and nodded slightly. She knew this was already the most lenient condition Ching Xio could offer. The army arrived outside the palace gates. Flames were already raging inside. Even from outside, they could hear the chaos and shouting within. What's going on? Who allowed Sheru to set the palace on fire? Ching Xio frowned. That brat dares to act on his own now. A gatekeeper hurried to reporting to Duke Qing, the fire was not started by our soldiers, but by palace guards and the imperial troops inside. They set it on purpose to cause chaos and loot the palace treasures. General Xue has already personally killed many of them and ordered the men to put out the fire, but the flames are too strong. We can't stop it for now. Before Ching Xio could respond, Wanyuan exclaimed, impossible. The palace guards and imperial troops are loyal. How could they loot the palace in chaos? The soldier looked Wanyuan up and down like she was some rare creature, thinking, has this woman never stepped outside before? The soldier ignored her. Ching Xio said, let's go inside the palace and see for ourselves. The soldier wanted to advise Ching Xio to wait until the fire died down, but Ching Xio didn't listen and entered directly with his guards. Upon returning to the palace, Wanyuan saw nothing but ruins. Even the decorative jade wall she used to see when entering had been smashed and stolen. Everywhere she looked, the Tang soldiers were trying to maintain order and put out the fire. Meanwhile, the palace guards and maidservants were fleeing chaotically, shifty-eyed, their clothes bulging with stolen goods. No matter how much Wanyuan refused to believe it, she now had no way to deny that what Ching Xio said was true. Don't be so surprised. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it, that's normal. There's not that much loyalty in the world, especially not when it's based on fear of royal authority. Ching Xio had long grown used to such scenes. The current state of Lulan's palace was actually not that bad. If the Tang army hadn't been maintaining order, the riot might have spread to the civilian areas, and many commoners would have been looted too. Ching Xio immediately ordered that anyone who took advantage of the chaos to loot the royal palace be executed on the spot. Heads rolled in front of the palace. Seeing that Duke Qing's men were merciless, these people were finally scared. They quickly handed over all the stolen treasures to the Tang army, narrowly escaping death. Meanwhile, some clever ones had already rushed deep into the palace and captured all the royal family members, planning to exchange them for money. The Lulan royals, upon learning that the king was dead and the city had fallen, fell into despair. They knew resistance was useless and surrendered without a fight. After a thorough search, every last royal bloodline was captured. Not a single one escaped. Sheru brought the list of captured royals to Ching Xio. Boss, the situation was urgent at the time. I had no choice but to make them a promise. Ching Xio opened the list and nearly fainted from anger. This brat actually dared to promise a reward of 50 taels of silver and 10 acres of farmland for each captured royal. You've never run a household, so you don't know how expensive rice and firewood are, huh? Do you know how much money it would take to reward all these people? The national treasury of Lulan is already empty. Even scraping the land 3 feet deep wouldn't turn up that much money. And you didn't even consider whether those people were worth it. Ching Xio rolled up the list and cursed, next time, learn how to get big results with little cost. Sheru knew he was in the wrong, but still muttered, every time you fight a battle, your rewards aren't small either. What I did wasn't too much. Bullshit. Look at who I spend money to reward, and who you're rewarding. Those royals aren't even a threat, are they worth spending that much on? Though he scolded him, since Sheru had already made the promise, Ching Xio couldn't just break it. In the end, he emptied the Lulan treasury and added the treasures handed over by looters to scrape together enough for the rewards. It was a painful expense. Ching Xio then set his sights on the captured royals. Since the money was already spent, it might as well be put to good use. This money must not be wasted. The large-scale massacre feared by the people of Lulan never happened. In fact, only a few hours after the Tang army entered the city, the chaos gradually died down, and the residential areas remained untouched. By the next morning, some citizens cautiously stepped outside like insects after awakening from hibernation, only to find the streets plastered with notices. These notices promised that as long as Lulan's people were willing to accept Tang rule and obey the law, Duke Qing would treat all who surrendered as citizens of the Tang Empire. Additionally, all the harsh taxes and levies imposed by Wanulo would be abolished. At first, the people doubted the message. But when they saw that the Tang soldiers ignored commoners and didn't act superior, just patrolling normally as expected, they began to believe. Only then did they realize, the Tang army truly wanted to govern Lulan properly. Originally, many among them were reluctant to accept Tang rule. But in comparison, they discovered that Ching Xio's taxes were more than half lower than before. Even military service was abolished, allowing everyone to live peacefully and work in contentment. This news brought overwhelming joy. The people ran around spreading the word, praising Tang rule. Soon, all the residents who had hidden indoors poured out onto the streets. Seeing the city largely undamaged, they finally felt at ease. Now that they willingly accepted Tang rule, Ching Xio immediately ordered all the city's people to gather outside the city gate, where the walls had been damaged during the siege. The people didn't understand the order, but still brought their families and went. At that moment, the captured nobles of the royal court were all kneeling outside the city gate. These nobles no longer had their usual arrogance. When the people saw them, they cheered inwardly with satisfaction. In the past, whenever these nobles walked the streets, commoners couldn't even stand. They had to kneel on both sides of the road to wait respectfully. Even daring to look up earned a whipping. Many people present had once been punished for accidentally bumping into a noble. Now seeing these people kneeling like dogs under the city wall, how could they not feel delighted? Originally, they had mixed feelings about the Tang army entering the city, but now they felt fully gratified. Of course, Wanyuan was not kneeling with them. After all, she had actively surrendered and advised the Tang army on how to take the city. Ching Xio looked down at the kneeling nobles and shouted loudly, "You colluded with the former traitor king Wanulo, exploiting the people. Most of Lulan's land was taken by you parasites. You taxed the people to the bone. Now that the Tang army is here, we're not only sweeping away the tyrant but punishing the guilty and restoring justice to the people." At his command, soldiers brought out a large chest for the crowd to see. Inside were stacks of Lulan land deeds, all belonging to nobles. Ordinary people had no right to own these documents. The people stared, unable to look away. These were the most valuable assets in Lulan. From today onward, all old Lulan land deeds are to be burned. Land will be redivided according to population and distributed evenly. No one may hoard more than their share. All mansions and gardens built by nobles across the kingdom are to be demolished and turned into residential housing for the local people. From this day on, there would be no more Lulan kingdom. Its entire territory would be merged into the Tang Empire and renamed Lulan Circuit. The people could hardly believe their ears. Did this mean that they would finally have land of their own and no longer be tenant farmers for nobles? "Thank you, Duke Qing." The crowd shouted with joy, tears in their eyes. Everyone was overjoyed. Only now did they truly understand how deeply Wanulo had poisoned them. He had painted the Tang army as villains. Now they saw clearly, it was the Lulan nobles who were the true oppressors. Ching Xio looked at the cheering crowd below and calmly said, "Everything I've done today is to let you feel the virtue of the Tang Empire. From now on, I hope you will be loyal to our court. Never surrender and rebel again, or you will not be spared. You should all remember the downfall of Gao Chong Kingdom. Let that be your warning, never follow in its footsteps." Of course, there was no need for Ching Xio to say it. The people of Lulan had just escaped from serfdom. How could they abandon their newfound freedom and return to slavery? "We will definitely obey all orders from the Great Tang and never betray again." That's right. If we betray, how could we face the grace given to us by Duke Qing? From now on, we are Tang people. Whoever goes against Tang, we will fight them with the Tang army. The crowd spoke passionately, all loudly declaring their loyalty. Winning the people's hearts was not a difficult task. Even if these nobles had been willing to let a little of their wealth slip through their fingers to benefit the commoners, it would have been enough to let them live peacefully and win support. But those people were too greedy, unwilling to give up even such benefits, which led to today's downfall. After the celebrations, the people turned their eyes toward the nobles kneeling in front of the city wall. All of them tacitly began to move toward these people. The Tang soldiers, sensing something wrong, immediately raised their weapons and stepped forward to block the commoners, shouting at them not to advance further. Although they couldn't get close, someone still picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it from a distance. Sons of bitches. The stone directly hit the head of a fat prince, causing his head to bleed profusely as he screamed in pain. One stone sparked 1,000 waves. Seeing this, the crowd immediately followed suit, all picking up stones and hurling them at the nobles. The stones rained down like a storm. The royal nobles, even though they huddled and dodged, could not avoid them. In that narrow space, they were like live targets, letting the people vent their fury. "Duke Qing, save us!" Seeing that the Tang army was deliberately not intervening, the nobles had no choice but to beg Ching Xio, who stood atop the wall. But he acted as if he didn't hear, letting the people throw stones without giving any order to stop. These commoners had long held resentment, and now was the time to let them release it fully. More importantly, it was to make them sever ties with the nobles, to completely abandon their loyalty to the former Lulan kingdom. Only then would they wholeheartedly submit to Tang, with no second thoughts. Anyway, Ching Xio had spent a lot of money to keep these people alive, might as well get a bit more use out of them. While throwing stones, the crowd cursed loudly. Decades of hatred poured out at that moment. Some even wished they had spears or javelins to stab these beasts to death. Soon all the stones in the area were used up, yet some still felt unsatisfied and went searching elsewhere for more. Ching Xio saw that some nobles were about to be killed, and knew the time had come. Stop! Ching Xio struck the city wall with his sword and shouted, "These people are criminals appointed by His Majesty. Only the Emperor may decide their execution. If any of you kill one of them, His Majesty will hold you accountable, and none of you will escape punishment." Under Ching Xio's direct pressure, the crowd finally dared not throw more stones and dispersed. Even so, they were all satisfied, having vented their anger completely. As for the royal nobles and their entourage, they were devastated. None had been killed, but all were seriously injured, and their once luxurious robes were soaked with blood. Only then did Ching Xio give the order to lock them all up, to be sent later to Chang'an for judgment by Emperor Lier. At the same time, Ching Xio again gave an order to Sheru, telling him to take over the remaining half of Lulan's territory. "I heard that during our war with Wanulo, those city lords chose to sit on the fence. They didn't support us or take a stand. Before your army arrives, have Chen Rong send mercenaries to test them. If they've only surrendered on the surface and still act like independent rulers, attack the city directly. Do not accept surrender. On the day the city falls, kill all officials and the city lord." In most Western regions' kingdoms, the central government couldn't directly control all cities. City lords held king-like power in their own territories. If a city was powerful enough, it could even play both sides during wartime, making both sides try to win them over with benefits. But now that Ching Xio was taking over, he would never allow a state within a state to exist within his conquered lands. Either submit completely, or die. He would not give these warlord city lords a third choice. Sheru naturally understood what Ching Xio meant. He immediately replied, "As long as they surrender, I'll take their military power and escort them directly to Lulan city." With such mutual understanding, things were easy. Just one sentence between the two men conveyed more than 1,000 words. But speaking of which, where is Suding Fongs? Although the war to conquer Lulan had only lasted 2 months, this guy had taken 1,000 of Ching Xio's elite troops and disappeared since the war began. Ching Xio had focused all his attention on Lulan and hadn't bothered about him. But now, he realized Su hadn't sent a single message. Unexpectedly, Sheru laughed loudly. "Boss, I was just about to tell you." West of Lulan, in an oasis basin. In the western regions, mostly desert and Gobi climate, cities had to be built around oases to survive. A lone city in the desert couldn't be sustained. It could be said that every city in the western regions was built from an oasis. At this moment, Dingfong and his 1,000 elite soldiers were stationed within such an oasis. This oasis was vast and fertile, an extreme rarity in the entire western regions. For years, while wars raged, no one had discovered this new world. Once its location became known, many large and small states rushed to seize it. But while they fought, they only dared skirmish on the outskirts. None dared to enter directly and face the Tang soldiers stationed inside, knowing their fearsome reputation. Anyway, with no logistics, the 1,000 Tang soldiers inside would either starve in the oasis or be forced to retreat once supplies ran out. To them, the Tang army was just a small episode, not a deciding factor in the fight for the oasis. While the various states fought outside, Dingfong cautiously monitored their movements from inside the oasis. 2 months ago, when Ching Xio declared war on Lulan, Su had planned to join him and attack from both sides. But by misfortune or fate, his army got caught in a sandstorm in the desert and lost their way. They had no experience navigating sandstorms and had to rely on luck, only to accidentally stumble upon this massive oasis. Dingfong knew how vital an oasis was in the desert. He immediately decided to occupy it and wait until Ching Xio conquered Lulan to annex it into Tang territory. As a result, they ended up stationed there for a full 2 months. At first, logistics from the rear could barely support them, but as time went on, supply became more difficult. They had to prioritize food and supplies for the Lulan front. Because of this, Dingfong didn't want to give up this oasis, so he and his army had to defend the place with limited resources. But after 2 months, their supplies were nearly exhausted. Just now, the cook came to report, they only had enough food left for 1 more day. By tomorrow, they would be out of rations. By then, they would either have to abandon everything and temporarily withdraw, or resort to eating grass and bark. Dingfong calculated in his mind, if the fighting outside ended, maybe they could use the opportunity to rush out and scavenge the battlefield for leftover supplies from the war between the two armies, and hold out a few more days. This battle continued until dusk. It had to be said, these nations' armies had such poor military skills, it was outrageous. The whole afternoon felt like a brawl, chaotic, with very few casualties. Seeing that the chaotic troops were about to retreat, Suding Fong became energized and was just about to order his troops to move out and clean up the battlefield. But just as he was about to give the order, he suddenly noticed something strange on the battlefield. A lot of supplies were left behind, but no one was collecting them. The army's retreat was also extremely slow and took a formation that looked like a pincer movement. It looked less like a retreat, and more like an attempt to encircle the oasis. Of course, they didn't dare to directly enter and fight the Tang army. But if the Tang army rushed out to collect supplies, they could use the chance to rush into the oasis and quickly set up defenses, then the Tang army would be helpless. Turns out they had deliberately left large amounts of supplies to lure the Tang troops out. Although Su Dingfong could choose to fight them head-on, his soldiers had been on tight rations for several days. While they could still fight, their strength was already greatly reduced. Even if they could win, sacrificing any soldier now would be totally not worth it. "General, maybe we can hold out a bit longer. The brothers can still take it," said his deputy, seeing Su Dingfong looking hesitant. "We could say that." Su Dingfong looked around at the whole army. The brothers, though clearly hungry and pale, were still in armor, full of morale, ready to fight to the death. Even though they said they'd rather starve than retreat, that was not what Su Dingfong wanted. If Ching Xio ever found out that he let over 1,000 elite soldiers die here just for one oasis. Even if Su Dingfong died, Ching Xio would dig up his corpse and whip it. He once told me, if we lose land but keep people, both can be saved. But if we lose people, everything is lost. Su Dingfong finally made a decision. Near evening, gather the troops. We're retreating from this oasis. Even if we can't take this place now, as long as the brothers live, we'll be able to conquer dozens more oases like this in the future. After the order was given, the soldiers, though unwilling, had no choice but to obey. But the deputy quickly raised a problem. Even if we retreat now, we don't have enough food to march. And who knows how long it'll take to meet up with the main force. Some of our brothers might starve before we get there. Su Dingfong just grinned. "Don't worry, I'll take care of the food. Just tell the men to prepare to break camp. I promise everyone will get a full meal tonight. And get ready, we're going out." At the same time, the various armies outside the oasis stopped moving and set up camp. They knew the Tang army wouldn't last much longer and planned to rush in during this brief window to seize the oasis. Among them, Yenchi had the strongest military force, over 10,000 men, some equipped with imitation Tang crossbows. Even though the power of those crossbows was less than half that of the real Tang weapons, they were still deadly by Western region standards. Because of this, Yenchi occupied a desert high ground outside the oasis and could observe all Tang army movements. As soon as the Tang troops retreated, they would charge downhill to seize the oasis, giving no one else a chance. But just then, Yenchi forces suddenly saw 2 or 3 Tang cavalry speeding toward them. This instantly made General Zhu Dongzhan highly alert. Clearly, the Tang army was coming to negotiate. "Tell the soldiers to lay down their weapons. No one is allowed to attack. I'll personally meet the envoys." Zhu Dongzhan got on his horse and rode to the front. When he saw the so-called envoy galloping toward them, he was stunned on the spot. It was actually Su Dingfong, the Tang general. A Tang general personally coming to negotiate, this was great face for him. Zhu Dongzhan quickly dismounted to welcome him. "Greetings, General." Su Dingfong didn't put on airs. He dismounted and returned the salute. "General, you've come from far away. Please come to my tent for a chat. We may not understand Central Plains etiquette. If we're rude, please forgive us." Su Dingfong grabbed the horse's reins and said bluntly, "Enough with the small talk. You know I'm here to negotiate, so let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point, all right?" That suited Zhu Dongzhan just fine, and he quickly agreed. "I'll be honest with you, my army's out of food and can't hold this oasis much longer. If we don't retreat now, we'll all starve. I won't let my soldiers die here." Zhu Dongzhan didn't expect Su Dingfong to be so straightforward about his current predicament, no attempt to hide it. Even so, he didn't dare look down on the Tang army at all. To the people of the western regions, as long as the Tang soldiers could still ride and charge, they were unbeatable enemies. "General, you are truly a straightforward man. May I ask how we can assist you?" Su Dingfong replied directly, simple. "At dusk, my whole army will come to your camp. You prepare a dinner big enough to feed all my soldiers. Also, provide enough rations to feed my army for 10 days so we can leave this place." The Yenchi soldiers waited for Su Dingfong to say more, but instead, he just stared back at them. "That's it?" Zhu Dongzhan asked carefully. "Nothing else?" "Nothing else. We've got our own weapons and armor. We don't need your stuff." Zhu Dongzhan panicked. "General, you misunderstand. I meant, if we provide these things, can the heavenly troops of the Tang Empire offer us some benefits in return?" 1,000+ men coming to eat and take food, and Suding Fongs didn't ask for a single benefit in return? Yenchi was not a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, so why should he let them eat and take for free? Suding Fongs laughed loudly. So that's what you meant? But I already gave you something, and it's worth far more than the rations you're giving me. Zhu Dongzhan was even more confused. He looked to the soldiers behind him, and they all shook their heads. They really didn't understand what Suding Fongs had offered in return. You still don't get it. The fact that the Tang army is eating and coexisting peacefully with you, what kind of threat does that pose to the armies of other nations stationed nearby? At these words, if Zhu Dongzhan still didn't understand, he wasn't fit to wear his general's robes. Just like Suding Fongs said, by bringing his entire army to eat here, he was sending a message to the other countries. The Tang army and Yenchi had formed an alliance, and a strong one at that. In this way, the other armies would fear the Tang and wouldn't dare fight over the oasis. Yenchi's army could then take the oasis without shedding a drop of blood. Otherwise, in the current situation, even if they rushed into the oasis first, they would inevitably have to battle other countries' armies afterward. There was even a possibility that the four countries might ally and launch a joint attack on them. Even if they won, it would be a bloody and costly victory. So, in the end, this was a deal with guaranteed profit and no risk. But Zhu Dongzhan still felt unbalanced. After all, the Tang army hadn't really given anything. They just came over, ate and drank, and solved their supply problem. These guys were practically starving before, yet still relied on the might of their empire to act high and mighty over small countries like his. Thinking it over, Zhu Dongzhan proposed a condition. I can agree to your terms, but on one condition, you must remain stationed in my camp. Only after the other armies withdraw can you leave. There was no way Suding Fongs would agree to that, and he refused without hesitation. I'm just putting on a show of alliance with you, I won't take your orders. And one more thing, if you go to war with the other armies, my troops will only boost morale. We will absolutely not join the battle. Forgive my bluntness, General, but we absolutely cannot accept that. Zhu Dongzhan firmly rejected Suding Fongs. Suding Fongs didn't argue. He simply called to his men, and they all mounted their horses. Yenchi people are tough negotiators. I don't mind looking for another buyer. Suding Fongs snapped his whip and said nonchalantly, if you won't accept these terms, I think the other armies will happily agree. And by the way, if they do, the Tang army will fight alongside them. Don't blame me when we meet on the battlefield. This was a blatant threat. If you don't give us food, don't blame me later for not recognizing you as a friend in battle. Going to someone else for food and still acting this tough, only the Tang army could do that in the western regions. Zhu Dongzhan's face turned dark. Suding Fongs had just a few men with him. How dare he talk so wildly in the middle of his army? General, wait! Zhu Dongzhan shouted. His soldiers immediately understood and rushed forward with weapons, surrounding Suding Fongs and his men, not letting them leave. Even if Suding Fongs was a great fighter, could he fight 10,000 alone? Moreover, countless bows were aimed at them. A single command would unleash a storm of arrows to pierce them through. Suding Fongs wasn't surprised. He waved to his men, telling them not to prepare for battle, and laughed loudly. Great! Truly worthy of the Yenchi army, ready to draw swords at the drop of a hat. Go ahead, shoot me full of arrows right now. I've died several times on the battlefield already, living till now is just a bonus. Zhu Dongzhan sneered, General Su, you're really bold. I only have one request, have your troops move into our camp. We'll provide rations as promised, but in return, you must fight once for us when the war starts. As long as the Tang army fought once for them, they could use it as proof of Tang's support. Then, no one in the western regions would dare question or challenge them again. Suding Fongs said coldly, enough nonsense. If you want to kill me, go ahead and let the arrows fly, give me a quick death. But even if I die, the Tang army will never fight a battle for you. Zhu Dongzhan wanted to say more, but Suding Fongs cut him off, make a decision quickly. You don't have much time left. What time? Zhu Dongzhan was confused. Suding Fongs pointed down the mountain with his whip. Before I came, I ordered my army, if I don't return within half an hour, assume I've been killed. They will attack, climb this hill, and wipe out the Yenchi army, every last man. He looked at the sun in the sky and said, by my guess, there's probably only half a stick of incense time left? At first, Zhu Dongzhan didn't believe Suding Fongs. What kind of general would treat his own life like dirt? But just then, a messenger rushed in to report, General, he's telling the truth. The Tang army below is already packing and organizing. From the looks of it, they're preparing to move on us. You're sure? Zhu Dongzhan turned pale with fear. He never imagined Suding Fongs would really go through with it. Even though he had over 10,000 men, this was the Tang army. Looking around, he saw fear on the faces of all his officers and soldiers. Just the thought of a Tang attack had them trembling. Zhu Dongzhan instinctively gripped his sword hilt and shouted, "General Su, let's talk this over, no need for bloodshed." Su Dingfong shrugged, "Cut the crap. Are you letting me go or not?" "Yes. Of course we are. And you don't have to wait till evening, you can bring your whole army now. Eat as much as you want, take all the rations you need." Zhu Dongzhan was truly scared now. He immediately lowered his stance and dared not demand any more terms. Only now did he understand why the Tang army was undefeated across the western regions. From soldiers to generals, each one of them was a madman, willing to die without hesitation. As evening approached, the Tang army finally left their camp. The armies of the other 4 countries were thrilled, they had finally waited out the moment. Earlier, the 4 armies had already agreed that if Yenchi entered the oasis first, they would join forces to crush them and then divide the oasis among themselves. There was no way they'd let Yenchi get it for free. But what happened next completely shocked them. The Tang army left the oasis and boldly joined up with the Yenchi army, marching straight into their camp to eat. And both sides appeared to be getting along perfectly, no conflict, even laughing and chatting together. Scouts reported seeing Su Dingfong and Zhu Dongzhan talking and laughing like old friends. This scene left the generals of the 4-nation coalition dumbfounded. Even after repeated confirmations, they still couldn't believe it was real. Since when did the Yenchi people manage to latch onto the powerful Tang army? They had originally agreed to launch a joint attack, but now that this happened, none of them dared to move. No one even mentioned the word attack. How did the Yenchi people get in bed with the Tang army? These guys are really something. Unbelievable. If we had known, we would have tried everything to contact the Tang army too. With their help, that oasis would have been ours. They must have supplied food and goods to the Tang troops in exchange for their support. The 4-nation coalition was filled with both regret and envy. They had completely missed such a golden opportunity to curry favor with the Tang. They could only stand by and watch as the Yenchi army swaggered into the oasis, set up camp, and planted their banners to claim ownership of the land. Suding Fongs' troops ate their fill and departed eastward, taking with them enough food to last half a month, satisfied and well-fed. Although Su Dingfong never publicly claimed an alliance with the Yenchi army or promised them protection, it was enough to strike fear into the 4-nation coalition. None of them dared to act rashly again. "This oasis is nice, but I guess it just wasn't meant for us." The 4 armies watched longingly for a while before each of them packed up and left, giving up on the area. After all, the western regions were vast, and this wasn't the only undiscovered oasis. They would surely find another one eventually. Zhu Dongzhan finally relaxed when he saw the 4 armies leaving under the night sky, torches raised. "Brothers, from today onward, this land is the territory of Yenchi. We shall build a city here and thrive for 10,000 generations." The soldiers shouted in unison, and Zhu Dongzhan immediately ordered a full night of celebration for the whole army. He even distributed rare paraffin from the supply stores, lighting the entire camp with bright candlelight. Everyone drank and feasted wildly, discussing what great rewards the king would bestow upon them. Zhu Dongzhan, watching the scene, felt drunk with pride. He completely forgot it was the threat of the Tang army that forced the 4-nation coalition to retreat. He was already thinking about how he'd describe the hardship of this battle to the king, and how bravely he had led his troops to defeat the enemy. After a few jugs of wine, he was slightly drunk. He instructed the guards to protect his tent and went inside to sleep. Just then, a group of drunken soldiers discovered a few leftover Tang crossbow bolts around the camp. Out of curiosity, they picked them up to examine and were amazed at the superior metalworking of the Tang. Even these simple arrowheads far surpassed anything they could produce. One of them suggested, "Brothers, the Tang army camped here for 2 months, they must have left behind a lot of stuff. Let's search the area. If we find any Tang armor, we've hit the jackpot." His words excited everyone. It made sense. With the primitive metalworking of the western regions, their iron was barely better than bronze. Even swords bent when stabbing armor, and sometimes they had to lay them on the ground and stomp on them to get them straight again. If someone could wear a set of Tang armor, they'd basically be an iron warrior, invincible on the battlefield. They got to work immediately, lighting torches and searching the former Tang camp. Some even dug into places where the ground looked disturbed, hoping the Tang had buried some supplies. One shovel struck something hard. The soldier shouted, "Found something good." His call brought everyone over. A few inches deeper, they uncovered a large chest buried underground. Since it was from the Tang army, it had to be valuable. They eagerly dug it out. The box wasn't large but gave off a strange, pungent odor. Excited, they opened it, only to find it wasn't filled with weapons or armor. Instead, it contained packets wrapped in oiled paper. Inside was black powder with a sharp, choking smell. What is this stuff? They passed it around, but no one could identify it. Some even joked it was the general's food, but clearly, no sane person would eat something like that. Disappointed, they figured the Tang army wouldn't have left anything good behind. Whatever they could take, they already took. Still, they suspected the Tang had a reason for hiding these things, so they decided to bring them back. Maybe they could trade them for a reward. 2 or 3 men tried lifting the box. Though it didn't look big, it was incredibly heavy. "Give me a hand." A soldier with a torch stepped in to help, but the weight caught him off guard. The box toppled, and black powder spilled all over the ground. And just then, his torch slipped from his hand, landing right on the powder. In an instant, the powder ignited. Before they could even think about why it burned, it exploded violently. Flames engulfed and shredded the nearby soldiers in seconds. The blast even reached several nearby tents. Inside those tents, soldiers who had been drinking and resting were instantly torn apart by the shockwave. By terrible luck, one of those tents belonged to their general, Zhu Dongzhan. After the explosion, his tent was blown away completely. At first, everyone was stunned by the sudden blast. They hit the ground and waited for the shockwave to pass. Once it was over, their first reaction was to search for their missing general amidst the thick smoke. Eventually, under the smoldering remnants of a tent, they found Zhu Dongzhan's mangled body. Most of his body was destroyed by the explosion. His barely recognizable face was full of holes. After the initial shock, fear overwhelmed everyone. They hadn't even seen an enemy, yet their general was already dead. And they still didn't know who had attacked them. 2 days later, while retreating toward Lulan, Suding Fongs happened to run into Ching Xio, who had come deep into the desert looking for him. At that moment, Ching Xio had brought along all his best elite troops and a massive amount of supplies, hoping to reach Suding Fongs while he could still hold on and assist him as soon as possible. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Suding Fongs' entire army retreating from the west. At first, Ching Xio was worried that Su might have suffered heavy losses, but after taking count, he realized there weren't many casualties, and finally relaxed. Once relieved, Ching Xio could no longer suppress the anger in his chest. Just thinking about how this man nearly lost over 1,000 elite soldiers in the desert made him furious. Are you really that brainless? You think a piece of land is more important than over 1,000 elite troops? With them alive, we could take dozens of even richer oases in the future. Can't you tell what's more important? Ching Xio angrily lashed his riding whip against Suding Fongs' helmet. It's lucky you brought everyone back alive, otherwise, even if you died, I'd dig up your corpse and tear it apart. Suding Fongs knew he was in the wrong. He didn't even dare breathe heavily under the scolding and carefully said, "This general accepts any punishment from Duke Qing." Bullshit. If I don't punish you, should I reward you instead? Ching Xio didn't hold back. He immediately demoted Suding Fongs by 3 ranks and ordered him to continue serving under punishment. After letting the soldiers rest a bit, Ching Xio called Suding Fongs over again. "Do you still remember the location of that oasis?" "Of course, very clearly." "Is Duke Qing planning to?" "Of course. I've already brought this army all the way here. How can we go back without doing something meaningful? That would be a total waste of time." Ching Xio frowned. "Since that oasis is unclaimed, we naturally have a chance to occupy it. It's also located around the central region of the Western Territories, perfect for our advance into the central area." Ching Xio wasn't just thinking short-term. If he wanted to take over the western regions, he had to proceed step by step. Though Lulan and Gao Chong were among the largest states in the region, they were both in the eastern part of the Western Territories. They could serve as stepping stones, but to push further inward, they needed more strongholds. Occupying that oasis wasn't just about establishing a foothold, it was also to prevent any other nation from planting a threat behind them. Any unclaimed land had to be taken as soon as possible. That was the best move. Suding Fongs immediately perked up. "Understood. Please watch closely, Duke Qing. In this battle I'll lead the charge and crush the enemy in one go to seize the oasis." Ching Xio looked at him cautiously. "You didn't sign any alliance agreements with the Yenchi people, did you?" "Of course not. Not even a verbal promise. All I did was boost their morale a little." Suding Fongs grinned. "I've followed you long enough to know exactly how to play these situations." Ching Xio laughed and scolded, "Don't call it playing. It's not leaving them any leverage, call it flexibility. Learn to phrase it nicely." With that, Ching Xio was reassured and ready to drive out the Yenchi army. After all, they weren't allies, there was no betrayal in launching an attack. Then Ching Xio mounted up, inspected the troops, and gave the order to advance. That oasis was ours to begin with. The Yenchi people didn't know their place and thought we had abandoned it. Now we shall take it back? If they don't know what's good for them, no mercy. With Suding Fongs leading the way, this march through the desert was much faster than before. In just 2 days, Ching Xio sensed they were close to a fertile oasis, ideal for settlement. There it is. Suding Fongs used a telescope to confirm the location, then immediately charged forward on horseback. He was still serving under punishment, so he had to earn military merit to clean his record. Sheru and Gue had followed Ching Xio through one victory after another, but Su had been demoted. How could he stomach that? Charge! Suding Fongs had just raised his lance when he awkwardly realized there were no enemy troops at the oasis. All he could see were some ruins and remnants of tents that hadn't been fully taken down. Suding Fongs was full of suspicion. He thought it might be a trap, so he didn't inform Ching Xio right away but personally led troops to search the entire oasis. In the end, there truly wasn't a single person. While Su was still puzzled, Ching Xio had already brought the army in and started setting up camp. Su had no choice but to report to him. There's no one here, and that scared you so much? Ching Xio dismounted casually and tapped the ground with his saber. What are you afraid of? Suding Fongs frowned. I don't know either. But when I left, they really were camped here. Ching Xio didn't say much. He pointed to the ground where his saber tapped. There were large, scorched black marks. Su recognized them immediately as traces of gunpowder explosions. You didn't clash with them? Su suddenly understood and asked Ching Xio to wait. Then he ordered his men to dig in a marked location. General, some of the gunpowder we buried before is missing. Looks like they found it and dug it up. After hearing the report, Ching Xio and Suding Fongs both understood what had happened. They must have accidentally dug up the gunpowder you buried, not knowing it was dangerous. Then they triggered it with fire and caused an explosion. So they thought there was an ambush and quickly ran off. Ching Xio had guessed exactly right. Su rubbed his head and muttered, so they really were unlucky. We hid it so well, and they still found it. Su had buried the gunpowder here out of necessity. When they were preparing to retreat, their firearms had all become unusable due to lack of maintenance and supplies. The gunpowder was useless at the time and even weighed the army down, so Su had ordered it buried on-site to be retrieved later. He never expected the unlucky Yenchi people to dig it up. Whether they were lucky or cursed, who could say? But in any case, their retreat saved them a lot of trouble. This time it was a special situation. But gunpowder is the Tang Empire's highest military secret, it must not be lost. Even if they can't reproduce it, if they ever turn it on us and kill even one soldier, it's unacceptable. Ching Xio said coldly, this can't happen again. In the future, if you can't take it, destroy it on the spot. Never leave any behind. Suding Fongs quickly responded and felt lucky that the gunpowder hadn't been taken away by the Yenchi people. Now that they had gained such a large oasis for free, Ching Xio truly intended to make something out of it. He ordered his soldiers to investigate and found that the fertility of this oasis far exceeded his expectations. Although it couldn't compare with the Central Plains, it was nearly equivalent to the richness of the Hatao region. More importantly, there was a large freshwater lake here, along with several branches of flowing streams. There was absolutely no worry about water shortages. In the desert, having a sufficient water source was more important than anything else. Moreover, the oasis covered a vast area, with a great deal of land that could be developed for farming. Ching Xio estimated that it could definitely support the construction of a large city that could hold 300,000 to even 500,000 people. This time, they had truly struck gold. Ching Xio immediately decided to have Suding Fongs stay behind, leaving him with over 2,000 elite soldiers and large quantities of supplies. Later I will transfer a large number of laborers from the Lulan region to this place. Prepare to construct a new city. You will be in charge of supervising the work, make sure this city is completed on time. Ching Xio seriously instructed Suding Fongs, once this city is built, our Tang army will have an extremely stable rear base and no longer have to worry about logistical issues. Suding Fongs understood the importance and immediately knelt to accept the order. If I, Suding Fongs, show the slightest negligence and delay Duke Qing's plan, you may take my head without mercy. Ching Xio knew this man could be trusted and said no more. Speaking of which, once the city is complete, let's name it Dingxi City, meaning the pacification of the western region starts here. Ching Xio specifically searched for a high point in the oasis with a good view and looked far toward the west. To further conquer the western regions, his 10,000 troops were far from enough. Ching Xio was already considering how many reinforcements he would need to request from the court. A few days later, Ching Xio returned to Lulan City. He originally came just to rest for a bit before continuing east to return to the imperial court. This time, he planned to meet Emperor Li Er in person to discuss more important matters regarding the conquest of the western regions. Only now did he realize that, even with his meticulous planning, he had still underestimated how difficult it would be to conquer the western regions. Just as he began to rest in Lulan, Sheru rushed to report urgent military intelligence. "Boss, urgent news from the rear." Sheru personally handed a letter to Ching Xio, who was surprised. Could it be Gao Chong causing trouble again? This time, no, it's even farther back than Gao Chong. Sheru gestured for him to read it first. But even before reading, Ching Xio had a vague sense of what it might be. After opening the letter, it turned out to be exactly what he had suspected. Gao Chong had not rebelled. Instead, something major had happened farther behind it. In the Heshi corridor, the Tanguts were in trouble. The Turkic people they had sheltered had started a large-scale riot, turning against the Tanguts and launching indiscriminate attacks throughout the Heshi corridor. Whether Tanguts, passing merchant caravans, or nearby Chong tribes, none were spared from these rebel Turkic raiders. Although these Turks were rioting, they didn't dare attack the more powerful Tang troops. Moreover, the tens of thousands of Turks weren't under unified command, they were scattered across the Gobi, fighting in separate bands. If they came across weaker forces, they would raid them. If not, they fled. From time to time, they would take advantage of chaos to ambush the Tanguts. What's the current situation for the Tanguts? Ching Xio put away the military report and immediately asked the most important question. The Tanguts have already been cut into 4 or 5 groups by the Turks. They can't coordinate with each other. Tubo was beaten so badly that he fled south and is now nearly at the edge of Tibetan territory. Sheru couldn't help but sigh. "Boss, I have to say, you really can predict things. You said the Turks would rebel in half a year, and now they've actually done it." Ching Xio showed no expression. Though he had predicted this, parts of it had still gotten out of control. He had secretly sold outdated weapons to the Turks, intending to make them and the Tanguts fight each other endlessly. What he hadn't expected was that they'd also take this opportunity to loot merchant caravans in the Heshi corridor, something he absolutely could not tolerate. Perfect timing. "I was planning to head to Chang'an anyway. On the way, we'll clean them up." Ching Xio threw away the battle report. "Sheru, prepare to go to Gao Chong. We'll take elite troops and wipe them out." Sheru immediately agreed, but then remembered an important issue. Then who will govern Lulan? Though officials had been appointed across Lulan, there still needed to be one absolute leader in charge. This had originally been Sheru's job, but if he left, the region would be leaderless. If something like what happened with Wang Yao and Gao Chong happened again, it would be a huge mess. Ching Xio thought it over, then settled on a candidate. "What do you think of Huang Qianhe?" Huang Qianhe was the top-ranked scholar selected by Ching Xio in the imperial exams. Though born poor, he was unexpectedly well-versed in classical literature and history. After being assigned to the Ministry of Revenue, he had worked diligently and excellently, so much so that even the picky emperorly heir had praised him. When Wang Yao was acting lawlessly in Gao Chong, Huang Qianhe had strongly opposed it, though he lacked the power to stop him. "He's definitely the right person." Sheru didn't hesitate a second. He liked this man very much. Though they had only worked together for less than half a month, Huang Qianhe had helped him handle a huge number of problems, especially bureaucratic headaches. Sheru had high standards. Apart from Ching Xio, very few earned his respect. Huang Qianhe was one of them. The only problem is, he's not good at commanding troops. If there's a rebellion in Lulan, he won't be able to handle it. That was Ching Xio's concern too. Lulan had only recently surrendered. Though the civilians were calm for now, there was no guarantee former loyalists wouldn't stir up trouble. In that case, let Chen Rong stay and assist him. With military deterrence, that should be enough. Given the notorious reputation of the black and white mercenaries, no civilians would dare rebel against the Tang army. Even though they hadn't looted or massacred during this war, that didn't mean they were saints. If the Tang army didn't keep them in check, their riots would be more terrifying than anything else. Once the matter was settled, they agreed on a time to depart together. Before this, Sheru still had many things to handle, so he hurriedly bid farewell to Ching Xio. Just as he was about to leave, Sheru suddenly said to Ching Xio, "Boss, I almost forgot something. That princess of Lulan, Wanulo, said that once you return, she wants to invite you to her residence. She says there's something she wants to discuss with you." After speaking, Sheru turned and left with a mischievous smile on his face. This kid. Ching Xio knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but laugh and curse at him. But thinking about it, ever since they conquered Lulan, he hadn't really interacted much with that princess of Lulan. As for their relationship, of course, Ching Xio wanted to take it further. After all, this woman was a rare exotic beauty in all of Central Plains. A moment later, at the Wan family residence. Previously, this was Wan Yuzhen's private residence. But now that Lulan had fallen and she was no longer a princess, this place could no longer be called a princess's mansion. The Wan residence was personally granted by Ching Xio to prevent the people, who still harbored resentment toward Lulan's nobility, from attacking Wan Yuzhen. At this moment, Wan Yuzhen was carefully observing a calligraphy painting that had come from the Tang dynasty. Although the artist of this painting was not well known, even an unknown painter from the Tang dynasty had skills that could shock the western regions. How much did you pay for this painting? Wan Yuzhen gently stroked the lifelike painting, casually asking the servant beside her. Not much. When I was in Tang, I happened to see this artist selling on the street. I bought it for only 2 taels of silver. He was even afraid I'd think it was too expensive, the servant replied with a smile. This old servant had once traveled with a merchant caravan to the Tang dynasty and stayed there for several months. He never expected that when he returned to Lulan, he would have become a subject of Tang. Wan Yuzhen could hardly believe it, muttering to herself, if I could capture even a tenth of the spirit of this painting, This painting isn't anything special. It would only rank 3rd or 4th class in the Tang dynasty. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Wan Yuzhen turned to see it was Ching Xio. Duke Qing? The old servant trembled all over when he saw Ching Xio. Never mind Ching Xio breaking through cities in this campaign, he vaguely remembered seeing him return victorious from Goguryeo the last time he visited Chang'an. That grandeur, the triumphant return, and the cheering city, he still remembered it vividly. You may leave. Ching Xio casually glanced at the old servant and ordered him. Wan Yuzhen didn't expect Ching Xio to treat her residence like his own home, casually commanding her servant. The old servant was already deeply afraid of Ching Xio. With that one command, he dared not disobey. He bowed deeply and quickly left. He is still my servant, after all? Once the servant was gone, only she and Ching Xio remained in the garden. Wan Yuzhen felt very nervous. Ching Xio smiled and said, such a pleasant view would be ruined with others around. Besides, are you afraid I'll eat you alive? Wan Yuzhen had no comeback. After all, she was now practically Ching Xio's prisoner, he could do whatever he wanted. Ching Xio casually glanced at the painting. If you like it, anyone in Chang'an could make something better. Your servant paid 2 taels of silver for this, he really got ripped off. But, such a nice painting isn't even worth 2 taels? Wan Yuzhen asked, confused. Maybe in other places, yes. But in Tang. Ching Xio took the painting off the wall without waiting for Wan Yuzhen's permission. Then, he grabbed a brush, dipped it in ink, and started drawing all over the painting. Wan Yuzhen gasped, afraid he might ruin it, and tried to stop him. But in just a few moments, Ching Xio had finished. He had added several lines of poetry to the painting. What do you think now? Wan Yuzhen looked closely and saw that Ching Xio had added a new poem. Originally, the painting depicted a tranquil rural village in the mountains. An old farmer sat alone at the edge of a field, looking quite lonely. A poem accompanied the scene. But Ching Xio's new poem matched the lonely mood of the painting even more closely. Flying light, I urge you to have a drink. I do not know how high the sky is, nor how thick the earth. I only see the cold of the moon and the warmth of the sun, slowly boiling away one's lifespan. Just a few lines, yet they perfectly resonated with the solitude in the painting. The cold of the moon and the warmth of the sun, slowly boiling away one's lifespan. Wan Yuzhen couldn't help but recite the lines. They moved her deeply. The old farmer in the painting seemed to step out from the canvas, lamenting the passing of time that had worn his body down to just a frail shell. Duke Qing, you really are. It took Wan Yuzhen a long time to recover from the shock. She exclaimed, with such talent, let alone the original painter, even in all of Tang, few could match you. She was more or less right. In all of Tang, there were likely only 1 or 2 who could compare. If you like, we can discuss more in the future. After observing the painting for a while, Ching Xio suddenly asked, I heard from Sheru that you had something you wanted to see me about? Wan Yuzhen then remembered her original purpose and quickly said, I was planning to visit you after your return, but I didn't expect you to come in person. No matter. Go ahead, what is it? Wan Yuzhen cautiously asked, I heard that in a few days, all the Lulan nobles will be escorted to Chang'an. I'll correct you on one point. Lulan has already fallen, and the nobility no longer holds any titles. They are now merely prisoners, Ching Xio said calmly. Yes, prisoners. Am I also to be escorted to Chang'an with them? Wan Yuzhen asked nervously. You? Ching Xio glanced at her. You're not a prisoner. Why should you be escorted with them? Though you didn't contribute much during the siege, you did help our Tang army, so you don't need to be treated the same. But then again, if you want to go to Chang'an, I can send you there. There's no need for that. Wan Yuzhen quickly declined. She didn't want to leave her homeland. Especially when thinking of how many years it might take in Chang'an before she could return, she felt a deep, helpless sorrow. She couldn't save the royal family or nobility, now, she could only barely protect herself. Ching Xio spoke to himself, "Don't worry, I know you're reluctant to leave me, so I won't let you go easily." Wan Yuzhen was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, but after thinking about what Ching Xio said, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Whether it was due to a woman's natural shyness or because her inner thoughts were exposed, she couldn't help but quickly reply, "I've never thought about staying with you. I just didn't want to be escorted to Chang'an and live under someone else's roof." "Oh really? Haha, then your wish has come true." Ching Xio laughed and said, "Just so happens there's a rebellion going on in the Heshi corridor involving the Turks and Tanguts. I'm heading there to suppress them, so you'll get your wish and won't have to see me." Upon hearing this, Wan Yuzhen felt a sudden tightness in her chest and began to worry. She didn't want to show her true feelings, so she casually asked, "With how brave your Tang army is, you should be able to return quickly, right?" "Quickly? You're underestimating the Turks. They're the only army in the world that can face the Tang in open battle. Even a randomly assembled cavalry unit from them can dominate the western regions with no opponent." Ching Xio wasn't exaggerating. In fact, since arriving in the western regions, he hadn't fought a single real battle. Not because he didn't want to, but because the local soldiers were just too useless. Every time they saw the Tang army from a distance, they'd flee in panic. He never even got the chance. Wan Yuzhen's expression showed uncontrollable disappointment. "Then doesn't that mean you won't be coming back for a long time?" "Perhaps." Ching Xio responded vaguely, then lifted his foot and made to leave. But Wan Yuzhen, who had always been reserved and conservative, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Ching Xio's arm tightly, refusing to let go. Even she hadn't expected that she would lose control of her emotions in front of Ching Xio. "Actually, I can go with you. Although I'm just a woman and wouldn't be of much use on the battlefield, I could still help a little." By the end, even Wan Yuzhen didn't know what she was saying. Her voice had become as soft as a mosquito's. She was only a step away from outright asking him to stay. But she knew that no matter what she said today, Ching Xio absolutely wouldn't stay for her. Ching Xio looked at her exotic face, now tinged with an inexplicable blush, and felt her trembling as she held his hand. That made Ching Xio begin to feel moved. She was truly alluring in that moment. Without saying another word, Ching Xio stepped forward, scooped her up by the waist, and strode into the room. Wan Yuzhen didn't expect Ching Xio to be so direct. At first she resisted a little, but then she let him carry her into the room. The door closed, and the two of them inside revealed everything to each other. That unique interaction between a man and a woman lasted the whole night from that moment onward. It was Wan Yuzhen's first time having such an experience, and she had met such a man. She was completely consumed by Ching Xio's madness, fainted through the night, woke up again, and sank once more. Until the early morning of the next day, when Wan Yuzhen woke up, Ching Xio had already left. Only then did she realize it was already noon outside. "I was with him, for more than 10 hours? Thinking this, Wan Yuzhen couldn't help but blush again. But when she stepped out of the room, she was surprised to see more than a dozen Tang soldiers stationed outside her residence. As soon as she exited, the old servant happily approached, Miss, this morning when Duke Qing left, he said you can now freely enter and exit Lulan City. These guards are specifically assigned to protect your safety and will not stop you." For someone who was once nobility, this treatment was already remarkable. But Wan Yuzhen had no time to care about that now. Duke Qing, where did he go? Recalling last night's madness, the blush on her face deepened again. "I heard he left early in the morning, heading to the Heshi corridor. Not sure how long he'll be gone." Although she had known this beforehand, hearing the news still left Wan Yuzhen feeling somewhat lost. As long as he returns safely, even if it takes a while, it's fine. Just don't get hurt. She could only hope so in her heart. The return trip to the Heshi corridor was much smoother than before. Along the way, the cities they passed through were more prosperous than when they were first conquered. The Tang officials' ability to govern was far superior to that of the western region rulers. Under their administration, the potential of this land was finally being realized. Moreover, the people in these cities had turned their hearts toward the Tang. Almost no one missed the fallen kingdoms. In fact, during the march, Ching Xio even recruited many people from Lulan and Gao Chong into the army, using them to fill the shortage in troops, which greatly reduced the military's manpower gap. By the time they reached the Gobi Desert of the Heshi corridor again, Ching Xio had more than 20,000 men under his command, with a continuous supply of resources from the rear, far more than what he had when he first set out. Ching Xio saw ahead on the Gobi Desert many scattered, broken supplies lying around and numerous corpses strewn about, most of them already dried by the wind. Ching Xio personally went forward to inspect and found that among the corpses of the Tanguts and Turks, there were also quite a few clearly dressed in Tibetan attire. Tibetans are involved in the Heshi corridor conflict too. Ching Xio immediately asked Sheru Gue, who looked completely confused. According to the battle reports from the rear, there was no mention of the Tibetans. I only know that the Tanguts are divided, and Tuobayu has fled with his men to the south of the Western Sea. That area belongs to the Tibetans. Thinking about it, Sheru Gue felt it made sense. Given the Tanguts' nature of siding with whoever benefits them, they might have sought Tibetan support to defeat the Turks. Ching Xio's expression turned cold. He said calmly, Tuobayu clearly knows that Tibetans are mortal enemies of Tang. He even asked us for help in attacking the Tibetans. Now he colludes with them, isn't that betraying Tang? Ching Xio immediately ordered the collection of the Tibetan corpses as evidence, then commanded the entire army to advance south of the Western Sea to search for Tuobayu. But after marching just a few dozen li, they found many abandoned and tattered tents ahead. When they sent people to investigate, they discovered these were leftover Turkish tents. With the chaos in the Heshi corridor, the Turks had found an opportunity to establish a foothold here. Boss, they probably found out in advance that we were marching here and fled. Should we chase them? No need for now. Ching Xio got back on his horse and said, let's deal with the Tanguts first. In this vast desert, it's impossible to catch all those scattered groups of 10 or 20 Turks. Although the situation on this Gobi desert had become troublesome, at least Ching Xio had achieved his initial objective. The Tanguts were now fractured and even had to seek help from their enemies. As long as all these fragmented forces were completely wiped out, it would be possible to once and for all eliminate the nomadic tribes surrounding the Tang Empire. South of the Western Sea, on a certain Gobi grassland. This place lay below the plateau steppe of Tibet and was the only area around suitable for grazing, though the climate was extremely cold. Before this, the Tanguts had been too lazy to graze here and even let the Tibetans occupy it. If they hadn't been beaten so badly that they couldn't even defend the Western Sea, they would never have fled here. At this moment, Tuobayu was sitting beside a campfire with a Tibetan envoy eating a leg of lamb. Even though it was almost summer, this grassland was still so cold that people had to keep warm by the fire. The cattle and sheep you asked for as tribute last time have already been delivered. Will the Tibetan army be dispatched this month? Tuobayu asked with some expectation. The envoy patted his chest to assure him, no later than the end of the month. In 3 days, the Great Khan will personally lead troops down the mountain to help you attack the Turks near the Northern Sea. Excellent. Tuobayu was overjoyed, but then gnashed his teeth and cursed, these Turks are so ungrateful. If I hadn't taken them in, they would have been completely wiped out by the Tang army. I don't even know where those beasts got their swords and armor. Thinking about how he'd been relentlessly pursued by the Turks lately, Tuobayu truly couldn't stay calm. He had originally controlled over 300,000 herdsmen, with at least 100,000 young men who could be made into soldiers. But the Turks suddenly launched a surprise attack, even coordinating with forces from within, splitting up their tribes. Now he was left with fewer than 10,000 soldiers. Even the cattle and sheep left from cutting back on food had to be offered to the Tibetans in exchange for military support. He was suffering inside. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves came faintly from outside their tent, and there were clearly quite a few of them. The envoy found it strange, didn't your cavalry all go out on patrol? Tuobayu was puzzled too and was about to go outside to check, when a herdsman suddenly stumbled into the tent, panicked and reporting, enemy attack. About 3,000 cavalry are coming. What did you say? Tuobayu was furious. Have the Turks gone mad? They dare charge into my camp with just that many troops? Bring me my broadsword. If it had been more than 10,000 Turkic cavalry, he might have been worried. But now, with just a few scattered troops who didn't even outnumber them, no matter how afraid he was of the Turks, he wouldn't run without a fight. Good. Chieftain, I've been wanting to see how the Tanguts fight in battle. Please allow me to join the fight. The envoy immediately voiced his support. Of course. Ha ha ha. Tuobayu had been under pressure for so long, now he had a target to vent on and wouldn't miss the chance. He wasn't even thinking of wiping them all out, just killing a few of them would already be a great victory. He immediately ordered all able-bodied men in the camp to mount up with weapons and charge toward the direction of the approaching enemy. To bolster his numbers, he even ordered boys under 16 to join the battle. If they could scare off the Turks with overwhelming numbers, that would be even better. This Tangut force, under Tuobayu's lead, mounted up en masse. Although their formation looked chaotic and even the flag-bearer was just a 15-year-old boy filling in, morale was clearly high. Everyone seemed to believe that if they just charged forward, the Turks would flee in fear. With the envoy beside him, Tuobayu arrogantly rode at the front, watching as the approaching enemy cavalry got closer. Just judging by the torches, they clearly had fewer troops. Though their charge was fast, they were vastly outnumbered. What could they possibly do? Turks on the other side, we have a force of 30,000 elite troops here, 10 times your number. Surrender and you will not be killed. He shouted proudly, calling for them to surrender. Unexpectedly, his shout only made the enemy cavalry charge even faster. He had seen people flee for their lives, but never had he seen someone rush to die even faster. Tuobayu became furious and yelled, "Once the battle begins, take no prisoners. Kill them all. Leave the corpses of the Turks to rot in the wilderness, and make their skulls into wine cups." Just when he thought he had it under control, the envoy beside him looked uneasy. "Chieftain, something doesn't seem right this time." "What do you mean not right?" "Listen to the sound of their horses' hooves, powerful and steady. Their charge speed is incredibly fast. These horses aren't the free-range kind you find on the steppe." Tuobayu didn't take it seriously at all. The Turks have always been good at raising horses. It's normal for them to breed such good ones. "Enough, stop with the nonsense, get the army ready." But the smug expression on his face suddenly froze. In the moonlight and by the torches held by the cavalry, he could vaguely see that every one of them wore heavy armor and carried large weapons. But those rebellious Turks only had broken sabers and worn-out leather armor. And not just him, many of the Tangut soldiers also sensed that something was wrong. They started to feel fear. This wasn't an ordinary army. Could it be? As the enemy got even closer, he finally saw the banner they carried. "Tang army?" Tuobayu couldn't help but shout, and the cry echoed across the entire force. Everyone could now clearly see, those were Tang troops, and elite ones at that, as fierce as tigers and wolves. It really is the Tang army. No way we're fighting this, run. Damn it. Why are the Tang troops here? The exclamations continued, and before Tuobayu could issue any orders, everyone turned their horses around and fled. They had been so arrogant coming in, and now they were just as pathetic running away, terrified of being caught and cut down by the Tang army. The cavalry with horses could escape quickly, but the foot soldiers had only their legs. The entire army fell into chaos and even trampled many of their own to death. As for Tuobayu, the moment he realized the enemy was Tang, he turned and fled on horseback. He didn't even care about the envoy beside him. In the blink of an eye, his force of over 10,000 collapsed. "That bastard just left me behind when things went south." The envoy cursed in fury, but he wasn't stupid either. He immediately mounted up and ran as well, not caring where he was going. He just wanted to escape the Tang army. He knew that as a Tibetan, if he fell into the hands of the Tang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Before the two armies even engaged, they fled in a panic just from seeing the opposing banner, truly a joke beyond belief. Sheru, who was leading the charge, was stunned by the sight. He hadn't even started fighting the Tanguts yet. Don't just focus on killing the enemy. Capturing the Tangut leader is the top priority, nothing else matters as much. With that one shout from Sheru, the soldiers immediately stopped chasing the fleeing Tanguts and instead dove into the crowd to tear apart the formation and search for Tuobayu, who was fleeing amid the chaos. Sheru had just begun searching through the crowd when he suddenly spotted someone in very distinctive clothing enter his line of sight. This person's clothing was completely different from the Tanguts and extremely brightly colored, even at night it stood out clearly. Clothing of the Tibetans. He recognized it at once, became energized, and immediately led a small group of attendants in a fast charge. That Tibetan envoy had originally thought he could escape by blending into the crowd, unaware that a battle maniac had already locked onto him. Pretty quick to run. Seeing that the man was about to vanish into the crowd, Sheru didn't hesitate. He grabbed a bow and arrow and shot straight at the man's back. The Tibetan envoy was completely unprepared. Before he even realized what was happening, an arrow pierced his shoulder. Pain flooded his body, and he lost control, falling straight off his horse. Before he could recover, Sheru had already thrown a lasso, wrapping it around the man's neck and yanking him violently to the ground right in front of his horse's legs. Duke Qing had already determined that you Tibetans were colluding with the Tanguts. Now it seems he was right. Sheru pressed a spear to the man's throat. The envoy was so terrified he didn't dare move, shaking all over. I didn't mean to go against the Tang army. I'm just an envoy, sent by my king, he hurriedly explained, terrified that Sheru would pierce his throat the next second. Sheru didn't bother to respond. He ordered a soldier to keep strict watch over the man, then led his men back into the formation to capture Tuobayu. In the chaos, Tuobayu was struck by an arrow in the shoulder for no reason, and even his horse was injured in the fighting and couldn't run fast. Seeing the Tang army searching the battlefield, randomly killing, Tuobayu was filled with despair. Even if he managed to escape in the chaos, he was seriously wounded, had no attendants, and no food, he'd die anyway. Since that was the case, why even run? If he surrendered to the Tang army, maybe they'd treat his wounds and let him live. Ashamed beyond words, Tuobayu got off his horse and turned to shout loudly at the Tang army, "I am Tuobayu, I surrender." Over 10,000 Tangut soldiers surrendered with Tuobayu, and no one continued fighting. When Ching Xio personally arrived, he saw Tuobayu and the Tibetan envoy both kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. At this moment, a single word from Ching Xio could determine their life or death. "Duke Ching, long time no see," Tuobayu forced a stiff smile, only to have Ching Xio lift his foot and stomp hard on his face. Tuobayu was kicked over, his nose twisted to the side, blood pouring out, but he didn't dare say a word or show any discontent. "When you were chased in defeat from the Western Sea, do you remember who helped you retake it?" Ching Xio asked coldly. I dare not forget. If not for Duke Ching, I wouldn't have lived to see today." Before he finished, Ching Xio kicked him over again. "The people I hate most are the ungrateful. You knew full well you were a vassal of Tang, yet you colluded with the Tibetans, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Sheru immediately drew his blade. Tuobayu trembled like a leaf, begging for mercy repeatedly, but Ching Xio ignored him. Originally, Ching Xio intended to kill him on the spot, but upon seeing the Tibetan envoy kneeling nearby, he suddenly had a more interesting idea. "Hey!" Ching Xio called out, and a soldier immediately brought the Tibetan envoy before him. "Greetings, Duke Ching." The envoy, recognizing the situation, quickly lowered his posture and wore a flattering smile. Ching Xio said indifferently, "How many Tibetan troops are stationed around the Western Sea?" "About, over 10,000, and," the man suddenly realized he had said too much and stopped talking. "And what?" Ching Xio frowned and pressed him. The envoy still tried to hide it, but Ching Xio didn't waste time talking, he signaled to have him executed. "Wait. I'll talk." The man instantly gave in and hurriedly confessed everything. "In a few days, our king will send 30,000 elite Tibetan troops down the mountain to join the Tanguts in seizing back the pastures of the Hushi corridor and the Western Sea area." 30,000 elites? What kind of generous offer did this man give your king to get him to send that many troops? For the poor Tibetans, this was a massive investment. Just raising 70,000 full-time soldiers was already their limit. For Songtsen Gampo to send out half his forces, he must have been promised something significant. The envoy replied, "Tuobayu promised our king that if we could reclaim the pastures in Hushi, he'd give us all the fertile grasslands in the south and west of the Western Sea and allow us to graze in the Hushi corridor any time. If that deal were fulfilled, the Tibetans would have a permanent foothold in the southern Hushi corridor. That would mean they could threaten the Silk Road at any time, a significant danger." Clearly, these people had realized they couldn't bite meat off Tang, so they were now trying to grab opportunities by manipulating the surrounding nomads. That kind of deal really is enough to make your king cough up half his kingdom. Ching Xio ordered Shui, "Settle all the prisoners. These two, don't kill them yet. Keep them. And set up an ambush around the Western Sea. If those 30,000 Tibetans really dare to come, wipe them all out." Then Ching Xio ordered the envoy, "You will now write a letter to your king, say everything is going according to plan." The envoy was extremely reluctant, but with dozens of blades at his back, he had no choice but to agree. "But if Duke Ching is dissatisfied, I can write a letter immediately, asking my king to withdraw the troops and never touch this place again. Wouldn't that be better?" "You really think I believe your savage lies?" Ching Xio scoffed. "As long as Tibet has strength left, you will find a way to invade Tang territory. If I don't slaughter all your elite troops, would you really willingly stop the war?" He knew all too well these barbarians who feared strength but didn't respect virtue. "Now, use those soldiers' lives in exchange for your own. Do it or not, you choose." After a brief but not intense internal struggle, the man gave in. No matter what, survival was most important at the moment. He still held a bit of wishful thinking in his heart. If the general leading the troops this time was smarter and braver in battle, maybe he could barely withstand the Tang army's pincer attack on the battlefield. "May I trouble the Duke of Qing to bring me paper and a brush? I am willing to write a letter." The envoy accepted Ching Xio's arrangement with extreme humiliation. Ching Xio laughed loudly and disdainfully patted the envoy on the head, "At least you know what's good for you. Don't worry, as long as the Tubo people really come, I guarantee you won't die." The envoy's letter was sent out on time by a close aide of Tuobayu. Ching Xio wasn't worried that the man would leak information. He had sworn in front of him that if he dared to leak even a word of the information, He would kill all the more than 10,000 captured Tubo people and torture his family and Tuobayu to death in the cruelest and most painful way. Before the Tubo people arrived, Ching Xio had originally planned to let the soldiers rest and prepare for battle. But unexpectedly, the Turks wandering around the Western Sea, after learning that the Tang army had arrived, began to scatter and flee in all directions. They didn't dare fight Ching Xio. They knew once he dealt with the Dongxiang people, his blade would turn on them. If they didn't run now, it might be too late. This completely disrupted Ching Xio's plans. He specifically summoned Tuobayu to ask how much strength the Turks still had left in the Hushi corridor area. If we only count the men able to fight, there should be 40,000. Although their combat effectiveness varies, they're like sticky taffy, impossible to shake off, extremely annoying. Just thinking about these Turks made Tuobayu furious, and he started cursing out loud. Ching Xio snorted disdainfully, and the man immediately shut up. You still think you have the right to curse them? Ching Xio couldn't help but think, if you hadn't treated the Turks like pigs and dogs, leaving them no way out, would they have been driven to this point? Although it had been Ching Xio's idea to suggest such treatment, the fact that Tuobayu couldn't even see through such a basic scheme proved that his downfall was only a matter of time, even without this incident. If these Turks scatter across the grasslands, even into the wild uninhabited lands, and return to graze the grasslands in a few years, they'll still be a disaster. That's more than 50,000 people. Not the previous 500,000 Turks, but still too many to hide on the grasslands. If he wanted to catch them, he could do it at any time. Currently, there were 40,000 adult males capable of fighting. Including women, children, and the elderly, the total population probably didn't even reach 100,000. If they scattered across the grasslands, how many soldiers would the court need to send to capture them all? Ching Xio thought briefly and a feasible plan began to take shape in his mind. I still need you to do something for me. Hand over all your remaining loyal subordinates to me. Ching Xio ordered bluntly. What do you want them for? Stop talking nonsense. Just do it. There was no way Ching Xio would waste time explaining things to him. Tuobayu obediently shut his mouth. He was at Ching Xio's mercy now, his life and death depended on Ching Xio's mood. A few days later, the scattered Turks began preparing to flee in all directions, bringing with them their few remaining cattle, sheep, and supplies. Some Turks planned to head east to seek refuge with the Khitans, or go south into Tubo to seek protection from Songtsen Gampo. Others, hoping to take a chance, planned to go north and return to the southern deserts. They fantasized that there might not be many Tang troops left on the southern grasslands. If they returned now, they might still survive. Before parting ways, the Turks gathered once more to discuss their future. Back when their great Khan Aroma was alive, even though the tribes had to submit to the Tang dynasty, they still had a population of over 600,000. Only a few years later, they had become slaves, and even including women, children, and the elderly, they now numbered less than 100,000, truly heartbreaking. Though they came from various small tribes, by now these remaining Turks had already let go of their old prejudices. As for what to do next, they argued for a long time. I say the Khitans can't be trusted. I heard the captives they took back then are now living just slightly better than slaves. We've only just regained our freedom, do we really need another master over our heads? I think relying on the Tubo is better. They're mortal enemies of the Tang dynasty, and the Tang can't even reach the Tibetan plateau. Besides, they're short on manpower now. What a joke! I'd rather die than be someone's subordinate again. I say we go back to the southern deserts. If we see the Tang people, we just run, they can't do anything to us. After arguing for a long time, no one could convince the others. In the end, they just wished each other well and parted ways. Tingri will protect us. Even for this last sacrificial ritual, they were unwilling to slaughter many cattle or sheep, only offering some wool, cowhides, cheese, and the like. Just then, as they were making their offerings, a scout came to report, Dongxiang people were approaching. Damn it, those bastards dare to come for a fight again. The tribal chiefs smashed their wine bowls in anger, not even finishing the ritual. They immediately called all the men to gather and vowed to kill every last one of the Dongxiang. They couldn't defeat the Tang army, but surely they could handle the Dongxiang. Calm down, chiefs. Only a few Dongxiang came this time, and they claimed to be here to negotiate. No need for a big fight. The scout, seeing the entire army about to mobilize, quickly tried to stop the chiefs. Nonsense! What is there to negotiate with the Dongxiang? Back then, I was nearly tortured to death by Tuobayu. What do they want now? For us to be slaves again? The chief of the Hila tribe cursed with contempt. He truly hated those two-faced Dongxiang. But someone still suggested not acting rashly. There were only a few visitors, if negotiations failed, they could still easily be dealt with. No need to mobilize a large force. Thus, the chiefs agreed to let the Dongxiang in and even allowed them to witness the Turks' ritual to Tingri. The Dongxiang envoys, upon hearing they were allowed to negotiate, entered the altar area nervously, every one of them trembling. They knew the hatred between the two sides was too deep to resolve. If anything went wrong, they might be killed on the spot. These envoys didn't come willingly either. They had been forced, coerced by Tubo and Ching Xio, who used the lives of their entire clans and families to push them into negotiations. As soon as these people entered the place of worship, hundreds of strong Turks surrounded them with large knives, staring at them aggressively. You foreigners dare not kneel when seeing Tingri? The Tangut envoys cursed silently in their hearts, but still obediently knelt and bowed as required, patiently waiting for them to finish the ritual. They originally thought the negotiations would at least allow for proper conversation, but they were still treated like prisoners. You Tanguts should all be put to death. You were once just our Turkic followers and servants, and only by luck and Tang support did you get where you are today. And yet you abused us, your former overlords. You deserve your fate now. The envoys held back and listened to these insults, and by the end, they just treated it like dogs barking. After all, they wouldn't die from it. When the Turks had finished cursing, the chief of the Hele tribe drew his knife and stabbed it into the table, shouting, "You only get 5 sentences to speak. If what you say satisfies me, we talk. If not, I'll kill you here myself." The envoys instantly felt overwhelmed. This was just a new excuse to kill them. But an older Tangut quickly responded cleverly, "We are not here to negotiate as Tanguts, but on behalf of the Tang dynasty and Duke Qing. You should treat us as his envoys." As expected, the Turks' expressions changed immediately. "What nonsense! You dog bastards! Ching Xio doesn't even need to lift a finger to destroy you. Why would he send you to negotiate?" The man pushed through and said firmly, "If you don't believe me, just kill us now. But know that 50,000 Tang troops and over 10,000 Tangut soldiers will come for you. Think about the consequences." He was making it up. Ching Xio had fewer than 10,000 men. There was no way it could be 50,000. But since death seemed likely anyway, bluffing might save his life. Sure enough, the chiefs hesitated. If it were another Tang general, they wouldn't be this fearful. But this was Ching Xio. Even if he does want to negotiate, why send you? Isn't there anyone else in the Tang army? Someone still doubted. Seeing their hesitation, the envoy was secretly happy and quickly said, "The Tang army knows you Turks are scared and might run if you see Tang soldiers, so they sent us instead." This really was Ching Xio's thinking, and it turned out to be correct. The Turks feared the Tang army down to their bones. Everyone's expressions changed. They realized their fear had been seen through. "Ahem, what does Duke Qing want to negotiate about?" asked the chief of the Haishi tribe, trying to stay calm. 3 days later, Ching Xio personally brought over 2,000 Tang troops and 3,000 allied soldiers from Lulan and Gao Chong to the area. The Turks, as agreed, actually waited obediently for Ching Xio. He had the western region soldiers wear their own armor and clothing, and from a distance, the Turks didn't recognize them as Tang troops. Ching Xio went to the front of the formation with only Sheru and a few western warriors as guards. Even though the tens of thousands of Turks looked well-formed and seemed full of morale, they had no confidence in front of this killer god. Even their chiefs didn't dare to stand in front. Duke Qing is truly mighty. Just one of him can overwhelm their entire army. A Gao Chong warrior exclaimed upon seeing the enemy stunned by Ching Xio alone. Sheru proudly said, "This is nothing. Back when our boss led us to Beihai with just over 10,000 men, he made more than 100,000 Turks kill each other. That's how they ended up like this." Seeing that the Turkic chiefs still didn't appear, Ching Xio was slightly displeased and sent someone to urge them forward. The Turks didn't dare delay anymore and reluctantly showed up. As soon as the 5 chiefs saw Ching Xio from afar, they felt deeply uneasy. These men had all fought in Goguryeo and the Beihai battle. They knew well how terrifying Ching Xio was. "What orders does Duke Qing have for us?" They didn't dare get close to him and only bowed from a distance, not even daring to dismount. They feared Sheru and the others might suddenly attack, so staying on horseback would make escape easier. Ching Xio shook his head slightly. "I only feel pity for you. Oppressed by the Tanguts with no path to survival, you're just running like headless flies with nowhere to go. If even one of you Turks had some vision, you wouldn't still be wandering today." They looked at each other, confused. "What do you mean, Duke Qing? Please explain." "It's simple. I'm here to give you a way to live, freedom, and a life not worse than what you had in the southern deserts. Please explain in detail, Duke Qing." Though they feared him, they respected Ching Xio's judgment. Ching Xio smiled. "Do you see the Western army behind me? I've only been in the western regions for 6 months, and already I've opened up 1,000 li of land and gained 700,000 to 800,000 people. The western regions may not be as fertile as the central plains, but the land stretches for thousands of li. It's better than the southern deserts, good for farming and herding. At this point, Ching Xio paused deliberately to heighten suspense. Also, the so-called kings there have no way of ruling their people. Some have over 1 million citizens but can't even mobilize 100,000 troops. Their national strength is very weak. His meaning was already very clear. Especially to these chiefs, they understood right away. Ching Xio was suggesting, stop wasting time in the barren southern deserts and Heshi corridor. They should keep heading west. There were fertile lands and fragile nations there. Even the Turks could easily conquer them. Some were very tempted, but a few chiefs still found it hard to believe and exchanged confused looks. If you don't believe me, the western troops behind me are your best proof. Of course, I won't force you to believe. Ching Xio stretched lazily. Shui Rengue immediately brought his horse and helped him mount. The Heshi corridor is a key trade route for the Tang. Any unrest will not be tolerated. Whether it's the Tanguts or the Tubo, they will be destroyed. Do you think you can resist? Either migrate westward, or die fighting on this land, until total annihilation. Some people started to waver. The Tubo can't beat the Tang either. And the southern deserts aren't that safe. Maybe we should go west and see? Maybe there's really a way to live? Although they were tempted, given the current situation, it seemed they could only think about it. They knew that the journey to the western regions was long. Though there were some grasslands along the way, the countless Tang army checkpoints made it impossible to pass. Especially the crucial gateway, Gao Chong, was fully controlled and monopolized by the Tang army. As long as they couldn't get through there, they would never reach the western regions. And it was hard for them to believe that Ching Xio, who was already enjoying the western regions alone, would really be willing to share a portion with them? I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. Ching Xio sensed their thoughts and said frankly, as long as you promise not to fight the Tang army in the western regions, and promise not to raid any Tang-occupied places on your journey west, I can open all the gates along the way for you to freely enter the western regions. This made the people a bit more tempted. If that were the case, maybe they really had a chance to go to the western regions. In fact, some among them had already started considering it. After all, no one wanted to keep getting stuck in this hellish place. A barren western sea, yet it had the Tubo, Tang, Turks, and Tanguts all fighting for it. That little bit of grassland couldn't even support 100,000 herders. If they kept fighting here, it would only lead to death. Is what Duke Qing said really true? The chief of the Hele tribe asked cautiously. You don't believe me? Ching Xio frowned, frightening the other into quickly denying it with both hands. In fact, Ching Xio's credibility was still quite high among these people. At least, he had fulfilled every condition he promised before. But the Turks were surprised to find that even when they cooperated with Ching Xio and gained benefits, they always ended up suffering huge losses for some unknown reason, and step by step, they ended up like this. This made them somehow afraid of working with Ching Xio. The Turks had finally started to realize the layers of Ching Xio's schemes, but it was already too late. If you don't want to trust me, you can just walk away today. I'll say it clearly now. Ching Xio raised his war staff. I give you 3 days to leave the Western Sea. As long as you never appear in this area or in the southern deserts again, you can continue to reproduce and survive. But if I ever see you wandering in any area visible to the Tang frontier, no matter men, women, young or old, your entire tribe will be treated as Tang's mortal enemies, slaughtered without rest until the last one is dead. This final ultimatum chilled the Turks to the bone. This wasn't an ultimatum, it was a notice of extermination. Just 3 days? They couldn't even leave the Western Sea in time, let alone disappear from Tang's sight. There was no other choice, so be it. We are willing to obey Duke Qing's arrangement and migrate to the western regions. If Duke Qing is willing to show mercy, we will do whatever you command. As long as you open the many checkpoints on the way to the western regions, we guarantee not to clash with the Tang army. Many herders and chiefs all swore oaths. One even swore to Tingri on the spot to show his sincerity. Ching Xio smiled faintly, with a hard-to-read expression. You'll understand in the future how right today's decision was. The western regions were currently too peaceful. They hadn't encountered real enemies, and even underestimated the Tang army's strength. Ching Xio just needed a group of desperate outlaws to tear through the western regions, crushing the strength of the local kingdoms. That way, the Tang army could simply follow the Turks' westward path and easily take every country and city along the route. And compared to the burning, looting Turks, the Tang army would look like heaven-sent righteous conquerors. Everyone, courtesy must be returned. I showed you a bright path, shouldn't you also give me something in return? Suddenly, Ching Xio interrupted the Turks' dreams of the future. Return? They looked at each other in confusion. Now the entire Turkic people barely had more livestock than people. Their most valuable possessions were their broken weapons and armor, most of which Ching Xio had secretly sold to them. What could they possibly offer in return? Surely Duke Qing wouldn't want their few measly jujubes? Don't misunderstand. I don't want money. Even if I did, you couldn't afford it. Ching Xio gestured openly for them not to worry. Let me explain first. A few days later, the main force finally crossed the Jieji Mountains. 30,000 Tubo soldiers marched grandly onto the southern plains of the Western Sea. Leading them was the only general on the Tibetan plateau who could fight and command troops, Tunmi Sangbuza. Back when Sheru Gui led troops to fight at Jizhou Mountain, Songtsen Gampo had originally wanted to send Tunmi to stop him. But at that time, neighboring Nepal attacked Tubo, and Songtsen had no choice but to send Tunmi to suppress the rebellion, while he personally went to block Sheru Gui. Even after defeat, he always believed that if Tunmi had led the army himself, Sheru Gui would have been defeated long ago. Then the Tang wouldn't have taken even Jizhou Mountain. Sending Tunmi now to assist the Tanguts showed how seriously Songtsen Gampo took the Western Sea. When Tunmi arrived with the army, he expected to be greeted by a large Tangut force. But at the rendezvous point, only a few Tanguts came with some cattle and horses to reward the army. General, we know you've had a hard journey, so we prepared some cattle and sheep here. Let the troops eat and drink well before moving on. The welcoming officer stepped forward, fawning. Tunmi cursed angrily, bullshit. 30,000 soldiers, and you reward us with so few cattle and sheep? Each man won't even get a bite of meat. Are you treating us like beggars? My king showed full sincerity, and you couldn't even send a proper welcoming force? Please don't be angry, General. The king agreed to the King of Ning's conditions. That's already the biggest concession. Isn't that vast land worth more than some cattle and sheep? The response was clever, and though Tunmi had a belly full of resentment, when he thought about Songtsen's plan, he had to swallow his anger. Let's go. He waved his hand in annoyance, signaling the man to lead the way. Although the guide led the way, he never mentioned anything about the current war situation or intelligence. He just kept praising the strength and discipline of the Tubo army, saying they were far superior to the Turks. At first, Tunmi was a bit impatient. But after hearing it again and again, he started to feel pleased without even realizing it. After all, these Tibetan men of the snowy plateau weren't used to flattery, they'd never heard so many compliments. As the man kept talking, Tunmi Sangbuza really started to believe the Turks were just like he said, nothing but a bunch of soft persimmons, already rotting before anyone even squeezed them. Look, past this valley is the Western Sea. Unknowingly, they had already been led to a narrow mountain valley. This terrain made Tunmi Sangbuza instantly alert. If someone set an ambush here, once our army enters, we'll be completely wiped out. Tunmi Sangbuza said this instinctively. Even though the two sides were allies, at this moment, no professional soldier could ignore such a possibility. Not to mention, the level of trust between them was far from deep enough to open up fully. General is truly experienced, you could see at a glance that this place is perfect for an ambush. But this place isn't an important choke point, so there's hardly ever been fighting here. The escort still looked relaxed and calmly walked into the valley, trying to lower their guard. But once he entered the gorge and turned to look back, Tunmi Sangbuza and his soldiers were still standing motionless in place. Even the look in their eyes had turned vicious. General, what does this mean? Before he could finish, Tunmi Sangbuza suddenly pulled out his bow and arrow. The escort reacted quickly too, immediately turning his horse and galloping away. You bastard! Tunmi Sangbuza shot an arrow at him, but it fell short and only grazed the horse's backside. Without hesitation, Tunmi Sangbuza gave the order for a full retreat back to the plateau. But he was already here, how could he possibly get away? Charge! A dull horn sounded, followed by battle cries echoing through the surrounding mountains. Many hidden soldiers suddenly attacked from all sides. Tunmi Sangbuza had originally thought any ambush would be in the valley, but unexpectedly, there were also ambushes behind them, near the open plain. It's the Tang army. They immediately recognized the enemy. Tunmi Sangbuza cursed furiously, when did these bastards get here? The ambushers were led by none other than Ching Xio. He didn't stay behind the lines as usual. Instead, he wore impressive armor, held two swords, Modeo, and led the charge himself. Sheru Gui had strongly opposed this, but Ching Xio insisted on personally going to the battlefield. Not for anything else, he wanted to personally charge forward and wipe out all these elite Tubo troops. This was his highest show of respect to the Tubo, fighting in person, killing every last one. He was followed by just over 3,000 Tang soldiers, charging against the Tubo's 30,000 with a 10-to-1 disadvantage. From above, it looked like an arrow shooting through the air, aiming to pierce the enemy. Watching from a distant mountain valley with a spyglass, Sheru was stunned to see Ching Xio wielding two Modeo. Boss really is terrifying. When he strikes, it shakes the world. Even I wouldn't dare burn that much energy on the battlefield. Sheru exclaimed. Prepare to fight. Tunmi Sangbuza was glad he hadn't entered the valley earlier, otherwise the narrow terrain would have limited his 30,000 troops, unable to maintain their numerical advantage, forcing them to fight in small numbers. But 3,000 Tang soldiers? Nothing to fear. I only needed 10,000 elites in Nepal to crush 100,000 enemy troops. What's 3,000 men? Tunmi Sangbuza felt only contempt. With a shout, he ordered a full cavalry charge, engage the enemy. Ching Xio was at the front. Most of the incoming arrows targeted him. No surprise, his armor was the most eye-catching, and he even wore a white cape to stand out. But the arrows hitting his armor only left shallow marks, they couldn't pierce it. Ching Xio even wore a mask, fully armored from head to toe, arrows couldn't hurt him at all. After one volley of arrows, not a single Tang soldier was killed or wounded. Their armor simply couldn't be pierced by Tubo bows. Fire! Ching Xio pointed his Modeo forward, and all 3,000 Tang soldiers pulled out preloaded firearms and fired in unison. Tunmi Sangbuza immediately sensed danger when he saw the Tang troops take out firearms. He had heard rumors that the Tang army had powerful long-range weapons, and now it seemed true. Bang! Thousands of firearms fired at once. Sparks flew, and the bullets tore through Tubo armor, instantly killing the riders. Tunmi Sangbuza was terrified. He reflexively yanked his reins, his horse was also frightened by the gunfire. Not just him, his charging troops saw the Tang soldiers raise their hands and instantly kill dozens of their comrades. They panicked, and their charge slowed. Don't be afraid. These Tang firearms are powerful but reload slowly. They can't reload while charging on horseback, it's only one volley. Close the distance and engage in melee, they won't hold up. Tunmi Sangbuza kept shouting orders to rally his troops. But the Tang soldiers, after firing, simply dropped the empty guns and pulled out another preloaded one from their backs. Since reloading was slow, each soldier just carried multiple loaded guns, fire one, switch to the next, and keep up the pressure. Tunmi Sangbuza never imagined the Tang army could be so extreme, each soldier carrying multiple firearms. After another 2 volleys, the Tubo charge was completely broken and began to slow. Their morale dropped. They were now afraid of these enemies who numbered only 1/10 of them. Just as the Tubo lost their edge, Ching Xio's horse surged forward. With both blades in hand, he was the first to reach their formation. With one strike, he cut down the lead cavalryman. Taking advantage of the gap from the kill, he charged into the enemy ranks and widened the breach. Wherever he went, enemies fell. Even those in heavy armor couldn't stop Ching Xio's blade. The Tang soldiers following behind were inspired. They hadn't expected their usually high and mighty commander to fight so fiercely, and they fought even harder, hoping to impress him. To charge into battle with someone like him, even dying was worth it. With that, the Tubo formation collapsed. They had thought this would be a one-sided slaughter of the enemy, but it was them, cut down like pigs and dogs. Tunmi Sangbuza panicked. He desperately tried to reorganize and command the troops, trying to recover the situation. But no tactic worked. The Tang soldiers fought like 10 men each, especially Ching Xio at the front, who was unbelievably powerful. Whoever kills that man gets 100 cattle and sheep. Seeing Ching Xio charging toward the command center, Tunmi Sangbuza completely lost it and urgently offered a reward. General, no need to worry. We'll take care of it for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the morale of the personal guards around him soared. They immediately accepted the bounty. They didn't dare engage Ching Xio in close combat, but quickly grabbed their powerful bows. Dozens of them launched a volley of arrows. But their true target wasn't Ching Xio, it was his horse. Ching Xio was clad in heavy armor. Though his horse was good, it still had limited load capacity. To avoid burdening its speed, the horse wore only light leather armor, barely enough to resist weaker arrows. However, these guards drew 5 stone bows. A single volley was enough to pierce through the leather armor with ease. Nay! The horse screamed in pain and fell, and naturally, Ching Xio fell with it. After firing that volley, the guards gasped for air and retreated to their commander's side to continue shielding him. It wasn't that they didn't want to fire again, it was just that the 5 stone bows were too heavy. Managing a single shot was already their limit. Even if they could shoot again, accuracy would drop sharply, and they risked hitting their own allies. Anyway, the bounty was already earned. Whoever killed Ching Xio next didn't matter. Kill him. Seeing this, Tunmi Sangbuza was instantly invigorated and immediately ordered the entire army to attack the now dismounted Ching Xio. Quick, save Duke Qing. The Tang soldiers were shocked. They never imagined Ching Xio would fall. They didn't care about fighting the enemy anymore, they all charged on horseback to rescue him. If anything happened to Ching Xio today on the battlefield, even if Shui Rengue didn't execute them, they'd be too ashamed to return to the camp. Over 100 Tubo heavy cavalry charged in, raising their lances to kill the fallen Ching Xio. But the next moment, 2 heavy Modeo, broad sabers, slashed like a whirlwind, cutting down the incoming lances. Amidst the chaos, Ching Xio stood up again. Without a horse, as long as he held his twin blades, he was still a god of war. He swung and slashed the leg of a cavalry horse. The rider fell, and before he could react, Ching Xio decapitated him. Ching Xio casually flicked the blood off his blade, stepping over the corpse and staring coldly at the enemy. His twin blades were still razor-sharp. His entire body was soaked in enemy blood, his face hidden by a mask, no one could see his expression. Only his eyes, uncovered by the face guard, radiated an endless killing intent. Come on! Ching Xio raised his blade and stepped forward. The heavy cavalry instinctively pulled back their horses. Cowards! Can't even kill one infantryman? Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded. If you don't dare to fight, I'll execute you myself after the battle. Tunmi Sangbuza cursed in rage. Under the threat of military law, the cavalry had no choice but to charge again. Ching Xio, though alone, didn't retreat at all. Holding his long blades, he slashed at the legs of oncoming horses, toppling them in front of him like a natural trench to block further charges. Using the fallen cavalry and horses as cover, he withstood the cavalry's onslaught. For a while, no one could get close. After cutting down more than a dozen, Ching Xio only grew fiercer, fighting with even greater energy, as if he had endless stamina. Clang! Eventually, one of his blades broke as he cleaved through a heavily armored rider. But Ching Xio had anticipated this. He casually tossed away the broken blade, holding the other with both hands, spinning like a meat grinder, cutting down anyone who approached. At this point, the Tubo formation completely collapsed. They crammed into the battle like pouring oil, with no coordination, no effective formation. Their 10-to-1 numbers had now become a burden. Yet just as things seemed to settle, another crisis erupted. While Tunmi Sangbuza was frantically commanding, he suddenly heard another horn blow around them. Looking up, he saw more troops charging out from all directions. And this time, the number of enemies wasn't any less than theirs. It's the Turks! Someone in the ranks shouted in panic upon recognizing the enemy. At this moment, Tunmi Sangbuza felt as if he were hallucinating. The Tang army and the Turks, usually enemies like fire and water, were now attacking together? Weren't the Turks supposed to have scattered? How are they all here today? He cursed. The intelligence he had received was clearly outdated now. Though not as elite as the Tang cavalry, 30,000 Turkic horsemen charging at once, kicking up dust and shaking the ground, was still terrifying. Their morale, already shattered by the Tang army, was now completely drained with the sudden appearance of the Turks. Tunmi Sangbuza saw some soldiers trying to flee the battlefield. After weighing the situation, he had no choice but to order a retreat into the valley behind them. Though narrow, if they could get inside and hold the road, they might still stop the enemy from advancing. He didn't want to, but retreating now was the only way to avoid total collapse. Ching Xio, in the heat of battle, saw the Tubo troops fleeing toward the narrow valley one after another. Finally fell for it. Ching Xio laughed loudly. At the same time, Shui Rengue, observing from a high point, mobilized the troops. Ching Xio had known all along, Tunmi Sangbuza was no fool. He would never walk blindly into an obvious trap. Only by personally leading a charge, shattering their morale, and coordinating a second wave from the Turks could he corner them into retreating. Only then would they truly fall into the trap, with no way out. Once they entered that narrow valley, it would be a dead end. Brothers, hurry up. Whatever loot you grab is yours. The Turks yelled as they chased the Tubo army, afraid they'd escape. Meanwhile, Ching Xio ordered the entire army to guard the valley entrance. No one was allowed to enter. He knew exactly what surprise was waiting for the Tubo inside. On the mountain above, the entire ambush force held grenades, fire in hand, ready to light the fuses of 10,000 man-killers. As Tunmi Sangbuza charged in, he vaguely sensed that this place was likely filled with ambushes. His plan was simple: when the attack came, accelerate the entire army's charge through the gorge. Even if they suffered losses, at least half could survive. Almost there, brothers. Shui Rengue raised his musket above his head, then pulled the trigger. One shot rang out. Fire! The soldiers simultaneously pulled the grenades and threw them down from the mountain top. At the same time, the 10,000 killer devices were ignited and fell from the sky, carrying sparks that lit up the entire sky above the valley in red. Tunmi Sangbuza had originally thought they would face rolling stones and logs. But when he saw those strange and unheard of weapons, his chest instantly tightened. The stranger the Tang army's weapons, the more terrifying their lethality. In the next moment, the falling grenades exploded mid-air. The impact force and the scattering shrapnel instantly killed and wounded large numbers of soldiers. Before they even understood what was happening, they were blown to pieces on the spot. After round of grenade explosions, the seemingly lightweight 10,000 killers arrived as expected. They quickly ignited massive flames, burning both the cavalry and horses they touched. The Tubo soldiers were killed and wounded in huge numbers in an instant. Even the Turks who charged in behind them were also affected by the firepower. Damn that bastard Sheru Gue! The Hele tribe's chief, seeing dozens of his elite soldiers blown to pieces, cursed in rage and quickly led his men out of the valley. Only now did they understand why Ching Xio and his troops had blocked the valley entrance but refused to charge inside. Now, all the Turks were running madly out of the valley in panic, while Ching Xio and his men stood right at the mouth of the valley. Some began to think, if they blocked the valley now and didn't let the Turks escape, they could kill off all the able-bodied men in one sweep. The remaining women, children, and elderly would be easy pickings. Gentlemen, step aside. Let the Turks out. Ching Xio signaled for the troops to make way and smiled. These people will still help us expand our territory in the future. Letting them die here would be a waste. Although the soldiers were unwilling, they had to obey orders and stepped back. The Turks, still terrified by the continuing explosions behind them, galloped out wildly, not caring about formation. Inside the valley, the Turks were already engulfed in flames. Even if they wanted to escape, there was no way out. Ching Xio only needed to instruct his men to guard the valley, nothing else required his attention. Tunmi Sangbuza was still dodging grenades falling from the sky. He was lucky to have survived this long. His personal guards were almost all dead. Only a few still followed him closely. But now, nothing mattered anymore, their deaths were already certain. I failed the great king. I failed the people of Tubo. Tunmi Sangbuza finally collapsed to the ground and broke into uncontrollable sobs. At this moment, he was completely broken, fully convinced by Ching Xio's godlike military tactics. He could not defeat this man. General, let us cover you so you can break out. The personal guard suggested sadly. Tunmi Sangbuza only gave a bitter smile. He wasn't even sure he'd survive another second. How could he possibly break out? Besides, the Tang army had surely sealed off every exit. At this point, what other choice do we have but to surrender? He let out a long sigh, and the guards were at a complete loss. The butcher holds the knife, and we are just meat. They immediately climbed to higher ground, raised a white flag, and waved it toward the Tang army in surrender. From the high ground, Sheru Gue immediately saw the surrender signal, and the soldiers all looked to him. They were waiting for his command to stop. Why are you all looking at me? Forgotten what you're supposed to do? Sheru Gue said coldly. The soldiers instantly understood and resumed throwing explosives. This wasn't a personal decision. Ching Xio had already instructed him in advance. Until the Tubo casualties exceeded 90%, do not accept their surrender. Sheru Gue was happy to follow orders. He hated these Tubo barbarians to the core anyway. The soldier holding the white flag hadn't expected the Tang to ignore it. He tried to climb higher, hoping they'd see better. But the only response he got was a bullet to the head, killed on the spot. They couldn't surrender, and they couldn't win. The Tubo soldiers were completely hopeless. Many chose to kill themselves with their blades rather than suffer the agony of being burned alive. Tunmi Sangbuza, too, was utterly broken. After all his guards died protecting him, he just sat down. He waited for the next grenade to drop and end his life. But just then, the explosions gradually stopped. Nothing else fell from the sky. It was over. Those who had survived by luck during the chaos stared blankly at the sky above the valley. The Tang army no longer hid, they now stood openly on both sides of the gorge. Tubo soldiers, will you surrender? Sheru Gue shouted personally, if you don't, no one will be spared today. We surrender. Tunmi Sangbuza dropped to his knees in despair. His voice was full of humiliation. All the soldiers, driven by the will to survive, no longer cared. They threw down their weapons and removed their armor. We surrender. The fire continued for nearly half an hour before dying down. The Tubo soldiers, covered in soot and ash, knelt on the ground, waiting for the Tang army to accept their surrender. Tunmi Sangbuza stayed kneeling, head lowered, saying nothing. Only when he saw a pair of boots appear before him did he slowly raise his head. The man before him was Ching Xio. I've heard of you, Tunmi Sangbuza. You're considered the war god of Tubo. Ching Xio looked at him with a faint smile. After this battle, if you had surrendered earlier, fewer of your soldiers would have died. Tunmi Sangbuza didn't dare say much, he just kept his head down, waiting for his fate. General, please show mercy and spare these soldiers. Now, only about 1,000 Tubo men remained alive. More killing was meaningless. Besides, they were excellent war trophies. Ching Xio picked out a few from the captives and ordered letters to be written and given to them. They received the letters but didn't understand Ching Xio's intentions. I'll spare your lives. Return to Tubo with these letters and tell your king, Songtsen Gampo. Ching Xio narrowed his eyes slightly. If he dares to covet the Tang borders again, next time we'll fight in his capital city. And it won't just be 30,000 lives. He didn't hide his attitude as the victor, he completely saw the mighty steppe ruler as nothing more than weeds. The released captives didn't dare say anything. They could only take the letters, mount the prepared horses, and rush back to Tubo. Even without Ching Xio's threats in the letters, after this battle, Tubo would never again dare step beyond the plateau to challenge Tang's territory. Now, all of Tubo's last elite troops had died here. Even if there was still willpower, there was no more strength. After this battle, Ching Xio announced the withdrawal of the army back to Tang. No need to linger. Tuobayu had still been hoping that the Tubo people could turn the tide at the last moment, but when he saw Tunmi Sangbuza, a fellow prisoner, appear beside him, he immediately knew the outcome without needing to ask. Why did you write a false intelligence letter to deceive us, causing our army to be completely wiped out? As soon as Tunmi Sangbuza saw Tuobayu, he exploded with rage. His 30,000-strong army had died because of this man. Tuobayu only gave a cold laugh. You fell for the trap because you're stupid, and now you're blaming me? I heard you didn't even kill 100 enemy troops. With combat ability like that, even without an ambush, your army was doomed to be wiped out. What did you say? Tunmi Sangbuza flew into a rage on the spot. Instinctively, he went to draw his sword, but found nothing at his waist, since his weapon had already been taken. Still, he directly raised his fists and started brawling with Tuobayu. The two beat each other bloody and wouldn't stop. Duke Qing has arrived. Only when word came from outside the prisoner tent that Ching Xio had arrived did they both pause immediately. Ching Xio walked in to see the tent in a complete mess. At a glance, the two men quickly separated and stood aside with lowered heads. What? Can't beat my heavenly army, so now you vent on allies? Ching Xio mocked. Neither dared speak. If I ever see you fight each other again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Ching Xio casually sat down and looked at Tuobayu. Chief Tuoba, I wonder, what plans do you have now? Tuobayu trembled all over and quickly responded, how would a lowly one dare make any plans? I will obey Duke Qing's arrangements. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. This guy truly understood how to survive. If you hadn't betrayed the empire back then, I would have allowed you to continue serving your Tangut chief in the Western Sea. But now, I'm in a difficult position. Tuobayu immediately forced a smile. Don't worry about me. Do whatever you wish. Ching Xio said flatly, since that's the case, I've arranged a position for you in Chang'an. You'll return with us. You won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Ching Xio made being a prisoner sound so noble and pure. Tuobayu quickly understood. I will obey Duke Qing's arrangements. I've always dreamed of the Tang and the Central Plains. To have this chance now, I am endlessly grateful. His attitude made Ching Xio laugh aloud. This man really was too easy to tame. Good. From now on, you may come and go freely in the POW camp. But don't even think about running. If you do, suffer the consequences. Tuobayu was overjoyed and kowtowed in thanks on the spot. Then Ching Xio clapped his hands, and several Turkic chiefs waiting outside entered immediately. When Tuobayu saw them, the corners of his mouth twitched. He now had a deep, bone-deep fear of these people. Chiefs, you previously followed my orders and fought bravely for the Tang army. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Ching Xio pointed at Tuobayu. All the Tangut people under his command will now be divided among your tribes. From now on, you may command them as you wish. The Turks all beamed with joy. Just a while ago, they had been these people's slaves, now the roles had reversed. Although Tuobayu was unwilling, he was in no position to refuse. All he could do was obey. Ching Xio ordered paper to be brought, and Tuobayu, seeing the situation clearly, immediately bowed his head and wrote. In this letter, as Tangut chief, he declared the dissolution of the Tangut tribe's name and stated that all Tangut people would henceforth belong to the Turks. This wasn't just turning the entire Tangut tribe back into Turkic slaves, it also marked the end of Tangut history. Even when facing genocide, nomads never gave up their tribal names. Now, with the chief voluntarily giving it up, it meant there was no more leadership or spiritual identity. true tribal extinction. All the tribal peoples in history who went extinct did so for this reason. Tuobayu respectfully handed the letter to Ching Xio. He comforted himself, thinking that at least he survived, and his people wouldn't be slaughtered. Ching Xio only glanced at it and tossed it to a subordinate. Then he turned to the Turkic chiefs. As for Tunmi Sangbuza and Tuobayu, they weren't even worth another glance. Gentlemen, I have only one request. Within half a month, you must completely leave the Hashi corridor. From then on, east of Hashi must not see a Turkic name or flag again. Otherwise, you will be treated as enemy forces and exterminated. Understood? Though the deadline was tight, none of them dared to object, they all quickly agreed. They had no choice. Now, the Tang army could crush them effortlessly. They weren't in a position to negotiate. Duke Qing, if we go west, will we really find the good path you spoke of? They were still unsure. Why would I lie to you? Ching Xio said calmly, though the western regions aren't as rich as the central plains, they're enough to support you. And if you don't like it, you still have other choices. Go further west. There is an empire with territory as vast as the Tang, it is called Arabia. The Tang call it the Deshur nation. The chiefs had heard the name before. Mentioning it reminded them of those merchants with large turbans. But we heard the land where the Deshur live is mostly desert, not much richer than the western regions, someone said. Ching Xio sneered, in your eyes, only grasslands and rivers with herds make a land rich? Do you know how much trade the Deshur do, east with Tang, west with Rome? Just one of their princes has gold piled up like mountains. All earned through trade. As expected, once gold was mentioned, the poverty-hardened Turks all had stars in their eyes. You've raided those turban people before in Hashi. You know how many good things they carry. I don't need to explain. The Turks were finally moved. They didn't care about empires or territory, they only thought, if there's a chance to loot and get rich, then it's worth a try. Anyway, no army could be stronger than the Tang, right? Even if they lost, they could retreat back to the western regions and live off the grasslands and oases. Still a way to survive. Within a month, we will all go to the western regions and fulfill our agreement with Duke Qing. The chiefs answered solemnly, pledging on the spot. The matter in the western sea had been settled. Ching Xio, bringing with him a large number of captives, trekked a long journey and finally crossed the Hashi corridor, returning once again to the inner regions of the Great Tang. By this time, it was already near autumn. Along the way, one could see the wheat fields turning golden. It looked like it would be another good harvest this year. When he arrived outside Chang'an City, Li Er had already heard of his return. He even personally came outside the city to welcome him and held a grand banquet to reward and entertain the entire army. I've heard about the matter in the western regions. Duke Qing has expanded the Great Tang's territory and even annexed the entire Lulan region. This is truly an immortal achievement. At the banquet, Li Er personally stood up and offered Ching Xio a toast, his face full of joy. This time, Ching Xio had only brought a small number of troops, yet managed to take a land even larger than the Hashi corridor. What surprised Li Er even more was that the land of Lulan consisted mostly of fertile lands in the eastern part of the western regions. Unlike the desert, it was mainly oasis. It was perfect for farming and settling people. You see, no matter how much land was taken in the northern frontier, it was just endless desert. Even if there were grasslands, they couldn't be used for farming, nor could they support long-term settlements. But Lulan's land was fertile and could support millions of people. Li Er was already thinking about how to use Lulan's land to register households and manage the population. Ching Xio put down his wine cup. He didn't indulge in the glory of the moment, but instead handed over a name list. Your Majesty, this is a list of the soldiers who made great contributions during the Western campaign. They all deserve to be rewarded. Li Er knew that those personally selected by Ching Xio must be highly capable individuals and could not be ignored. The welcome banquet lasted until the evening. Originally, it wasn't going to end yet, but Ching Xio insisted on leaving to return home, so Li Er didn't press him. After all, he was the great hero, letting him go once was no big deal. After Ching Xio left, the banquet naturally lost its main figure. Li Er also found it uninteresting, so he announced his departure and told the ministers to disperse. Before leaving, he especially instructed an inner court eunuch to check on Ching Xio the next day. During the days Ching Xio had been away from Chang'an, Li Er had many ideas and questions. He was waiting for his return so they could talk freely. Under the moonlight, Ching Xio, slightly tipsy, even asked the coachman to stop the carriage halfway. He got out himself and slowly walked along the streets of Chang'an. Although it was already curfew and the streets were empty, Ching Xio could still see lights shining from homes along the road, making him feel at ease. Duke Qing, the peace and stability of Chang'an today are all thanks to your efforts, the coachman said with a smile. Ching Xio didn't respond. Unknowingly, he had walked to the entrance of a gambling house. Ching Xio originally had no interest in such places, but at a glance, he noticed a few officers watching the place. That was unexpected. Gambling houses were legitimate businesses in Chang'an and generally not troubled by the authorities. But today there were guards posted there, very strange. Could it be that gambling houses are now banned by the court? Not at all. Ever since your lordship discovered the dangers of opium paste, the court has taken it very seriously. Officers were sent everywhere to search for it, and it was found mostly in places like gambling houses and brothels. So since then, His Majesty gave special orders that these areas must be watched. If anyone using opium paste is found, they are to be arrested on the spot, and the establishment must also be punished. That really was an effective method. In this way, not only did it scare people from using opium paste, even red light districts had to comply and ban it. Even after that, there's still opium paste circulating among the people? Ching Xio asked, puzzled. The coachman sighed, it's a real headache. Before people knew what it was, no one paid attention to opium. But after it was exposed, people realized that many were secretly using it in strange food and drinks. Some mixed opium paste into tea, others used it as seasoning in rice. Many ate it without even knowing. Ching Xio thought for a moment, but he wasn't really surprised. This kind of thing was highly addictive, and people often didn't even realize it. And many still used opium as a spice. From now on, it would probably take a long time to completely remove it. Unknowingly, Ching Xio had arrived at his home. Surprisingly, several of his wives were already waiting for him outside in the courtyard. Husband. The bored Changsun Pingting spotted Ching Xio at once and joyfully ran into his arms. The other wives also came forward, nervously checking him for injuries, afraid he might be hurt. Husband, it's been half a year since you went to the western regions. Have you been well? Were you able to eat properly over there? Were you hurt? Why not just stay home from now on and not go so far away? Although Ching Xio still looked energetic, the worry on his wives' faces couldn't be hidden. They had missed him too much and worried about him every day. No need to worry. Ching Xio gently stroked their hair and smiled slightly. He used to find it plain to always be with his wives. But now, after a long separation, meeting them again made him feel as moved as when they first met. Truly, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Husband, look. At that moment, Su Xiaochun stepped forward, carrying their daughter and brought her in front of Ching Xio so he could see the sweet girl. Since you left, Ruyuan kept asking for her daddy. Now she's finally gotten her wish. The little girl was sleeping, but as if sensing a familiar presence, she yawned and opened her sleepy eyes to look at Ching Xio. Daddy. Hug hug. The little girl shouted happily and reached out her chubby hands for a hug. Good girl. Ching Xio hadn't expected that after just half a year, his daughter had grown so much. He joyfully picked her up, and she tightly hugged his arm, refusing to let go. Daddy, I missed you so much. The little girl looked pitiful, as if blaming Ching Xio for being gone so long. There. Daddy missed you too. Ching Xio pinched her chubby cheeks and laughed. When you grow up, Daddy will take you to the battlefield just like him, and you'll be a general too. The little girl laughed with joy, like Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan? You little one sure know a lot. Ching Xio laughed heartily. All right then, you'll be like Hua Mulan, protecting the people.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.